Exibição de 3.217.
Beleza, galera, mais um vídeo aqui no canal hoje, começando a segunda semana da classificação do Call of Duty. Hoje, dia 21 de dezembro, 21 de dezembro, teremos hoje ao meio-dia a primeira partida, com 4 horas e 26 minutos, então vai durar meio-dia, 1, 2, 3 da tarde. Então 3h30, 3h25, mais ou menos, termina essa transmissão. E logo em seguida teremos futebol às 4 da tarde para relaxar um pouco as coisas. Depois, amanhã, dia 22, ao mesmo horário, meio-dia, pelo meio-dia não, às 4, pelo me engano. Dia 21 às 4, perdão, me enganei. Então, mas ontem foi dia 20, tivemos ao meio-dia o nosso jogo ao meio-dia. Então hoje é 4. Ai meu Deus, peraí. Deixa eu olhar aqui de novo no... Espera aqui não. 17. Ok, 19. Ok, e 20, ok. Foi a primeira temporada, ok. Então hoje é 21. Temos hoje 21, um horário sumamente bom, que é às 4 da tarde, 4 horas da tarde. Então 4, 5, 6, 7, 7h30 terminaria. Então 4, 5, 6 e 7, 7h30 terminaria. Então 7h30 de transmissão. E amanhã teríamos 6 minutos a menos. Mas que amanhã não teremos, porque amanhã 20. Sim, teremos 22, amanhã 22, sim, é assim. Teremos o segundo dia. E depois no dia 24 de Natal sai o último às 4 da tarde, o último dia de qualificação. E às 7 da noite não teremos transmissão. Às 4, como teve nas 4 e alguns quebradinhos, talvez tenhamos um vídeo de Natal lá para as 5 da tarde, um vídeo de Natal às 5 da tarde. Uma hora mais tarde do normal. Seria o último vídeo do dia. Deixa eu ver aqui. Ah, não vai dar. Olha o meu plano técnico. Já está sendo meio-dia, então se você quiser às 4 da tarde, às 10, 4 da tarde, das 4 às 7. Lamento não ter vídeo de Natal, mas amanhã eu faço para mim de 25 amanhã. Se eu botasse os dois no mesmo dia, até daria, mas na minha intenção podia. Dia 23 não posso voltar porque dia 23 é nosso meu e da Nath. É super hiper sagrado, né? Então vamos lá. Nossa data é super hiper sagrada. Deixa eu ver se ela está disponível.
Iniciar
Já estava ligando para ela para poder tomar café com ela de manhã.
Natália Gardello, Maria
E
Natália
não
Gardello.
apareceu, né?
Encerrar. Microsoft 3217.
E aqui nós não começou com não começou com 7 minutos ainda. 7 minutos. E ainda ela não apareceu, então vamos chamar ela aqui de novo. Vamos ver se ela aparece. Vamos tomar no tomate. É aqui começando a segunda rodada do Major League. E lembrando eu tô botando em sequência porque quero que todos os eventos do Major League sejam sequência um do outro, né? Faltam 6 minutos e 35 segundos. E parece que eu vou fazer a transmissão um empate sozinho. E lembrando a todos vocês, vamos fazer todo dia. E lembrando amanhã, esse aqui vai ser no dia 21, acho que dia 21 vai ser esse vídeo aqui. Vai sair, galera, no dia 21. Amanhã é dia 22, falta um dia para a nossa música, né, meu amor? Não saiu.
Iniciar
Não
janela,
saiu.
tela de dados, tela Maria Natália
Não saiu.
220, Microsoft 3217, Postrium Coloque Dult Lig Major e Qualifiers.
Nossa música de ano novo, que se chama Felicidade e Amor.
Major e Qualifiers 2D1 e documentos.
Felicidade e Amor, nosso tema musical de ano novo. E lembrando em breve, merengue atrás merengue, salsa atrás salsa. 4 minutos. E lembrando a todos vocês, eu vou mostrando aqui para vocês no nosso
Iniciar dados, pasta, mais pasta, mais explorar, Instagram, Avast, Instagram. Para acessar descrições ausentes de imagens, marca os animes profile, picture gráfico.
umas lives de Call of Duty te mostrar. Nosso Instagram, nos segue aí, galera. Vamos bater os meus seguidores.
Configurações e mais.
As thumbs dos eventos
3.217.
estão aí também, mas não todas, porque eu não botei todas porque eu não lembrei.
Qualifiers 2D1, YouTube, pessoal, mas
Então na primeira semana já foi. Então, se tiver mais a terceira semana, a semana classificatória, então vai ser, como eu falei, 24, 25, 26 e 27. Se tiver mais outra semana, 28, 29, 30 e 31. Porque eu só estou cobrindo conforme a transmissão do código aparece. Então, hoje estou gravando nesse horário. Vai gravar meio-dia, mas estou gravando às 8 da manhã. Oito da manhã, sabe o que ele quer? 8 da manhã. Vai acelerar mais rápido porque os dois tem atrasado. Para vocês. Tudo que eu tenho atrasado para vocês. Por causa do meu cronograma de gravação, eu estou gravando aqui no dia 15. Então é difícil para mim gravar soltar no mesmo dia. Terceiro da Game Awards aqui no canal. Então, 1 minuto, não, menos de 1 minuto. Para começar, 1 minuto para começar melhor, 1 minuto exato. Para começar e vamos ver que vai ser semana 2, né? 50 segundos.
Danny, big Danny.
Okay, I got it. I'll start down there. One there, one's outside in here. One's small. One's wrapping me blue. And one's in our cams. What, blue? Yeah, low mass man.
A jogada do
He's low.
vídeo anterior, isso aí, ó.
I'm in.
Yo, what is happening, bro?
I don't know.
Where the
iniciar janela.
Deixa eu fazer aqui
Pesquisar já
o...
recomendado.
What is
Exato.
going on?
What the is going on? Why are they not hopping the
Avast exibição de tarefa botão de alternância não pressionado 3217
Got the streak that says
marca
6
d'água
zeros.
do canal gráfico botão.
Agora sim vai começar para valer. Quem não viu os vídeos anteriores para ver essa partida aí, mostrando aqui no short, veja o capítulo anterior primeiro, pra vocês não se perderem as entrevistas, tudo.
Ho, ho, ho. Christmas has come early to all the Call of Duty fans as our Black Ops 7 season opener was a banger. 3 days of action in the bank. Now we are coming at you with 3 freshies. We got Nameless, we got Alley Cat. I'm your host, Chris Puckett. Alley, let's start with you. What did you learn in our opening week of the CDL?
I learned that Optic Texas has not missed a step. They are unbelievable, dude.
Optic was crushing. They weren't the only ones. Ant, though, who underperformed. Is anyone on blow-up watch? Any alarm bells this early on?
I would say nobody's on blow-up watch just yet, but after this week, we'll have some answers to that. There are some teams in must-win scenarios, in my opinion.
Allie would be a cutthroat GM. I'll talk about that in a little bit. Right now, though, let's weigh in with our 2 perfect squads. Optic and LA Thieves are 2-0. Breach and Koi also walked away with victories. But if you look at the rest of the field, we have, 3 teams sitting at 1-1 and a whole lot of work to do if your team's like Heretics all the way down to the Falcons. But it's still early. We're not freaking out.
Yeah.
But I think one thing we learned is the top teams are clearly above everyone else. Optic Texas living up to all of the preseason hype. They're the back-to-back world champs and the best team in a 3rd game now.
Yeah, back-to-back world champs, and they haven't lost a beat. The preseason was absolutely excellent. And coming in, all eyes kind of on Mercules. Will he be able to transfer what he did from last year into this year? And so far, so good. A 1.8 in the first match versus the Falcons, just taking over. And then 2 1v2s to get the momentum back against G2. They ask him to do a lot, and he delivers every time.
You quite literally couldn't ask for a better situation if you're Optic Texas right now. You know, the player that you picked up last year that got you that miracle, that got you that world championship, he's great on this game. Not only great, he's saving you in search and destroys. And on the flip side of that, Shotzi obviously has not missed a step either. He's very comfortable with the movement in this game. He says he loves this game when we talked to him last weekend. So if you're Greenwall, you are sitting comfortable.
We got about 10 more seconds here to discuss Optic, but true or false, the haters say Optic does not have a sniper to compete with the best teams in the league.
The haters are wrong.
On Dashy's game, bro.
Dashy, if he he's just so damn good with the AR that he's like, okay, I don't really need to snipe all that often. So if he wants to pull it out, best believe he could take over. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Mercules was elite with the sniper.
Good shout.
Mini-Lee's doing work there. All right, we got to take a look at the other 2-0 team as Optic starts off perfect. The other squad had an even tougher road. LA Thieves able to walk away with a 2-0 victory in the opening week with a 3-0 win over FaZe. That was on opening day, and the super team, well, they looked like superstars that everyone expected them to be back before the Monster Energy launch event.
Yeah, I mean, LA Thieves, look at this roster. It is
fantastic.
Absolutely fantastic. The sub-duo,
todos os jogos demonstrando na tela já rolaram aqui no canal. Ainda vai começar, hein?
Yeah, and after FaZe's next match, that win looks a hell of a lot better if you're the LA Thieves. So LA Thieves, another super team, and
Vejam
it's always
vocês
going to be
que tá
compared to
foda
last
os
year.
jogos.
So far, they look better.
Allie, we saw the matchup against the Riyadh Falcons, and as well as Exnet and Pred tried to play, there seemed to be a difference in terms of squads in the prep going into this matchup, especially in game modes like Overload. So as we take a look at the front line, who's more dangerous in the game, especially in Search and Destroy? When you look at them side by side, these guys are nearly twins. We're, of course, talking about a BZ and Hydra.
Yeah. Loki, I'd say a BZ just because that's the first blood demon, right? That's been his nickname for the past couple of years. And Paco, we know his ceiling, but I just can't get out of my head kind of the first opening we got from a BZ where he was matching Simp in that #1 hardpoint, and then he went to that Search and Destroy and didn't lose the step. So for me, I'd have to go with a BZ.
And is 93% non-traded kills a good number to have?
I would say that's damn near flawless. You're getting kills and you're getting out with your life. Every time we describe a BZ as being that nuisance who can buy you time, he backs it up in the statistical department. He's 100%. Insane.
Simply untradeable. Speaking of
A
trades,
BZ e o outro lá que eu falei muito dele
the man now plays for Toronto Koi, and we caught up with him after a Game 5 victory over Miami.
I've been wanting to play with Toby and Jamie for a long time. And also, like, having the opportunity to play with Joe, literally one of the best subs in the game.
Yeah.
It was just like a no-brainer. Sometimes I sleep up, yeah. Sometimes it's hard, but I feel like now that I'm pretty, like, fluent in English, it's not, like, that hard anymore.
Yeah, of course.
I feel like we're insane in Respawn. We just need, like, a lot of more practice in S&D. We barely, like, practice S&D, so I would say...
Cara de Miami, esse é o time de Miami.
Real finding success alongside Joey D, the American, Kleenex, the Great Dane, and of course, Jaden Insight, the British boy. So let's talk about what's happening here with Toronto, because they walked away with the win. But you're going up against Miami Heretics with Shrakes in his CDL opener match. He got shut down in that game number 1, but seemed to kind of give you issues moving forward. Is Toronto that much better than Miami right now?
I have to say yes. One, because you lose one of your star players in Real, but I mean, the biggest questions for me was in Koi, what Insight was going to be on this game right off the bat. And off that number 1, he was 14 in that initial respawn, so he can hang. And that's big going up against players like Rancor and Super, because we saw what kind of ARs they are and what kind of pressure they can put on the map. So I think for Koi, this was an incredible start out of them, and I 100% think that they are the stronger team versus Miami.
Yeah, I think we were looking at a couple of things. The AR dynamic between Insight and Kleenex, how that would play out. And I think like the stigma around Real is he's kind of a selfish player, how it would work with him and Joe Deceives. And I think it worked well. The two respawns, I mean, 8-0 and Overload, the most dominant one we've seen so far. And then you have the ability to close out a game 5. This team should have a lot of success this year.
Very few teams have gone perfect in a stage when it comes to regular season matches. Toronto is on that list, and they hope to remain that way as they are currently sitting at 1-0 after our opening week. We expect to see them twice this week, but I want to know, with these records aside, that was just 3 days of action.
Yeah.
Where do these teams actually fit in our power rankings? Let's take it to our tier list.
Well, Chris,
and Allie, do me a favor. Start at the top. Who's the best team in the game right now?
What are you saying? It's Optic Texas, of course. They're sitting at 2-0. Mercules is 1v2ing to save S&Ds. That's not even a talk at this point.
Yeah, you can see our tier list here. I agree with Allie 100%. Optic has to be by themselves in the S tier. You're coming off back-to-back world championships, and you haven't lost a step in the preseason. They have been unbelievable. We're our A tier now, Allie.
Yeah.
LA Thieves, gentlemen, talk to me about that.
Like, listen, LA Thieves, I think maybe it was a question mark last week, but once we saw what Kenny was able to do, we saw BZ have a really strong map, number 1. I think they easily are a team that can contend for championships, and obviously, Gentleman Paris. We saw what they did in the preseason, and even though they're sitting at 1-1 right now, it was a game 5. It was tough, right?
And I agree with that. I like both those teams there, and then FaZe Vegas to round it out. I know they lost that 3-0 to LA to kick things off, but when you look at that next series, they go up against the Gentlemates, who we actually have in between them and LA. They dominated them that game 5. I mean, 6 first bloods in a row. The preparation is there. I think they're coming along nicely. They have to round out that A tier. And let's move down to our B tier. As you can see, we have Koi at the top, a game 5 victory. But Allie, the 2 respawns were dominant.
They were unbelievable. And when you look at a team like Toronto Koi, you don't even usually think respawn right off the bat. Not this early in the season. So for me, I think that was really strong out of them. I'd almost want to put them close to that A tier. I'd give them a couple more weeks.
Top of B.
But then, of course, you know, G2, we saw what they were able to do, strong roster. But talk to me about Miami kind of slipping their way up in here.
So Miami pushed Koi to a game 5. Koi, you look at it, you would say they're one of our super teams, so to speak. And Drake started off so slow. I think the sky's the limit. They're going to continuously improve.
Os caras de Miami são muito lentos para jogar.
Initially, especially in the game 4 hardpoint that they were able to take on that Den. I think this team has a bright future. Boston to round out B. They won a 3-1 victory over the Ravens. Not that impressive of a victory. I think we need to see a little bit more.
Need to see more, 100%. Falcons, I mean, it was a good race, but they still have to sit in that C tier just because they're not all on the same page. The team chem wasn't there. The statistics weren't there. Need to see more.
But that being said, Exnid had a great performance on that map 1 hardpoint. They've had a very tough schedule. They played our 2 teams that are at the top of our leaderboard here in the tier list. So I think from roster and what we know those guys are capable of, they deserve to be at the top of C. Cloud9 New York, ability to move up a little bit.
Yeah, all the other teams, I feel like it's just we need more. You know, like we just need a little bit more out of them. They just didn't impress us on week number 1.
And there's one team that we have below everybody right now. They are very far behind, but we have hopes for Legend's future. Hopefully he can improve, but right now they have to be in D tier. Just an abysmal performance.
You're
but
so nice.
This week, they can climb on up. That's the best thing about this. This is a never-changing list. If you're at the bottom, you just got to perform. That's it.
Move them up to C right now. They got Gwyn on that roster. He solo carried in week number 1 to their first L. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to go to a break, but when we come back, it is the first fight of the night here in week number 2. Battle of the Birds. You going Carolina or Riyadh?
I'm going Riyadh.
I'm going green.
Vamos ver o que vai dar aqui, hein, galera.
Hell yeah.
Esse que vai sair já. Cachorro sabe demais, cachorro.
The official controller of the CDL.
Monster Energy, official energy drink of the CDL.
Ele. Ah, o gato de novo. Ele já viu o que ela faz com ele? O gato viu isso, então ele sabe. Vem cá. Vem cá, Relaxa. Vem. É isso.
Representing Riyadh, the Falcons are one of the wealthiest organizations in esports, and they have heavily invested in a star-studded lineup, including 3 world champions. On the other side, you got the Carolina Royal Ravens, who are always in competition to make it there for a Saturday, but we haven't seen them make a Sunday run in years, David.
Yeah, it's been a while, right? And this Carolina team, they've been desperately trying to find the next up talent from challengers. They built this roster now, and you know, there's a guy on this team I love his gameplay. It is crazy. I think he's absolutely sensational. Yeah. He's going to need to be dominant for this team. I mean, both the young guys, right? Because the AR duo and Nero and Slasher did not look good in the first performance.
Let's take a look here at our rosters, Ali, as we welcome everyone back into the CDL, starting with the Riyadh Falcons. They kept one piece from last year. He goes by the name of Exnit. They also brought in Pred towards the end of the year. The new additions, if you look at their success rate, it's hard to expect them to find the best and second best team in the league. Today, finally, you're playing within your weight class. You're taking on the Royal Ravens. So what are your expectations for the crew?
My expectations is them to win this series. I look at the Riyadh Falcons, I look at that series versus numbers like he did last weekend. There's no reason that the other 3 champions, by the way, on this roster shouldn't be able to pull out a win. And honestly, it's worrying if we're going to put that much weight on Exit, because these are players, this isn't a team that's going to win on objective alone. This is a heavy-slaying team. And I don't feel like I've gotten enough from Salim. I haven't gotten enough from Pred.
Eu acho que ela vai levar tapa na cara.
To me, this is the definition of a must-win. Right? If there's going to be a must-win on an opening weekend, it is the Riyadh Falcons versus the Ravens.
Que vai depender do
It's not exactly easy.
Abzu, como chama? Ou do
They spent a lot of money on this roster.
No
this team is ready to, in their mind, they're ready to compete for championships. Now, you lost to the 2 what we would consider best teams. You need to not only beat these guys, you need to dominate these guys 3-0.
On the other side of the fight, we have Carolina Royal Ravens. You said it is a upstart squad, a bunch of youngsters from challengers making it into the big league. You're playing alongside one of the eldest gamers, though, in Austin Liddycoat. The man on the left has raised trophies since 2008, it feels like. And walk me through his role in developing the rest of the squad.
Yeah, so, I mean, we've seen Slasher be tasked with trying to develop people before, like with Snoopy. Didn't exactly go his way. And, you know, on this roster, you're looking at Lurks, and you're looking at Craze with these 2 guys. They're going to have to push pace, but the complements need to be there. Slasher and Nero as an AR duo, they were outmatched in the last series versus Nasty and Cammy. That was the difference. So I think Slasher not only tasked with developing these guys, like he has to get back to what he can do best. Playing his life, being the guy that's holding the power positions, making big plays, finding kills. That matters a lot with some of these young guys, alleviating a little bit of that pressure. So he's the guy that I have the magnifying glass on.
More impact in the KD column is what we're looking for from the ARs. It's going to be a fun series as both of these teams are hungry for a W. The pressure may be more on the Falcons, though. And Ali, I want to know, we don't have a ton of statistics, so give me kind of just your gut feeling here. Colossus Scar exposure. Who does that favor?
I'm looking at the Riyadh Falcons. I think with Exit, he's shown that he's comfortable on Scar. I think Colossus gives him a lot of room, but also just Pred. It gives him a lot of space to get lost, gives him a lot of space to get in their face and be annoying. Carolina's not a very offensive-heavy team, so he's got to start being that front line.
So I'm going to put this out there now, and we'll see if it ends up changing as time goes on. I would like to see Kismet with the SMG with Exnid. I think that dynamic would just be so
Antes de começar o torneio,
at the very minimum, working together with each other.
fazer uma última tentativa aqui.
There's some rounds where Exnid's getting left by himself, like he needs somebody to help him, and that's the reason you brought Kismet into this team. So hopefully that's the story for if you're a Riyadh fan going into this series.
Match is ready. Let's lock in our scuff pick'ems, and we'll make it swift. Ali is going with the Falcons 3-0. Name was where are you going?
I'm going with the Falcons in a 3-2 victory.
3-2 victory, game 5. I'm playing catch-up.
3-2 vai ser, hein? Meu Deus, cara, com o Falcão, hein?
Uh-oh.
I believe in you.
Do you?
Kind of. Go. A little bit. Fans are smarter than I am. Damn it, I lost again. Carolina, let's pull off the upset, baby. On the mic for this first one, we got Maverick. Boys, take it away.
Thank you. Joe, you were just breaking down to me before this. You thought Maverick? Maybe. We might be. I never heard that before, but that might work.
I'm in.
You were telling me how you think Falcons should be an S tier on the tier list.
I did not say that. That is a lie. It's made up BS.
Yes, it is. That is made up BS. So you don't think that at all. But you did. I was talking about the team. And before you and Ann actually had a dialogue about it, you kind of felt similar. Like, Kiz wants to run an AR. But you think with this current roster, need to pull out an SMG?
It wouldn't surprise me. I think that's probably, there's a lot of flexibility on this lineup, right? Towards the end of MW or last year, like Extend was a flex running AR.
Yeah.
So like, there's a chance. I mean, we've even talked about like maybe Fred, the way he sort of plays, how slow he is. Maybe an AR makes sense for him. So like, I think like, maybe it wouldn't surprise me if try that.
We're not there yet. I mean, the fact is you had 2 tough matchups, right? Like you played Thieves, you played Optic.
Amor, vai começar aqui de segmento, de temático quando terminar esse bloco, esse corte, esse segmento
Like you have them in a similar tier when you're talking about results. This is what Falcons should win. You couldn't say that the first 2. Now you feel you should be able to say that.
I think it's just one of those things with like, we added Celium, Pred is on this lineup. Like, we want to get away from what we had last year, which was losing a lot of series.
Yeah.
And let's get away from the bottom. Yeah, it starts with this.
Yeah, well, let's see if they
They've
been able to win one map. That's true of both teams. Hardpoint victory on Scar against the Thieves for the Falcons. Ravens are able to win a search and destroy. So neither team finding much success yet, but it's going to be Pred with a lot of it early on here on Colossus Hardpoint to kick us off. He starts out 3-0.
Yeah, nice start from him. And again, yeah, you have Kismet on this team, so on maps like this, you can run 3 subs. You have a very strong sort of 3-sub trio. Between this is, well, Pred gets 1, actually gets a double, so a very strong start here for Falcons, showing off kind of what we were talking about, that there is flexibility with this lineup.
We'll see if they can make it click. A series that they really feel the pressure to win to get some CDL points going before we get to our first major at the end of January. We'll be headed to Dallas, but still a lot of competition to go. If you're not familiar with how it works, each team's going to be playing 7 matches to fight for seeding going into that tournament. Every 10 points can be so big off of a win. Again, both looking for their first, but even Cell with a sub in hand as everybody's flooding. Slasher trying to stay up, and Slasher guy on the other side. You heard the desk talk about it. Him, Nero need to find some success, but old man Slasher trying to improve things.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget, like Carolina last year at the start of the year, man, they were
like T4, right around there, yeah.
Right? Like top 6, got to a final at our first minor. Like they were a big story. A couple of team changes, everybody else kind of caught up, but it was a very strong start for Carolina, so they want to get back to that.
And they made what, a team change and just never kind of got back to it, right? Like,
yeah, it's just that discussion. Did people catch up? Was it the right team change? It probably wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, that happens though. You make a team change, sometimes it works, sometimes it's not. But we think, for the most part, at least with this year, most team changes we're going to see, and probably going to happen after Major 1. That's usually your kind of rule of thumb. At least play through the first Major.
Yeah, unless the scrims have been awful.
Yeah, true. Unless it's like that bad, you know.
The holiday break does open up some timings where you have a few weeks where, like, all right, if we're going to insert somebody new, this is a chance.
But you'd kind of be surprised if that happened.
I think so.
Okay. Marginal lead here for the Falcons early on, but as Pred started out 3-0, he's still triple positive, 9-3. Teammates there for the trade. Trying to lock down this early time around the point, but Raven's been able to pluck people out of it for the most part. With Celium's gunfight win, Lurks about to be the next up for Ravens to try and get aggressive towards the point. All the kills going through for Falcons. A flank play from Craze is going to get one, but not turn anything else. I guess the one positive you'll take from Ravens, you haven't got any time, but you've been able to clear them out of it a little bit, make it a little bit messy.
Yeah, it feels like
there's a nice way.
Yeah, they've been getting outslayed really till this 4 dead. So yeah, you're only down around 30 points or so. A big rotation though. Exnid going on a long route, and I think he found a timing behind Nero. So this could be a huge moment. The problem is though, okay, Kismet wins that gunfight. So I was gonna say, like, maybe if you allowed that player to get through, it turns into 1 or 2, and then this doesn't really matter. But immediate pressure towards this P4.
Pressure will be here. Got to deal with early B. Kismet just tucked away, lane prone in a corner. He's going to give himself a freebie. Not traded out, is playing it slow as Craze. They kind of send it one by one. And that won't lead to any success for Royal Ravens. I'm a little surprised there. It's like you send one player in, then another one's just kind of, I don't know, holding for the trade. But Kiz is, well, I don't want to say off angle. His corner, though, perfect for the play.
And that's sort of like why we talk about maybe Kiz will end up running a second sub, because just those sorts of plays, we just don't really, Fred, that's not sort of what he's going to do. Exnid has just been the super hyper aggro guy. There's no one doing that, at least so far. And that's just kind of makes sense. Like, that is why Kismet is a world champion.
Beautiful play from him, and now we just watch Exit on 5 in a row. Streak keeps going. Up to 6. What about 10 seconds remaining on old as we get ready for our next hard point. Exit streak will end there. We get into our second set, and I mean, pretty controlled by the Falcons. Yes, they pulled away in that last point, really. It was close until that, so Ravens still fighting, but it seems like Falcons starting to click a bit.
Yeah, I mean, you get pretty much a full 60, 50 points or so at that P4. That really gains the lead, or makes this lead pretty large. But yeah, just from a slaying standpoint, outside of here, you were getting destroyed on a map like Lost. It's just, it's going to be pretty tough to do. I mean, there are just gunfights all over the place. It is constant, and, well, that's how you are going to win on this map.
Yeah, fight. Fighting some more. No, it can be a truly wild one, but this is a moment now for Ravens to try and get back into this.
Yeah, now Falcons with this 50-point lead. Let's see if they can hang on to it. Let's go to a listen-in with Falcons.
Nice time, dead. Nice. I'm picking up right.
I have left. I don't know.
Run. Yo, two right. Go on the right route. 2 of them. He's already back crate. Already deep right. It's deep right platform. Go front.
Give me chase. I'm gonna make that. Or like,
I'm on him up. P1.
One shot side though, one shot looks, absolutely go. Blue steps, one shot.
In the back.
Oh my god, Bulldog. Turn the back. Flank in the mid. Guarantee.
In the back.
I'm playing up front. I have the rest front.
Nothing right.
I have front looks. I have.
You're by yourself.
Help time. Oh, I'm Bjorn. Nice. Go front. I don't need to push MC. Double shot left MC.
Yeah, and then
Three. Do this. One shot.
P1 Nero.
You got one shot.
P1 one time.
I shot out.
Take your time. Rover's in the back.
I'm ready.
Yeah, I'm done.
One shot.
The statue.
Where do you go?
Flash your statue, he's just holding.
Hold it for a second. I'm playing it. I'm holding a yellow pitch up C.
The one's pinching you guys P4.
Back into the action. Falcons looking good so far. The lead still sitting around 50.
Yeah, now Ravens right now just trying to fight on back around 50 seconds or so, but another great P2 hold there for Falcons. You just heard the listen, the intensity from these guys. We heard it all year last year, especially Exnid. These guys just play with such pace, such aggression, but right now it may not matter. It's going to be a 4 dead chance for Ravens.
This is a big chance. Slasher, Craze, both on 3 in a row, trying to lock down the point. Great shots at range here from Lurks. One more to deal with. Tagged up and shallow and thought he was going to be able to win the fight, but does enough damage that should slow down the push from Kiz here for a moment at least. We know how scrappy this particular point can be. A nice multi from Exton, though, actually ends up being huge for them. Allows Cell to get in position, and now you're soaking up some time.
You want to hold these spawns. You see Slasher playing a little bit slow. Nero going to spawn up next to him. I think we saw Craze with the Hellstorm, so you will have that to work with, but this is what they blundered last time. It was Exton, it was Kismet kind of right on this elbow. First gunfight, gonna go the way of Falcons, but the next two go the way of Ravens. So we are just battling for P4 control, and this is how Ravens get back into the game. You see the close spawns are gonna be here. They just have to deal with Kismet, Slasher with the SMG. He's got it, but on the hill, a big one-on-one win for Pred.
No, you nailed it. This is where Falcons pulled away last time. You're hoping Ravens maybe the chance to equalize, but for now inside, it will be Falcons. They're gonna lose a couple of players though, so numbers are gonna be here for Ravens. That's gonna be 2, make it 3 for Narrow. They'll break right back in. So still 40 seconds, a crucial 40 seconds. They get this, within 10, 15 points. They're in a beautiful spot, but now you gotta hold. They've got map control, they've got spawns, they're making the comeback.
Yeah, and I mean, they're just starting to slay. He's starting to get these pop-off moments, but it's a lot easier to do that when you have those close spawns. Can reinforce quickly, but as soon as I say that, it's going to be all 4 dead. But it's with 15 seconds or so. I mean, you would have loved to have it. That's going to be a 30-point swing.
Yeah, it's just going to happen on this map. You know, you hype up a nice triple or something, and then
everyone else is dead.
Then a triple happens on the other side immediately. But now into our 3rd set of rotations.
There's Kiz again going on a big wrap. He's going all the way around. So Falcon, you're waiting on him. This is almost like an S&D route where you're just sort of waiting on this route. And there we go. He's going to find the first.
Finds the first. Great read onto the second. Kiz is making the plays with sub in hand. And you're over there going, you literally off camera. You're like, yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, it makes us, I don't know, when we have that narrative we're sort of discussing. This is what he does, man. Yeah, this is why we were having that discussion. It's twice now. We've seen on rotation, Kismet with a sub in hand make big time plays for the squad.
Yeah, this is just a map where he will have a sub out. Yeah. We're not sure if there's been any kind of change yet. We'll probably find out on a different respawn. But yeah, a couple of massive plays helping keeping the team out in front. Now needing 40 for the W. As Xdid cleans up one after Cell got a pair. They're looking to take the final bit of time. We'll hop the Pred on rotation now. He's going to have the entire team in front of him. Whatever damage he can do will be crucial for the squad. Nearly able to take down 2. Honestly, if anything, it might have been able to just influence Swans a bit for Ravens, but still his teammates able to get into a decent spot. He might just slow down the Ravens rotation a little bit there.
Yeah, I mean, Ravens, you go for that big rotation, well, you better get this break or the game is going to be over. So yes, you have the close spawns, and there we go. They're going to get them out of the hill. So pretty much has to be flawless hard point for Ravens here on out. And just going to be so tough to do on Colossus.
Salim leading the way in the slaying column, having himself a game. Kismet hitting about everything inside the room.
I mean, Lurk's movement there was insane.
Yeah, no, that looked a little wild. Best of luck tracking that, but Kiz will tally in another. Pop the reload before he re-engages. Just 19 needed for the win and back into the point. They can win it here. First guy they can push is going to be Lurks. Now it's going to get staggered for Royal Ravens. They can't go 1 by 1. Everybody has got to send it. I love this from Xdid. Tuck into a corner, catch somebody. Able to do just that. And that should seal it. Unless they get there to pick Celium out of it. Not going to happen. Map 1 goes to Falcons. They're able to win their 2nd hard point now on the year. Take advantage in this series. Last time they went up 1-0. Things fell apart after that, but they're not playing Thieves this time around. Much more winnable series.
No, yeah, and I think probably after that match, they, I don't know, focused hard probably on Search and Destroy. There was like comms from after that map too, where Thieves are like, what in the heck are these guys doing? They are lost. But that's just what happens kind of early in the year. You're trying to play catch up. A lot of times the big focus is on the respawns, and then you're just sort of over to Search, or Thieves just aren't countered them. But either way, this is kind of what you, I don't know, expected from Falcons when you talk about this lineup. Guess who's leading the way? It's going to be Celium with some Celium-looking stats, then everyone right behind him.
Yeah, no, I mean, that was so the talk of the first week. I mean, Cell was not putting up Celium stats last week. This time, they'll dropping a bomb, padding those stats, and putting up a big one. On the other end of it, I think you started to see some fight, but it was like, I mean, you were like 6 and 12 range for, I think, like Slasher, Lurks. Like, they came out and started really, really slow. I mean, the only person really finding kills in volume early on was Narrow. The other guys started to pick it up. The pace started to pick up, but you just, I don't want to say you were in too big of a hole, but you were down about 50. Just guns got hot a little bit too late. And, well, I think if we're talking about guns being hot in a scrappy map like this, you've got more talent on Falcons. You do.
You know, that's what's talking about, like, the subs played pretty darn well. It was the ARs that sort of struggled for Ravens, and now they just kind of flip-flopped. But when you're consistently losing spawns on some of the key hills on this map, P2 and P4 in particular, when you're a sub, you're just running head first and the setup. Yeah, it's just so difficult. And I think that was the key. There were a couple of chances for Ravens to get back in the game. There were 2 P4s. The first one was sort of that Kismet Xdid play where they broke the spawns and then turned it into their big 50-point lead. Then there was a break on that second rotation. I think you were just a step ahead if you were Falcons. It was honestly some really good team play. And then even that P1 break to close the game out, you're waiting on Kismet. Everyone stayed patient. No one threw their life away. It was good stuff from Falcons.
No, it was. Looking to see more of this from this team. I mean, I don't think expectations were insane really at all for them. I mean, people thought they'd be better maybe than they've been so far, but middle of the pack I think was a really realistic expectation. But this is one of the series you probably need to start winning if you're even going to be middle of the pack. Otherwise, you're going to be looking at bottom of the pack as we take a look at
I
game
think
flow.
the concern was just that, like, the monster kickoff was we lost to Doug, right? It's just like that was the concern.
No, that's goddamn insane.
Yeah, no, that was the sort of concern coming into this. Losing the 2 matches they did last week, not a.
And we don't mean like shade to Doug with that.
No, no.
Doug hasn't competed a while. You losing Doug, that just can't happen.
No, 100%. So, yeah, it was just a concern of, okay, now you're playing sort of a better matchup here. How's it going to go? So far, so good.
Okay, well, let's take a look at our maps and modes as we get deeper into this one. We now get to Scar, Search, and Destroy. Ravens got a Search and Destroy win in their first series despite losing 1-3. As you said, Falcons looked a little lost in the Search and Destroy. So we'll see if they find some improvements. You got to give the edge, I think, just to Royal Ravens, just with this, I don't know, slasher team and Search and Destroy. They should be pretty solid. Typically, he's part of a decent search team.
Yeah, and I mean, I think, I don't know, Scar, Search, Destroy just probably makes sense to him the way he wants to play, just sort of pick heavy, rotate back and forth. But you got to get your SMGs involved. Hopefully, you can see a little bit more here from Legend Trace.
We'll see if you can get a little more from Falcons in Search and Destroy. Was there anyone particular you think really need to step it up in that particular mode, or?
No, I just think they were kind of all over the place.
It's hard to pinpoint it when they lost.
Yeah, it's just tough to do. I mean, again, you have guys coming from all different teams. You know, some proven winners in the past, world champions. Everyone's going to have different mindsets on how to play the game. It's just getting everyone on that same page.
No, and Search is just one of those modes year in and year out. It just clicks for some people or some teams early, and it doesn't for others until we get a little bit later. It's like, I don't know, some people just play it and they get it. Some need to like lose a bit, watch other teams get it, and then sort of replicate what they do.
True. Yeah, and again, like you have sort of FaZe style in this from Celium. You have, New York style in this from Kismet. You have Optics style in it, right? They're all world champions. Like they're literally like, no, this is the best way. Like I'm telling you, like we won.
Yeah,
so,
it's got to be an interesting combo.
Everyone's just got to get on the same page.
We'll see if they get on the same page within this series. So far, so good with the hardpoint win. Now, can they replicate it with the Search and Destroy? Royal Ravens bounce back into it. Entertaining map 1. Colossus still, I don't know, it's just a mess to me at times, but at least when a solid team slows it down a bit, like we saw Falcons able to do for a couple of points, we saw some good Call of Duty over that stretch. Now for Scar Search, we'll focus on the first bloods. Maybe focus on like what Falcons maybe are struggling with. I think we have a pretty good idea how Slasher and company are going to want to play this. Just got a pretty good idea.
Yeah, and I think the key last week was like sort of like, I don't know, just sort of switching up the pace, right? Teams were very slow on A. Then we saw some teams being open, like in Thieves, to working that B bomb. Slow round to start. It's a lot of dodge and nades early.
Yeah, no trophies for several rounds. So dodge and nades, wasting utility, calling that out to your teammates. Craze gets tagged. He's 19 HP, but looks like he will stay alive for now. Lurks has moved up into position. I think Preg gets a spot on him, and he's going to back away. So you've taken some ground over towards A if you're the offense in Ravens, but still can be difficult to get this bomb played. I mean, offense just, it's tough here. It is.
You're like wall banging through. It's tough to cross the bomb. That's really the key.
We see a lot of rounds in without it getting planted, put it that way.
Correct, yeah. It's just tough to cross the bomb. You don't have a trophy. That's what teams are waiting for. But you will find that first blood on the Kismet. Still, there's going to be the trade, and well, there's a double P. So Pred's going to find a double. Lurks though on the trade, so 2 versus 2 still need to plant.
Hell of a job by Pred, just giving them a chance in the round after losing their first man. Nice little reach out there from Cell. He's traded out down to a 1 versus 1. Exton, I thought, had the freebie for a moment, but he gets ripped. Both players trying to get back to full. Just over 10 seconds to go. Crazy recouping bomb. Gets the spot, has to plant.
He's got enough time. No, it's just a call, 50-50. Well, goes for the flank. Where did he go? Okay. Crazy, he's going on the flank all the way through. That's why that looks insane. Yeah, he hits the little wall hop there. It almost loses him.
Yeah, I got a little nervous when the shots were what they were on the first chow. But nice little wall bounce to bring it back and take it. Pred's 2. That's going to be what keeps him in it. And that's just like I think Lurks has maybe got the angle to kind of trade that out before the second kill comes in, but it looks like he's kind of behind the post or maybe watching that right side low push. But Pred shouldn't be able to get 2 there.
No, yeah, it's just tough on that time. It's just a good time.
It is.
You're just so focused on that guy lower. So nice shot by Pred there. And I thought in the 2-on-2, I thought Craze was actually going to kill Xnid first, but because Lurks died when he did, he opts for the first trade on a cell. So it was like this. If it's a second later, I think like Craze might end up just winning that round through mid. But sometimes that's just what this game is.
Well, first blood this time to the offense again. Celium and the squad combo needs to find that early pick. So we'll see what the Royal Ravens defense opts to do as you lose the man early. Probably hard to play it as aggressive on A as you'd like to.
As I say, bomb was B side. I thought for a second there they were going to try to just like switch things up, but I think with the first blood behind the nade, Jizz is just going to wrap it back. Now time to start to work this objective. This is all about the numbers game now, and Jizz just going to go right on it. Doesn't see anybody watching the cross, so timing will be good for him.
No, we talk about how hard it is to plant, but a little bit easier after you get that blood, because yeah, Royal Ravens can't take the positions they want to. Exit, he's got it right across at the box. Craze is going to pop. Does he turn it into multiple? He does. Now just try to finesse. Help is going to come in. Yeah, you hope Nero can win that one. Not able to do it. It's going to need to be an ace now from Craze, and not going to get it done. Feels like Craze, another round where he's nearly able to call game.
I mean, a bullet away from killing Celium. It felt like a couple of times, and then, yeah, Pred's just playing the long distance with the AR. But I thought for a second when he was, like, butt scooting to the bomb, I thought he was just about to, like, ninja that thing.
Yeah.
I think that's just my mindset. I love dealing for ninjas. But, yeah, I mean, yeah, you lose that first blood, and Kismet gets away with the bomb clean. Sometimes when we see you lose man advantages on Scar, it's typically post-plant. That player who plants ends up dying, but it was just so...
That was a good vision, though, of like how it can be tricky, though, as the offense when you plant it and back up. Like that box, like there is playmaking ability for the retake 100%. You saw Craze nearly go crazy. But it'll be Falcons with the 2-0 edge early here, able to get it done on offense and defense to start us off. Aggressively pushed up will be Craze, just inside a deli, tucked away in a corner. He's basically got all the kills for his squad so far, and he's looking to get active again.
And he did this last round, but it was much later, so he's doing a little bit quicker now.
Kind of relying on your teammates' comms and enemy pings from fire just to find an opening.
He's got to be careful, because sometimes that player top stairs will just go for a wallbang through the window, but instead he's going to get caught by Celium. So first blood again for Falcons. See, Slasher was just watching that flank, but now he feels like he's got to get involved, so he's going to try to work middle.
Lurks just getting wall banged, ripped, and dropped. Slasher trying to find an opening. Gonna give, I thought maybe Cell another one, but it'll be Xnid that closes it out. So far, so good for Falcons, and I think Cell on 4 or 5 straight now hasn't earned a streak, but maybe get a little bit closer. We'll keep an eye on it.
No, but just in general, just great out of Falcons, right there. They're playing together. Seems like they're always in the right place. Not letting anything bad happen. It's sort of like, yeah, Ravens are the one getting caught in these awkward moments where they're getting blooded, or when they do have numbers, not exactly sure what to do, or just relying on Craze on the offense.
Yeah, I mean, outside of that, the first round, obviously, Preds 2 kind of switches things, but the other, like, listen, A is pretty, it's not, it can be crazy just because of the balconies and pillars and timings of it, but, like, it is sort of like a group up and trade effectively type thing, and when they've gotten bloods back to back, I mean, that scenario, you should be winning that, I think, with the talent on this roster. So they put themselves in winning position, and there's another blood. 5 straight for Cell. Ravens try to get aggressive on both sides, not able to find the opening. Cell gets there and finds the timing, and that's just free.
Well, he just checks it. He just jumps over the wall. So I don't know if they need someone to watch that while they're doing that, because they just run under the plane. I think they're hoping that they don't see him, but he just does that and sees them both, and he's like, okay, I have a freebie.
Yeah, so that's the only thing. It's like we have some standard like 3-lane maps and like structure, but because of the wall bounce, it becomes a little interesting, just the lane checks you can get for free, right?
If you
like,
want to get aggressive, one person just has to watch that from top.
Well, so in the past, you have to like low shoulder or something, or at least get to a position to like hold a head of your shoulder. This, you just jump up and check it. Like,
yep.
That's the one thing. It's like not quite traditional Call of Duty. A little bit different, despite having some traditional maps. Another nade kill for Cell. His streak keeps on going. He's 7-1. Pred gets another. Nero left alone. 1 versus 4. 20 seconds to go. Sniper in hand. Best of luck with that.
They've just never had numbers, really, Ravens. These last 3 rounds have been all Falcons. And on this map, when you're down a man or two,
he was hitting that.
You feel like you have to hit a timing, right, to catch them. off in no man's land or catch them on the bomb, and they just haven't been able to do that. But that just starts with Celium jump peeking just 10 seconds into the round.
Maybe they're liking Scar. I mean, we saw the hardpoint win versus Thieves here. I mean, dominant so far in Search. Pred, vibing, boys clicking, looking for those first 10 CDL points.
Gives you a headband like that.
I mean, I'd look insane.
I think you'd look good.
I don't know, man. Is it connected to his glasses?
It might be. Maybe like they broke or something.
Yeah. I wasn't sure what was going on there. They're trying to triple challenge.
Yeah, now we're kind of desperation mode.
Yeah,
we're trying to.
He's not working.
He's not working. We're going to challenge the Godheady on the plane with our nades, but we didn't find that player, so things not going well. And now you're 30 seconds in the round. Probably don't have a lot of utility left, and you're just playing standard edge.
Slasher, Nero, and Lurks are combined 2 and 12. I mean, it has been outside of a couple playmaking chances from Craze. There has been next to nothing.
Zero.
And I would keep saying it, a broken record, but like, yeah, when you're down in numbers basically early every round, it's almost the equivalent of like losing rotation over and over again in hardpoint, right? Like, it's just hard. The game's hard.
Well, Falcons switching up this time. They've played so standard. Now they're getting aggressive, and well, it was Craze trying to pick up the deep flank, so he does get a trade.
Do they know there's going to be 2 more?
Probably not, yeah. So I like this switch up here. What's been working? Now let's get aggressive. Cell's going to find one. He's on 7 in a row. Stats going to be looking a lot better. He also has the health.
Yeah, let's say. Cell's like, listen, I've been the top KD for however many years in a row. When I'm going to get mine, I'm going to get mine. He's no free kills.
Slasher makes it. Oh my.
Yeah.
Just the timing. But Nero does turn this into a 2-on-2.
They fly at him. Nero gets a second. And Slasher will clean up. And yeah, Slasher, I mean, honestly, just peeking there for a second was probably enough to set Nero up, I imagine. Or he might probably help. Maybe turned ahead.
Turned ahead, 100%.
Yeah, I'd have to watch it back to see if that was the case. But at first, I was like, oh, God, Slasher, what are we doing? Like, wait until you got to get me there.
In that box, but yeah, put shots in, allows Nero just to play his life. So nice little clutch there. Much needed for Carolina.
Yeah, no, much needed. Yeah, good way to put it. They needed a round big time. They're still going to get blooded, right? But this time, at least able to bring it back. And it feels like a team that wants to slow rounds down. They really tried to slow it down there. I mean, it was really the aggression from Falcons. And that's probably what they would love. I mean, Falcons getting over-aggressive, trying to wrap flanks. I mean, it probably plays into maybe what Ravens want to do.
Well, I think what was awkward is that, like, once they had multiple people on the flanks, they
just had nobody.
They all backed up. Everybody backed up. That opened that avenue up for Slasher. So, yeah, maybe Falcons playing a little bit too safe, but still, good switch up for them. And now you have this.
And that should free up the A bomb site. As Cell will be calling everybody out. A bomb site wide open. They'll take the plant off of the streak, or will they? It looks like he hopped on it, was about halfway and hopped off of it. Just worried maybe the timing wasn't going to work out.
They didn't really slow it down, so it didn't float in the air for too long, but they got a first blood through it. You trap 2 players inside of that mid deli. So 2 versus 3 now. And you have Pred starting to lurch his way on up.
That timing is not the best for Slasher. That is disgusting stuff. At first, I thought Pred was going to be a free kill. Slasher turns right before he bounces up. They're hunting for him, not finding him. Pred makes the play. Cell streak really opens things up. Just able to calm everybody and get people penned inside a deli. Nice little bounce back around there after giving one up.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that turns around if Pred does get caught. To Slasher, his spidey senses were tingling there for a bit. The hairs on his arm.
Oh, I mean, he was holding for that exact play.
He knew someone maybe was lurking. I mean, that's what he likes to do. But
he's gonna watch that back and be like, yeah.
Yeah, like this time he is disgusting.
Well, now you're gonna have to win a whole rounds in a row. And for Ravens, I mean, step 1 is try and get numbers if you can early in any of these rounds. But the Cell and Pred duo, 16 and 5, dominating here in the search to destroy. Kiz has got one right next to him, and that should be a free one. Slasher, nice play, just lurking out mid. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I think they want to catch Falcons getting a little over aggressive. And now with the lead, like up 5-1, there's probably going to be some plays like that. Well, can they take opportunity?
It's just a really alert play by Slasher. He's the one getting aggressive, because usually that mid cut is controlled by the defense. He just catches a timing. He went so quick into that spot. So great job by also, who we normally don't sort of see that. him taking space away.
Yeah, I was like surprised it was Slasher.
No,
Tá bom jogo aqui, galera. Tava com
that
a
first
gente lá
one
e
may not
voltei.
matter, 'cause you got one player deep on the flank. That's going to be Exton. Celium, he's got the sniper in hand.
Yeah, of course, it's been Pred and Cell. They've been leading the way throughout, and they might be bringing him back in a
Vamos
3v4
ver
in
como
this
vai
one. But
essa
now,
partida aqui.
due to the kills, they're up a man. Ravens trying to hold on for dear life. Slasher and Nero, good damage in from Slasher. Tries to find an opening across. That's going to bait Pred through and set up Nero for 2. Slasher may not get the kills, but it's a huge round. Now down to 1 versus 1. Exit is a bullet. Trying to get, but I mean, get back to full. I mean, that's round.
Yeah, so
That's a round.
You don't really have time for this. So
Yeah, he had to just send it, and
he's going to be happy about that. I'll just be thinking, what is that guy doing?
yeah, I mean, it's like I get it since he's 11 HP, but like the only win condition is you get the kill. It's like he had to fly at him bullet and just hope he dunks on him.
So yeah, I mean, that round kind of starts and ends. He just finds a couple of timings, and they know there's somebody on the flank. So Nero and Slasher just run forward. They had Celium weak with the sniper. He only has a pistol. Let's just take that gunfight and able to catch the other one.
Well, there's one done. 4 more needed now. 4 Royal Ravens, but maybe starting to find their footing a little bit here in Search, but maybe just in too big of a hole. But yeah, some great players. Great plays from Slasher. Despite the fact he's 2 and 6 still. Sets up Nero for sure in that one. And Cell, similar to spotting this, making sure nobody's pushing through. It'll just be Slasher on that heady. Just trying to put damage down. The rest of the team kind of working their way up towards A. They have 2 inside of Deli.
Look at that stun miss. The wallbang's coming through. Okay, that's what you have to be worried about. But the problem is Lurk died. So Lurk's is going to get taken down from up top. And you have Craze lurking here. That's the sort of the issue.
You just don't need to die there.
Yeah, don't need to die here. Your playmaker is in his spot. This is what you're waiting on, to at least get 1 or 2. But now guess what? You're still down a man.
Craze gets to his box, can't make anything happen. Cell then pushes up the map. Him and Slasher are having that one-on-one extended out on plane side. Finally, they square up mid. Cell able to win it, all to Nero. Bomb getting planted here. Not going to find an opening. Kiss lurking, awaiting, finding the kill. A nice search win there for Falcons. Team starting to click up 2-0. And I mean, now this Ravens team, who we saw some positive things from. He's talking about the Monster Launch Invitational. Things not looking good.
No, tier list might have to be edited.
It might.
In Surge soon. But yeah, we'll see if they can bounce back here in Overload. But so far, our first 2 maps have not looked good. And then just a little, I don't know, discombobulated, I would say. Just not really on the same page. Even just think that last round is the perfect example of it. You're setting up Craze. No reason for you to get picked. Because the position Craze is playing right there, he knows he's getting straight. Like, he's going to die.
Yeah.
Like, you have to then, the play is off.
But he showed he can get 1 or 2 from that spot if someone's looking over him and helping. But then once it's just him, it's like,
no,
then it's definitely a one and done type situation.
Does not help at all.
Yeah, we don't see Slasher, his webcam not working, but I gotta imagine going to be a little bit frustrated because he wants to be sort of Mr. Fundamental. Play the right way, react to what you're doing, and sometimes you just blame it on being short a man. Like, situations are going to happen, but some of the 4-on-4 situations just, someone a little overeager, a little bit too long of a peak.
Again, this is like you've kind of hit the reset button here for Carolina. You have a young team, gonna take some time.
No, it is just how much time do you have? Because unfortunately for you, like, there have been some years where it feels like, building a team from the ground up. Mid-league's very top-heavy, and there's a lot of room in the middle to, like, rise. I don't know, but it's just real competitive right now from almost top to bottom. Like,
not a lot of space.
There's not. So not the best state for them to try and be building something, but we'll see if they're going to be able to do it. Right now, though, in trouble. Ravens in an 0-2 hole. After the break, we'll see if they can bring it back in the overload. Don't go anywhere.
Craze, one of the, and actually we get to say it, the winningest player in Challengers last year. And I got to start right there. You won not just multiple times, but you won multiple times with brand new rosters all the time. Take me through that whirlwind of a Challengers year.
Last year, Challengers was kind of a movie. Like, I had a different team every event besides the last two. Every elite had a different team, and every cup I felt like I had a different team. But like, I don't know, it was just insane. Like, everyone on my teams were just getting picked up. I had to like find replacements, so I made it work.
Do you find that like disheartening, or do you find that like that lights a fire when you're watching guys around you win with you, get picked up, and then you have to go and still grind it out again?
I think it's more motivating than anything, to be honest. Like, seeing my boys get picked up, it's not like disheartening, to be honest, at all.
I would be remiss if I didn't have a chance to ask a question about my co-commentator in your study. What has it meant to be able to kind of come through as a kid, play alongside him and his community, and now have a chance to be casted by him?
It's pretty awesome being casted by him now. Obviously, I've known him for like 6 years probably now. Pretty good amount of time, like since I was like 15. I mean, it's pretty cool. It's dope. It's really dope. Like growing up playing wagers 8s with him and stuff, and then him casting me is pretty cool.
What is one hot take that you hold on to right now that is going to start an instant debate in the team facility?
A hot take? I got one. I think it'll get Austin fired up. Jetpacks are overrated.
What's the first word that you're saying when you get cheesed in game?
Yeah, all right. Something like that. Something about that.
Rapid fire team questions. Who's the team troll?
Lurks.
Who's sleeping through an alarm on match day?
Lurks.
Who's the teammate most likely to rage off stream?
Austin.
Who's surviving for the longest if you placed them randomly in the wilderness with no resources?
Austin.
Who's the one player that you're most excited to see on the map?
Mamba.
I love that. I love that. Okay. Sweet. Crazy. Thanks so much for taking the time. Best of luck this weekend. Super pumped to see you on the map.
Appreciate it. I'll catch you on the field.
Yes, sir.
We get it?
Yeah.
GG!
Boom. Let's go.
Garrett.
I want to say that I was not trying to curse us. I did not. I thought it was 250 kills. So when we were up 70 kills, I was like, "There's no way we can lose."
Yeah.
Now it makes.
Dashing on the force spree coming in from old time, and I love this. Well, now shots.
Can't read this. Yeah, what a play. He should let one walk past. Yep.
Here comes the first.
Free two-piece. Great play.
That is
free. Gorgeous.
And we get
is that gonna flip spawns? Yo, that was beautiful by
for the Falcons, and Optic are starting to figure it out.
And you know what?
Yeah,
that ain't gonna show up on the scoreboard. But what a play.
You stay L triggered. Merc's there for
just
2.
broke the hill basically
there for the
by himself.
Kill.
This is perfect. Just funnel them green. We have this grandma rotation. 10 seconds left.
I think it's certainly right now.
Scuff, the official controller of the CDO.
Monster Energy, official energy drink of the CDO.
We're back, and this one's looking like a hot 3-0 so far. Falcons
might have a couple of those today.
Yeah, no, we might. We were looking at it, like, hey, we might have some quick ones today. We'll see. That's all right, dude. It's all right. Well, it wasn't quick days.
Last time.
Yeah, absolutely. Go out, enjoy the weather. Beautiful. I just saw there's like a winter storm warning tomorrow, though. We're getting like we're getting 4 to 5 inches. You're driving. We're gonna make it in, dude. You got 4-wheel drive?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, all right, that's good. I wasn't sure if you did. We'll see if we're here. Hopefully we'll make it in safely. But back to the match. Cell has been an absolute monster. We're going to see how this team shapes up leading towards Major 1. We still have a ways to go towards that. Again, each team playing 7 matches. We've got 1 or 2 really done for most squads. But yeah, this is kind of what we hope to see from this team, what we hope to see specifically from a player like Cell. He's always a guy, even when like that FaZe team was not playing well, still got his. Like, especially I think of Vanguard. Like Vanguard, I don't know how they got all those seconds, but he was literally dropping a 1-2 every single series, even when they looked like I didn't know if they knew what direction to run sometimes in hardpoint. Like they drove us insane. But Cell was dropping bombs.
Yeah, I mean, that was sort of like the first year where we were like, dude, these numbers are.
Yeah, I was like, that don't really make sense. How they
don't make sense at all.
They just lost a hard point by 150, and he's 40 and 20. I was like, what?
That's how it was. But so far, they're up 2-0. You see those stats right there. This guy, 1.87, he is dominating, was the highest kills in the map number 1. We just saw he goes on that streak in map 2. Let's see how they look in Overload.
They're going to need to get locked in every mode if they're going to contend with the top teams who they suffered losses to early on in Optic and Thieves. And just with it being a new mode, like I feel like it's a really good opening for a team if they do put the work in, if it does click for them a little bit before other squads. It's not like it's overly complicated, right? It's similar to other modes we've played, but it's still new.
No, 100%. Yeah, this is where you can kind of.
That's a quick score.
Yeah, set yourselves apart. And as you said, 40 seconds in, and there's just, again, just the slaying has been so lopsided in this matchup. You are a Falcons fan, you are happy because this is kind of what you were hoping in matchups like this.
Dude, yeah, Ravens are getting just slammed. They've got 2 kills so far.
I thought you were going to talk about the moaning again.
There's a 2-0 lead. Wait, I didn't get the moan. You got the moan?
I got the moan.
Oh, I didn't get the moan.
I've been having a moan.
I'm pissed. I want more moaning.
No, I'm just happy that, like...
You saw it was all, like, the Scump of them saw heard it too, right?
Scump heard it last week. He's like, dude, I thought that I was getting messed with.
Yeah.
No, it's like, no.
Yeah, no. Dude, when it hits, it hits.
No, it was deep in my ear. A couple of times there.
Well, finally, a couple of kills for the Royal Ravens. We'll see if they can turn this into some offense. They need to pick the player towards the MP. That was Cell. They're able to shut him down. And now they look for another opening. Numbers here for a moment for Royal Ravens. The numbers are growing. They haven't grabbed EMP yet, but they've gotten a nice stretch of kills. Unfortunately, now everybody off a spawn for Falcons. It's time to play defense, and that defense just gets blown up.
He's trying to do it
Slasher with
himself.
a double, tries to go through, doesn't get in. Goal line defense is there. I think he just thought I hit that nade. I got 2 on in.
No, yeah, he's pushing it, just trying to go. Almost hits the timing, comes down to a 1 versus 1, but Pred able to find it. Really, you were hoping Lurks found one because he was setting up that pinch through window room, but they picked that up if you're Falcons, but another chance here. It's gonna be 3 dead. It's top side. If you are Ravens, this is the side you want up, but Drake's shots out of exit, a wonderful snap. Then you're just sort of waiting for your teammates again. The player in the window room that time was crazed. Doesn't find a kill, but I think slows down the Falcons, allows you to get the score.
All right, so Ravens now back into this.
Yeah, it woke up?
Yes, yeah, no, I was real worried after the opening sequences.
2 minutes.
Yeah, no, 100%. But
2 minutes is a long time.
It is. They've got 2.5 still to work with. Trying to maybe even this up. They've chest bumping the stairwell. Celian will be able to win that. Lurks though, timing him behind. He'll get the kill, put pressure to the spawning players, or maybe he's just gonna, I thought he was gonna put pressure to spawn. He tries to catch somebody out towards mid, and he's gonna end up dropping. And yeah, I thought he was just gonna play. I thought he was just gonna play for the spawn killer.
Yeah, he was trying, but he backs up to his team. But Ravens right now down 1 and on the attack. Let's go to a listen in with Ravens.
Let's go mid. I'm there bottom P3, hold on. There's a thing here.
Yeah. Top P3. Because I could look.
Kill P3. P3 jumped out. Nice, good shit.
Go right, guys. They might be chasing con. I think they're chasing con.
He's top P3, top P3. Top P3. Okay.
Top P3 MC. Top P3 MC, one's out.
Laying left short.
There's exit. I'm up right.
L, X. On bomb. On A bomb laying down. One short on me. On A bomb. Dead. One short. Yellow and short.
I'm mid Pred, one shot.
Yeah, yellow.
Top crate. Kids top crate and another one bottom crate. Yeah. Pillar. Top ring. One to top P3.
Low right me MC.
Nice.
Low right MC. Hard stun.
Short. Done.
MC. Ultra weak. Let's go.
I'm going P3, guys.
Let's get kissed.
He's awesome,
right? I'm alright. Yeah, you can be deep on me.
P3, top P3, kids. Dead.
Nice. Two back right.
Back plat, weak kismet. X-nid, 1 shot flag, guys. He's on P3, I think.
Deep kiss.
Yeah, I'm
One's gonna be P3, I promise you.
He's gonna fly out. Deep on me, kismet.
For a second, they were pretty good position to attack, but it was like Craze kind of solo child, then Slasher kind of solo child.
Well, it seemed like they wanted to wrap it left. And
is that the play? Okay.
I think that's what... I don't know why they made that call, but then as soon as Craze died, he was the only player that could really help them rotate it back towards the top side. Yeah. It's a little, again, kind of what we've talked about, just feels like, I don't know, comms-wise, how they want to play a game, not on the same page.
Yeah, I thought that Craze was just going to kind of tuck away, wait for them to engage so he could pounce. But yeah, the timing just a little bit off, but that's, yeah, we've talked about that through the hard point, through the search, just tiny misplays or just misplays in timing. X did just melt Slasher. Nice little snap onto the second. Now a chance for them to maybe get forward and score. Going to win the 1-on-1 towards EMP. Probably able to do that. Hit the gap and get through. A late first half score there for Falcons as well. It was all Falcons in the first minute and a half. Then Ravens start to fight for some control, but all that fight, it feels like for Ravens, kind of dissipates. And it might get worse if these final 30 seconds, if Falcons are somehow able to score again. That would be painful. Will there be an opening? Trying to find kills. 20 seconds to go. EMP down, that will end it. So
it's always so abrupt. He just dies.
No, honestly, it's like, so guys got flashbang.
He died halftime.
Yep, halftime.
But yeah, I think just a very good start there by Falcons. Had him in a spawn trap, as we'll take a look at the highlights here. But then, yeah, Ravens came alive. But you can just see this early scoreboard was very ugly. We're thinking we're going to have a very long game, or very short game. But then you bring it back for Ravens, and there was a chance, I think, to tie it up at 2 apiece. But yeah, we heard in the listing.
Well,
something happened.
A couple, whether it was the first push where Slasher got the 2 kills with the nade and kind of just solo yellows it. Almost got through. I mean, hell, I thought he was going to get there. Got stopped right at the goal line. And then, yeah, just didn't really figure out how they maybe wanted to execute that one time. But it's a 3-1 scoreline, but yeah, I mean, it feels like it could be maybe 2-2 to finish that first half, but that's not what it'll be. So work to do for Ravens now to bring it back in this second half. They need a much better start.
No, that's the key.
Yeah.
As early in these games, they're just going down by a large amount, and well, Falcons just hanging on to that lead. That's what they have done so far. As Kismet is just all the way in the spawn, so you're gonna play off him. You can see his position on the minimap, number 4, just trying to buy time or just be annoying.
Well, it should be. It allows the rest of your team to push the map, right? Like, it just gave them some freedom. 2 or 3 players really trying to deal with.
Well, I was thinking, like, you can just leave him there, right?
Yeah, no, true.
Like, they're not moving the EMP whatsoever. So it's one of those things where, guys, he's behind us. Like, can we go forward? But yeah, just deal with him.
Yeah, it's just like, when will he maybe shoot in the back? It's just tough. Someone's got to pick it up. But through all that wackiness early, nothing really done objectively. Everybody kind of still fighting for control. Speaking of like flank plays, Pred might be the one to do it now. They're going to wait to see if Pred can make a play to open things up for him. But Ravens applying pressure. On the offensive side of it, Pred is the one that's going to try to slow this down, make sure they can't get EMP control. You get all the kills you want, but if you don't get the objective, you can't do anything with it. Now you've cleaned up Pred. You've got Lurks pushed up. Great opportunity here. They're going to take it bottom side due to Lurks' position. You got to win some gunfights, though, if you're going to shut it down. I thought Lurks almost got just slammed, but still a chance. That chance is now gone as Exit gets 2. Lurks was still weak from that first fight.
Yeah, I think if Slasher wins that gunfight, that's probably a score.
And if Lurks is clean, too, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, I think they know he's there, so he's going to get traded out. But yeah, you're just hoping. He's just really, I'm going to buy as much time as possible, let the nades maybe be focused on me. But the guy with the EMP, he's just got a pistol. So if he takes a straight up gunfight, it's probably going to be a loss.
Yeah, I mean, pistol's good and all, but
yeah,
it should be a loss, hypothetically. Just tucked in the corner, waiting for that EMP to move forward and able to shut it down. And well, with a lot of just kind of neutral objective right now, plays great to Falcons, who have that 2-point lead. They're happy to kind of fight in a stalemate for this entire half if they need to. All the pressure to Ravens to find some openings. Some EMP is going to reset out to mid-map.
And they've had a lot of map control. There's always just been this one more player. You need EMP control. And you just have had Pred or Exton be so annoying. Like, you have ring control again. This is the second or third time where if you're Carolina, you've had players in this position. The problem is the EMP hasn't moved. It still hasn't. Exton is buying so much time.
He's just been in their window. Like, he's been in their window with a perfect line of sight on EMP. Like, until he's dead, you're not grabbing
it. Yeah, now you got to do it again, right? So, all right, we lose ring control, but all right, we have EMP. The problem is now everyone's up for Falcons. They can have a very stable defense here.
Still, though, an opportunity for Ravens to get within 1. Got to start executing. Well, that might disappear before it begins, or does it? Nero some damage into the third player. That's the cue for Lurks to get on forward. He's able to finish it off. Opening is in, and there's the score. So you lose the first 2 players, and then basically 2v4 for the score there. That's incredible from Ravens, but we're not done yet. Just under 2 to go. They need another score.
And they do have topside control. All of Falcons, though, starting to rotate back. They're able to win a couple of gunfights. Just some tough timing there for Lurks. He was getting pushed up. Yeah, again, it just starts with this EMP, and I have no idea how Kismet got that kill.
Straight headshots.
Just all head, yeah, 3 bullets from the pistol to the head, and that is a gunfight win.
It just smokes them, and now you got to get a stop. They get a score here. It could seal it. Pressure is in. EMP going through. Big kills from Kiz and Celium, and now all that work he did if you're Ravens, it is gone. 2-point lead again for Falcons. Close to a 3-0, but we're not done yet. You just need some insane plays if you're Ravens. And while we've seen some insane overloads, we've seen some insane ones here on exposure. Maybe a chance now for more insanity.
Yeah, Lurks just grabs the EMP. I thought he was going to maybe try to get pushed up. He was the first one off spawn. I don't think you want to be the first one off spawn to be grabbing it. That's when you want to apply the pressure based on what we've seen from our top teams. And, well, he just kind of slows down, right? You just have a pistol now. But yeah, maybe they just want to control possession. Didn't want them to play keep away.
Maybe that's the case, but is still technically possible. They're just going to have to get all of the kills. Pred able to get 2 from mid. It's bottom side spawn. Forward man's going to be crazed. He's going to grab him. The rest of his team is coming off a spawn. Can they get to him? He's just going to go for it. Maybe find an opening. Yeah, it's his desperation time.
Yeah, do the timing, that reset, 10 seconds. They know they need 2 scores, and yeah, it's just...
Yeah, I mean, hell, he got closer than I thought he was going to be honest. But Falcons, after the early struggles with the start and kickoff of the league, now on the board. They get the 3-0 win. They get 10 CDL points, and now, hey, listen, you're looking like maybe you can make a run to get a winner's bracket start. As Ant said, though, the schedule, it's not easy going forward. This is one you had to win. You did win, and you look solid in the process.
I mean, listen, second weekend of the CDL and first win, a lot better than last year. It was like the 18th weekend.
That's a really good point, Joe.
Yeah, it is. Hey, listen,
that's a really good point.
Small victories. It's a new year.
Yeah, I mean, you won a hard point your first series, Joe, or second series.
That's a good point, too.
That took until
small wins.
I mean, last year, we might still be waiting from last year's team.
Small wins turn to big wins.
That's true, Joe.
That's how it's a 3-0.
There's a small win. They get a 3-0. We'll take a look at some of the stats here from the map 3 exited. Leading the way with 30, but honestly, pretty much a team effort. When you just look at the damage, everybody involved on the Falcons side, they came in like a hammer to start that first half. And honestly, it's funny. Like, they win by 2. They were up 2-0 within the first 60 seconds.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, there were a lot of big moments throughout it, but that's what I'm looking at. I mean, you put in 2 in that opening 60.
Yeah, I think, like, the second half, they just controlled, I don't know, they were just annoying. Like, like they did a very good job of making sure either Exton or Pred were in top window, making sure EMP wasn't advancing, because honestly, it felt like Ravens were in control for most of that second half.
And if EMP was at a different spawn, those exact plays would not have worked out. But with it being at the mid spawn, yeah, that window was insane. Like, you saw what the POV looked like. Like, best of luck grabbing that. Like,
yeah, just wasted so much time. So great job there by Falcons, looking clean. Yeah, it's good showing.
Absolutely good showing. And you got to be worried now for the Ravens a little bit. I feel like we were just having this conversation on the other side, but
yeah, it's like, are we worried? I don't know. Just not high expectations whatsoever.
That's true.
And I think you were hoping kind of like what you put together last year with like a top 4, top 6 team. Worked out again early, but just not happening.
I guess I was just hoping it was one of those teams like a Rocker last year, or somebody that's like competitive, pushing people to map 5s.
Yeah, I think it could be like I've
chance to win.
We've seen moments like I thought Trades looked pretty solid that series. I think Nero looked pretty good on the AR again in the respawns, but just as a team, not on the same page.
Not on the same page. We'll see if they can get things together before we get to Major 1 at the end of January. But to break down that first series, Des, talk to us.
That was faster than I expected, and I am already on tilt with my predictions. Carolina underperforming, to say the least.
Yeah.
Allie, you were saying something that just on paper, this looks like a team diff. You have a 3-time world champion squad against some rookies. And the name was, you were saying that that's not always going to be just a staffing issue. You can solve for this problem, but that will take them a while, right? What does Carolina need to focus on moving forward here?
I mean, it's teamwork aspect of everything. I mean, there are a couple moments where like the game gets silent on that map 1 Colossus. Obviously, Kismet's taking a route, or somebody, right? And you see it again in that overload. Multiple times we have a push going. Xnid comes from behind and finds 2 kills. So to me, that means either the comms are a little bit frantic, or in practice, like they're just not improving, because these are things that we're starting to see teams consistently pick up upon in these games. So Royal Ravens just definitely behind. But, you know, to Allie's point, when you just look at it in a vacuum, you look at these rosters, like the Riyadh Falcons have a more star-studded roster.
And the weakness of this squad is supposed to be Xnid. He leads the lobby not only in damage, but he also drops 44% accuracy. That is going to be best in the game. Are we expecting SMGs to average above 40?
Hey, listen, Vivid set the tone for that for years, right?
No wasted ammo.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the kid's got a clean shot.
Yeah.
I mean, talk to him about Falcons.
Well, so on the side of Xnid, like, we've watched him develop as a player, right? Like, this is a guy who has gone through the trials and tribulations and has come out as one of our better players, and you put him on a star-studded roster like this is as we expected, right? It's supposed to be a dominant win from the side of Riyadh Falcons, and yes, for Carolina Royal Ravens, sure, like, it's the start of the year, it's a new roster, you got some rookies on it, you know, it could take some time to build, but there are teams that have completely changed before in the past, and you could even see like moments where it's like, okay, you can see where the chemistry might be able to build a foundation to build on. I just don't feel like I see a foundation on Carolina Royal Ravens right now.
It's not Vancouver
SMG,
pre-Neptune is what you're saying.
They're dropping 0.7s. You don't really have a front line, and you're supposed to be more of a defensive side of the team. Even your ARs are struggling. I just don't see a net for this Carolina Royal Ravens.
Carolina's got time to figure things out, but they need to start putting up some wins. We'll see if they can get it in their next matchup. For now, though, this is the first 10 points for the Riyadh Falcons on the season. Congratulations.
Yeah.
This took them 2 stages last year to get to this position, and it came in part to the effort from the front line. Walk me through these numbers from Pred and Exnid.
Yeah, I mean, listen, this is exactly what you want to see for your Falcons. And this is why when we were talking about Falcons in the pre-show, I said, I'm not out on this team just yet. They had 2 very tough matchups to kick things off. And I was happy that they had this match versus the Ravens. And I said it, they needed to 3-0 these guys, right? Because you need to draw a line in the sand like, hey, we're here to compete. We're trying to win championships. They're not the level of the LA Thieves or the Optics yet, but there is a difference in pace of play,
100%.
in the players that they have on this roster than the teams that are at the bottom of the league. And you saw that, map number 1. If there's a meta in this game where there's going to be 3 SMGs, they're going to be unbelievable.
100%.
They're Colossus. When you have Pred, Exit, Kismet all running SMGs, it looks ridiculous.
And it's Celium looking over you, by the way, that drops 1.74s. I mean, we had the Celium index last year for a reason, right? So it almost comes back to like they have a foundation. I see Riyadh Falcons, they play up against a team like Carolina Royal Ravens. You know, people outside of the S, people outside of the A tiers, they have a foundation to work with. And Exnid, for me, he has been a pleasant surprise in the way that he has been able to adapt to this game. When I'm looking at the mini-map, it is Exnid trying to make a heads-up play. It's not just that he's gunning. He's not just holding a pre-aim. He's actually actively trying to get into the mix and do something.
Shout out to us. We called it way back at EWC. The very first time we saw Exnid take a stage, there was potential there. Now he's playing amongst one of the greats who joins us live. It's the 2021 World Champion, the King Cobra himself, Mr. Celium. Cel, how we feeling rocking the Falcon green?
Yeah, let's take this new look.
I mean, I'm feeling good. What's up?
What's this new look? The headband.
Yeah, we Jackson Dart inspired? What's going on?
Oh, yeah, it's for my glasses. It's for my glasses.
Okay.
I wear it because, yeah.
Keeps him locked in.
Yeah, it keeps the glasses off his face. Celium, congratulations on the win, Riyadh Falcons. I want to ask you kind of what the transition for you has been like, obviously being on Atlanta FaZe for the past couple of years with the same kind of trio, now kind of being tossed, not I want to say the wolves, but it's definitely a different dynamic.
Yeah, I mean, it feels good to be honest. It's a breath of fresh air for me. I'm still getting along with these guys. I'm still learning like the tendencies and stuff. So it's definitely a learning process, but I like it.
Celium, first of all, insane numbers once again. Back to what you've been doing best for years. I wanted to ask you about the dynamic and the roles of this team, okay? Because when we look at it, you know, Pred, Exit running the subs, but when you guys had the 3 subs out on that map 1, it just looks so fluid. You guys look so good. Is this something you guys have tested between those 3? Who's the best sub duo?
I mean, to be honest, it's just like Kids is a natural sub, so any 3 sub meta map, our team's gonna be insane because we have 3 natural subs. So, yeah, I mean, it just feels good with like on those maps.
Can we dive in depth a little bit too to the search and destroy? So last week on the opening weekend, you guys looked like you were far behind in that game mode. Today, I mean, you guys had your default strats. Everything was working well with you on the island. How'd you guys fix it so fast?
Just this last week, our team focused on S&D and Overload. Like I feel like our hard points, like it's pretty good, but our S&D and Overload needed to work. So I thought we tried like prioritizing this past week.
Celium, there was a lot of haters out there that were hoping you guys would look like the Falcon squad of the previous season. That is not the case, and you proved that it was just a scheduling issue on week 1. You lose to Optic, you lose to LA Thieves. What are your personal expectations going into the first major?
Well, right now, it's still a work in progress. Like, we're still getting better as time goes on, but I think Major 1, I definitely think we can make some noise with our team. It just, our team just needs to put the time in and just keep going hard every day, so that's all it is.
Final question for you from the community. What's the support system look like? What's the coaching staff? Who all is working behind the scenes?
It's amazing. I mean, obviously, Clay, 3-time world champ, coach, you know, so he's our head coach, and then we have JP on the back line, you know, assisting Clay. So it's amazing, man. I mean, I'm still learning with these guys, and I like it here.
That is Celium. He likes it here. He's getting paid to do it, and we like watching it. Celium, congratulations on another dub, this time with the Falcons.
Thank you.
That is McCarthy.
I would like it there too, man. Go live. Same way. I like
all high vibes. We are going to a break. We come back. It's Boston looking to remain perfect, taking on a very tough G2. Don't go anywhere. It's week 2 of the CDL.
They gotta get it, bro. What?
Oh, what the f?
What?
Oh my god. Hey! Oh, good play.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL.
Monster Energy, official energy drink of the CDL.
One time. They're dead. One more behind me. Time. That's that time. He's left. Nice. Just finish it.
Yeah, we'll run him. I told you we'll run him, bro. Middle, run. I'll get bomb checks. I'll go top and get bomb checks. Hold pinch fire. Sure somebody gets bomb checks. I'll get bomb checks. He can go third. He's telling you. Back on.
Not weak.
I'm upset. He said, should be sent. He said something. What was that?
With another nice shot from Dashy, though.
Some bad timing. He is going to
find him. It's just Kleenex scrambling, trying to get around, drops in between. Dashy with all four and the defuse. Talk about the ice. Did he get it? It was very close. Oh, he doesn't hit it. I thought he had it. I think there's a miscomm there. There's a miscomm.
What is this
9 and
little
4.
spot? What?
Oh, that looks very uncomfortable. Very, very uncomfortable.
No, it does. Yeah.
You're basically balancing your nipples on a metal pole.
For some, that's a talent.
Yeah?
Alright, hey chat, watch this. Alright, we gotta just go play the game. Let's take a look at this bad.
Obviously having a big performance there over at that Train Hill. This guy is looking to finally really pick it up. He's had a few slower maps, but I guess he's finally caught his bearings. Now 16-9 and forcing the issue on the flank. He's inside of their face, and that's going to be 5 in a row. How about 6? It's 6 for Capsimal. He is woken up and erupting right now on the Subliners, making 8 in a row.
This is not a test. This is your emergency broadcast system announcing the Boston breach sanctioned by the CDL. All weapons have been authorized for use during the breach. No restrictions. This is breach, not a test.
I'm a big stepper when I walk, money maker when I talk. Another boys on a mission, never put them in a box. Clawing to the top, jaws open while they watch. Yeah, I'm getting to the chicken, I ain't never gonna stop. I'm the life of the party, know it's going down. If they wanna talk about me, I'ma tell them how. I'ma tell them. Everybody wanna be like me, fast lane, steady whipping 2 doors off speed. Everybody wanna be like me, but that's something that they never gonna be.
It's my new favorite team in 2027 taking on the Boston Breach. Well, 2025 and 2026, but I think these guys are staying together forever.
Yeah.
Look at the way G2 has assembled a roster. You look at the lineup, and it is going to be fun to see what Mamba and crew can get done. If you tuned in to week 1, there weren't a lot of expectations. People thought this was a team that was going to be in the middle of the road. Nameless, you just put them in your B tier, right, for the power rankings?
Yeah, they look good, particularly in Search and Destroy. And then also, like, coming in to the year, people didn't have a lot of expectations, but they're starting to build those because the preseason was excellent for these guys. And then to kick things off, 1-1, but the series versus Optic was competitive. They could have went up 2-0 in that series, and particularly a guy that we've been ISOing, Kremp. He's been sensational.
Yes. Allie, now, we said with Carolina, you would not be a very nice GM. You would cut the roster and start over. If you were the GM of G2, who are we investing heavily in to lock up as a long-term player?
To lock up long-term, that's a tough one. I want to lean Mamba just because he is a rookie and what he has been able to show us over the past 2 years.
Good value.
But if you want to go outside of the rookie, I'd say I'm probably investing in a Kremp. We just know the explosive power that he has in that SMG. And for G2, I was worried about them because of their opening teamwork, but they proved that they can fight back into a series, and I think that's going to be the most important thing for me. I think we might go game 5.
And I'm watching Kremp today. Who are you looking at for Minnesota?
Yeah, I'm going to be watching Kremp as well. I mean, I said it, in preseason, he could have a career year. The way this game plays, I mean, right now he's #1 in Slayer rating, which kind of factors in all the different things you need to be an effective Slayer. He's been unbelievable, and I think a lot of it is because of the duo he has in Ezreal. Another guy who's willing to push pace. He can go on his own streaks of himself, and that's going to just take some pressure off of Kremp as a player. So, yeah, he's the guy definitely that you'll be looking at to take over games.
Historically, it doesn't matter who is in the starting lineup. Minnesota owns Boston 6-0 for Minnesota over our Breach, who is now sitting at a perfect 1-0 after an opening week. So now what do we expect for the Breach? They had to bring in a new piece. Nasty is one of the great free agent signings of the offseason in my eyes.
I 100% agree. I mean, we've been talking about Nasty for a while.
Yeah, absolutely. And Nasty, especially last year when he was on that Vancouver Surge squad, we got to see what kind of player he was, right? He became a very consistent, very high-octane AR, and you put him into this Boston Breach slot. This upgrades this team that was already getting top 3s last year, that was already trying to battle into conversation of, hey, we're not just middle of the pack, like, we can make a run on Sunday. But my thing for Boston Breach right now is you go back to this Royal Raven series, and what we saw just now, it doesn't look as impressive. So now versus G2, I need to see Snoopy, who started 1-12 in that first hard point. He needs to be hot. He is the investment of this team. He's in what he's built around for Boston Breach.
And look at that bottom line. Hardpoint sweep versus Carolina was the first time winning 2 hardpoints since April of 2025.
And that's my exact point about this team. How Allie highlighted Snoopy starting off slow. That is why you bring in a guy like Nasty, right? Because there were so many times last year where it's like, okay, Boston making a leap, top 6 team. Where's the consistency, though? When they play a bad team, don't play down to your competition. You have to be able to draw a line in the sand and rise to the occasion. Despite a guy like Snoopy not performing, what happened? Cammy went off with the AR most damage in the lobby, and Nasty plus 25 in the series. The ARs could take over and close the series for them. And as you see, the map layout we have here, Colossus, that is a tough map 1 to go up against Kremp and Ezreal.
Kremp and Ezreal versus Snoopy for this opening matchup. Purge, of course, will be in the mix as well. We go to Raid for Search and Destroy, and then a double dose of Scar for Overload and Hardpoint. I think we're at least getting 4 maps.
Yeah.
It's time to lock in our scuff pick'ems, and I'm going to open this one up with Kremp and G2. I think the Minnesota squad is just outside the bubble. They move into that bubble by the end of Major 1.
Yeah, I think these guys are kind of in the same stratosphere. I think it's going to be a competitive series, but I have G2 taking this one as well. I got them winning in 3-1.
I got to give you guys an opportunity to catch up at some point. I think we're going to go game 5, and I think I see Boston winning it. I think I have a little bit more faith in the consistency, but I wouldn't be shocked.
Just after seeing that map 1. I mean, if they win map 1, then
if they win that map 1 for sure, but I think they go down 0-1.
Most importantly, Allie or the fans, one of you is wrong, the other takes the lead, and we've got 2 great casters for this one. Show some love to I Hold Shift for all of his interviews with the competitors about to be seen.
Hey, glad you guys are enjoying it, man. It's going to be a fun one to kind of continue through. And I like the setup for this series overall, because for me, I look at this as kind of a prove it match early. G2 finding a lot of success at that huge lower bracket run in the Monster Invitational, split the difference in week 1. Boston fell short in the preseason invitationals, but had a really good opening in week 1 as well. So this kind of, for me, establishes who's top 6 between these 2 squads in my mind.
Oh yeah, I'm right there with you, my friend, because at least for G2, like they show that they fight, especially in that series versus Optic. First 2 maps were very competitive. Even the map number 2, some people would say it was a choke. You got 2v4 multiple rounds, or even 2v1 by Mercules making some insane plays. But those guys, they have a good understanding of the game. It's just the firepower that was the difference toward the later half of that series. It's gonna be totally different going against this Boston squad who don't have those kind of top slayers, especially when you got these 2 guys on your team.
Yeah, Kremp is about to make his appearance in map number 1. Estriel, though, you know, we talked about it, you and I, when we were kind of framing up our series versus Optic. I think Estriel's going to be enabled to kind of do Estriel things this year with this roster based on what we've seen so far. He has been nitty and gritty inside the objective, whether that be especially in hard points, but also just playing around bomb sites. He can play rattier corners because he's getting so much oversight and a lot of help from players like Skies and the debut rookie of Mamba. So I think it's interesting because I feel like for Estriel last year, there was a lot of weight thrown on him to kind of do it all. And now he can kind of ride in his own lane. And he showed that, yeah, he's got the individual skill to at worst go 1-for-1 as an objective style SMG.
Yeah, they got a good understanding of the game. Between him and Kremp, that dynamic duo with the SMG, they are not afraid to make plays, and they make plays off of each other. And that wasn't the issue to the reason why they lost to Optic last week. It was the inconsistency out of the AR, just getting beat to the punch. And versus Boston, who I think is one of the more consistent teams that we're going to have in the league, you're going to have to show that, especially Skies, because this is a guy who I think if he's going off, you're going to stand a pretty good chance at winning.
Agreed. Well, let's get it on. Boston Breach, G2 Minnesota. Kind of a prove it match for both of these 2 squads, and we're going to get mixy and we're going to get frantic here on Colossus. Nasty, nice opening over the top of P1. Holds G2 back just a touch, but holding out of the P2 side of the map. And overcooked, or nades kind of exploding against each other inside the hard point. Has Nasty by himself, trying to force the engagement. Turned aside, and G2 comfortable. 15 seconds left in the hill.
Yeah, full map control in their favor. You already see they're starting to pick up the long lanes just in case Boston start to think ahead about that rotation over towards New, but they said no one's hitting a route. Let's just bully our way back to the old time. They find 2 kills, but everybody else on the side of G2 combined for all of them in the feed. They don't have the spawn secured, but they are already heads on a swivel, going to be able to clear out the back. Now all you have to do is read the pressure for the front. Perfect rotation there from G2.
Yeah, looking really good, really solid. We talked about kind of G2 in their matchup versus Optic. Obviously, they came out hot in map number 1. Lost track of things, though, in the second hard point of the series. But you could tell they know what kind of identity they want to play with when it comes to the respawn. And so far, everything looking pretty perfect. Skies picking things up now on 7 in a row as Kremp finds the double from the front of the hard point. Cammy, the last one standing, has to kind of try to finesse his life. Not going to happen. And a purposeful spawn flip now occurs as G2 forces Boston to spawn behind, where Estriel almost able to get onto 5 of his own. But finally, a favorable kill feed for Boston as they'll get some of the scrap time.
Yeah, it might have been a purposeful flip right there for G2, but it's beneficial right there for Boston because you were supposed to get full 60 there, be late off the rotation over towards New, but now you still keep yourself in the mix. As we set up over towards the New HP, Estriel and Kremp, that dynamic duo. Already trying to hold down this both side. You got the AR coverage from Skies, who's having a phenomenal start to this opening HP. 8-1, he's on fire.
And here's that finesse from Estriel. In and out of the hard point as the pinstripe kill feed allows us to get to a 2v2 over the time at P3, but Mamba finds 2 at range. Estriel cleans up mid-tunnel, and G2 are off to the races. Little bump out play here from Kremp. Down to 4 HP, values his life, backs away, trusts that the ARs can watch everything over the top as the cadet starts to come through. Kremp still in a little cheeky corner underneath the seats, and that's enough for the kills to continue to allow G2 to play for the time, but Mamba loses his footing, and Boston will be gained a very voluntary break thanks to that fall off.
Yeah, this is a good 20 if you can get it. Now you just have to start thinking about that next HP, and it's Mr. Purge on the screen. Hitting her out, trying to get lost, does get caught by Mamba, but at least you have pressure on the opposite side of the map. A couple players from G2 not going to be properly set up here for the New HP, so it's all going to fall into the hands of Mamba. How much more can he take? Only he's able to take down 1, but now the teammates are here to assist for the fight.
Very familiar start here for Boston, though. After we watched them play this in the opening weekend, the SMGs, a pretty insignificant start. But we saw in that second set, that's when Snoopy started to heat up. Purge is able to follow behind that. And as the game gets down to about 10 seconds worth of time, we still have 40 to fight for here at P4. Snoopy gets some trouble, but still manages to find 1. Momentary contest in for Estriel, looking for the double, able to provide it, but Boston with the proximal spawns back into time.
This is insane, because if you're watching this game, you're thinking G2 are dominating. Like, they have a couple players who are streaked out. You have everything in your back pocket. You've been in the driver's seat for some of these early hills, but just those rotation gunfights, Boston are making the most of it. They take the lead for now. There's still pressure from the front. G2 had the numbers to get the break potentially for the final 10. But the fact that Boston are in this game after a great start from G2 is very typical.
Yeah, very typical indeed. So now an opportunity as we rotate over back to P1. Boston will have numbers. Kremp is nearby, just waiting and seeing what kind of an opportunity may be in front of them. But this is a difficult hill to try to get into if there are trophies in, but there apparently are not. So Skies is able to take down one for free. Snoopy a little cautious of what might be hitting her on the side of the pinch, waiting for a fourth member to come through, and Purge actually a little pop-up finds a kill, leaves Snoopy for a chance to follow, but not gonna happen. G2 in control of P1.
And now Boston just have to find a different angle of approach. Someone has to work, someone's got to work their way through Statue. That's why Nasty is going to put himself in a position to contest through bottom green, because G2 are dominating this time. They need a break. The squad in green needs to turn up. Let's go to listen with Boston.
That's right. One shot, bro. He fell down.
I'm playing for the right, like everybody relax.
To the right, yeah? Nothing center, bro.
Yeah, they're gonna be there starting you. Hold on, guys. Back me, that's on you.
Nice, I fit for left.
They're gonna spawn out, bro.
Yeah, on new Astral, weak as fuck, this too, okay? Astral. One shot back.
Take your time.
Back group play, remember. On you, two on you. I'll jump out.
Weak as fuck, guys. He's pinched our side P4. He's gonna be pinched our P4.
That's fine,
P4, yeah, P4 got me. He's got side another.
Players got
I'm back there. I'm side time. Weak side door. Push side door.
I'm one shot, guys. He's in front of me.
I got top mid.
I'm in I need a trophy heaven.
Down front. Okay, yeah. One more front of me. Front weak, guys.
I'm bringing
two top mid. Okay, alright. Top mid, one shot. Close right and deep left.
He's not in top mid. He's not in top mid.
He's on the touching.
One's top mid of me, actually. One shot upstairs. He's hitting lobby, man.
I can.
He's really weak. He could be in our lobby.
Bobby.
Must win tunnel.
Nice, good shot. Everybody slow down, okay?
Yeah, I'm doing slow down. Come with you, okay? Look. I don't see him our side. He's pushed up our crate. Right crate. I got
Well, rotationally, Boston been a little bit behind the 8 ball, but finding some momentum there. Back half of P2 and now finding success rotating over to the sub here at the third.
I'm just loving hearing the comms right there, though, Al, from Purge, just saying, everyone calm down, because you know what it's like to be in the mix fest of a Colossus HP. You just were in it last week, but your SMG's not having the best start. So just taking deep breath, realizing what's getting thrown at you, keeping everything controlled in your favor has allowed Boston to stay into this mix. Only 30 seconds remaining at this old time. Snoopy's able to pop a double. The break is good enough, and now they have full control of P3.
Yeah, Cammy can just use this mid-tunnel as a bit of a firing range, while everyone else for Boston is just playing on the outsides of the map. Purge, nice little up and over, but Estriel still able to find 2. That's the magic that we've been talking about with Estriel kind of in this more stabilized role. And that will lead to an opportunity for G2 to get a little bit of time here at the end of P3. Keeps us within 20 points as we rotate over to new. But you look at the mini-map, Boston once again perfectly set up. And Snoopy's off 6 with streaks starting to build.
Yeah, he's got streaks in the back pocket, and now G2 don't really have a question to make a play here. You have to work with this Hellstorm. Skies over the top is able to connect on at least one player. You're finding the break for now, but now you're surrounded because Boston still have those back spawns. Estriel has got a tough job in front of him, but he's just stalling time.
Snoopy not going to call in his Hellstorm yet. Estriel able to find Purge. Nasty didn't even volunteer to try to come in with that bait and switch or even just the double slide shell. So as Mamba clears off mid-hole, G2 is going to actually get the close spawns. Holy cow. Nasty has to essentially play his life out, but G2 spawning all over him. They find the kill, but from the front. Boston able to break. Big moment here in this game as we head up to the last part of P4, and Boston will find a couple before Estriel turns up, finds 2 of his own, and that'll be another opportunity for G2 to build a lead as Estriel's not done yet.
And now we go into the third set, man. The team that's going to win that P2 HP is going to win this game. Early on off the rotation, Mamba trying to contest from top mid. Unfortunately, falls to the hands there of Snoopy. Nades fest, stun fest, everyone trying to connect with some tack usage before you try to entrance your way into the top mid. Nasty finds the opening, Boston trying to hold.
Purge laying down on the opposite side of the entryway. Krep is able to find the kill. Almost able to go up and over onto Snoopy, but it will be Boston with all 4 down. Lead swap once again. Tight matchup here in map number 1 as Boston are in control of the high ground.
Yeah, but they do lose that jump off. So now Snoopy's gonna have his hands full. Can he pop a double? At least finds the first. Now Mamba just needs to stay alive on this side of the map, but unfortunately he is gonna fall. So now you hit the reset. Again, we have to break by just funneling our way through the front side of yellow. Stuns and nades trying to connect.
And how about the SMGs for Boston? As mentioned, first 3 hard points, they were down, but never out. Now back to essentially even stat lines and beyond that. Snoopy! Little turn and burn for 2, and off to the races, looking for more onto rotation to P2, but there will be a moment of pause as Estriel finds elimination. Has Boston worried about the spawns?
Yeah, Snoopy's had a big one-on-one gunfight. Some bad call of duty timing is going to allow G2 to find the opening. Now the pressure is here. Skies is able to find a double. Nasty just has to value his life, but you're gonna sniff him out, instantly flip them out, and now Snoopy's got to invest the Hellstorm.
Purge and Cammy sprinting across the map. They find one. Can you get more done here? No. G2, did they win the last gunfight in the back? No, not quite. Hellstorm not gonna land for anything, even not really influencing the hard point whatsoever there. So Purge has to kind of play tacit for now, wait for help as it starts to amount over the middle of the map. Snoopy able to kind of combine with this HMG duo, and now we take our focus into the hill. G2 spawning all the way out. It's a 3v3 on the hard point. Sky's able to find the first, but not anything more. Snoopy, no! Cammy finishes the final. One last player in Kremp, trying to go 1v2, but can't confirm the kill, and Boston will get over 200 points.
Now Boston have a 20 to 25-point lead. A race off the rotation over towards Snoopy is going to be overwhelmed, but now you got some cover fire between you and Cammy. Nade over the top, not going to connect, but you're just stalling time for Mr. Purge to set up a pinch play. Finds up the first, puts down shots on everyone. You're all going to be weak, and Boston find a break.
But Estriel's able to keep Boston in or around the hard point. They can't quite zone out the front as of yet, but the time is starting to amass at great measure here for Boston. But 2 eliminations make it 3 now for G2. They're gonna get a full 4-man wipe on the next break attempt. 32 seconds to fight for. We could be looking at essentially a tie game.
And this is scary now because Boston, you want to be the aggressors. You don't want to give up this time, but you also don't want to flip these spawns. And now that decision is already going to be made for you. Estriel on 5 in a row, sets up the pinch. Boston all the way across the map. Just have to chalk up that whole time. It's a race to new.
We got 2 players for Boston already pushing Estriel back. You see the lock on the minimap bottom left-hand side. Boston will have just 1 player in the mix, but Estriel off the regens able to find that win. Now the alarm bells are ringing to the Rook. Mamba on the outside. Oh, huge transfer for the double. Not quite able to get the third, but Skies is there to pick up the trade, and G2 can reclaim the lead.
Back spawn secured. All of your focus is on the front. SMGs have to create extra layers, and Kremp is already doing a good job of doing so. Lines up a double. Lead change in favor of G2. 1 more hold. 1 more wave of kills in this map. 1 is theirs.
And keep your eye on Mamba, trying to play to the middle of the map. He's already won the first. Kremp holds off the play from mid, and now Mamba can just keep Boston back. Nasty may be able to set up 1 more attempt, but Kremp finds the opportunity to push forward, shut down quickly. Boston have to go. They need to contest, and they need to win the gunfights, and so far they're doing both. Estriel still on a spree. Not able to get 7 in a row, and Boston will get a break. Do you play for the win here if you're G2, or do you play for rotation? You look at the minimap, and yep, they're going to make their way into P1. Kremp over the top only finds 1, and Boston have to sprint.
Wait a minute, but they find 2 kills, make it 3. It's a 1v1 and toward the time. Purge the last man standing. Don't want to contest Mamba, just value your life.
But Kremp able to find 1 Mamba a second. You got to stay in the hard point if you're Boston. Contest there for a moment. Nasty for 1. Oh! Mamba can't get the win. 245 to 248. A moment of breath here for G2 to get back together. Kremp finds 1. Estriel with the team kill. Leaves it just down to Snoop. Oh! He's able to find 2, but not the third. G2 sneak away the map at the very last second in the face of what was nearly a Snoopy pop-off.
Oh my, what a map 1 there, Al. That is what it's going to be like all season long between 2 teams just going blow for blow on a map like Colossus. G2 were making early swings. Breach make that late heroic push, get 3 dead in the feed, but they just didn't take any space there, Al. Not taking space because no one wants to potentially scam in that moment. To give up your life for free just allows G2 to overwhelm them with nades. You know there's only 2 people running trophy systems, and you just needed to find 1 opening. You got Satchel control, you find the opening kill, you set up the proper pitch, and then it comes down to a 1-on-1. If Snoopy pops 3, Boston Breach, that would have been even more insane, but G2, they close it out in a 3-point finish, man. What a map one.
Absolute banger. Holy cow. Well, there's your stat board, but I think all of us are looking forward to the scuff play of the game because I don't even know what you pick. It's got to be like the last 30 seconds or so, right? I mean, this is absolute mix fest. So many heroic moments for Boston, Nasty in particular, just to get them another chance to touch the hard point. But Snoopy at the end, you thought maybe a 1v3 to win the game. But wow, Colossus is feeling unbelievable in this early part of the season.
Oh yeah, this map is lit. I hated it when I first had the plan, but the more that you start playing it, the more fun you have, especially with that SMG in hand. But if you take a look at the end of this game, Snoopy and Nasty combine for 2. Purge already finds the 3rd. Last one is Mamba here. If you are Purge, we need to try to send it on this gunfight to take a little bit more space, because at this point it's a trade fest. They have the stuns and nade, they have the bodies and the closest spawns to instantly contest you. But then again, Nasty pops a double. You don't want to die. You don't want to have anyone to give up their life for free, but just not taking any space over towards statue allows Kremp to jump up for free, leave the charge at the opening double, and give his team the advantage at the very end to close out that map number 1. G2 a little bit more icy there, Al. Just a little bit.
Just a touch, man. I think a lot of it, though, does come right at the middle of this game flow graphic. You see Boston down, not big, but they go from essentially 79 points to 142. Like, that stretch from the second set of hard points from 2 to 3. We talked about it after the listen-in at that moment where Boston felt like they were just not able to get the rotation success that they were looking for, but still managed to keep themselves in the game early. And then all of a sudden, you see them locking spawns and winning hard points to get that essential 70-point boost over 2 hills. It just comes down to there at the very end, like you mentioned, the decision making in a tight game and a bang out map. It does sometimes feel like Bakaj-esque, like we were talking about, you know, in week number 1, where whoever just wins that secondary gunfight that you don't expect can sometimes win a map. And I won't say that's what happens there, but it does feel that way. Let's take a breath. Great Search and Destroy next. Hit me with your thoughts here, Jay.
This is going to be a classic. Obviously, every single player has played this map not once, not twice, maybe a million times over the years. But at least on the opposite side for G2, we saw them play this map versus Optic. And realistically, they threw this one away. They just allowed Mercules to get a ninja defuse, 1v2 clutches, not using their positionings on the map to their advantage, and just also getting caught in search situations. Like, I love the way that Kremp plays in Search and Destroy as that island player. But when you had that advantage, we can't force that second or third gunfight and then eventually lose it for the numbers to go back to an even squad. You have to make sure you're always playing to your advantage, and that's things that they obviously talked about over the week and hopefully show the improvements here today.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, you know, those things, unfortunately, at the beginning of the season, they just happen, right? Especially with new rosters, which we have so many this year. I will say, though, you know, kind of looking back towards the Monster Launch Invitational, I would say that G2 Search and Destroy looked, I won't say like ahead of everybody else's, but they were definitely upper echelon when it came down to understanding what they wanted to do as a team. So it was a bit peculiar to see them drop off a 1v2 versus Mercules. That Ninja Defuse was another one. It's just like, you got to know where you planted the bomb. And if Skies is getting pushed off of the top bedroom angle, you got to call for someone to go check, even if it's just shouldering of the nature. So definitely some fundamental things that kind of were missed by G2. But outside of that, you go back to their series before that, I thought they looked really good versus Cloud9. They didn't play Raid, but they blew Cloud9 out of the water. I think that really sets the tone for what to expect from Minnesota this year.
Yeah, they have playmakers and SMGs, especially in Search and Destroy, who aren't afraid to take space, who aren't afraid of the chow, and always love to play as the aggressors on the map, the tone setters of the map. But they also had Skies, who was unbelievable with the sniper in hand. You saw when he's uncomfortable early into rounds and doesn't have that 2-life advantage anymore. Now he has to whip out a different gun. Strategies completely changed for the G2. So that's something that you're gonna have to think about going forward, at least early into this game.
Now Boston going to show some nade pressure over towards Ring, not quite deep towards Laundry. So for now, Kremp will be the solo defender for G2. Kind of trying to see if he can find any info. Purge going to get up and close towards Kitchen. Oh, and Skies will be seen. Hi, how are you? Oh, doing fine, says Skies. That's unexcusable. So Purge gets put 6 feet under. Boston trying to force something at A, but they've been rat and Kremp's able to find his second kill of the round.
Yeah, now 4v2, locate where Snoopy is, instantly find that trade, and now it's Nasty left in a 1v3. The new guy on the block for the Boston Breach squad, rocking green. Can he have himself a moment here to give them some momentum? After a very insane map number 1, you get info on the player top rank, but 30 seconds, time is ticking.
And I think if you're a Boston fan, you're probably already mentally doing the arithmetic of how many 1v3s have Nasty been in this year so far. Because it felt like almost every round on Scar against Carolina, he was stuck as the last man standing in impossible situations. Give some respectable looks at it, but this one is tough through pillars. Yeah, just cannot lock down the shots. G2 playing at a safe distance. And that is a first blood that I'm sure has every watch partier and everyone watching right now jumping out of their seat a little bit, because Sky's just absolutely humiliated Purge.
Yeah, and that's a Jagger with no attachments, by the way, Al. That pistol's pretty damn good. So the fact that Skies just basically calls the round there by finding that first blood onto Purge, because he's their playmaker. He gets inside kitchen with that first kill. It opens up everything on the opposite side towards that A site. But once he drops, you have to make something out of nothing. You get caught. And G2 pick you apart one by one to secure the first.
That'll play in the mind for sure. So Boston now on their defense. Defensive nades in towards Zig, not going to connect. Bomb carrier of Kremp has stayed back, and Skies will get to work trying to find something at laundry window. No shoulders, though, as Cammy's just going back and forth on the staircase. I don't think Skies has seen any of that at the moment, though. So lack of information here for G2 to make any decisions early. But Skies is still working this angle, and it looks like Mamba's going to follow up on that safety.
Purge this time, though, is able to find the first one all the way across the map. Kremp instantly strikes for not just one, but two through the middle of the map as the bomb carrier. So now if you're Nasty, yeah, let's try to pick up a different weapon, but Skies is going to get some info. He had to be kitchen. Let's try to get this bomb down today.
But Kremp is still holding frontside kitchen doors before he can back out to possibly pillars. Some curiosity on where Purge is. Mamba gets the info plus some tags and says, nope, I know he's got a scope. Don't want to chow that. But there's still the mystery of where is Purge? And G2 say, we don't really care. We're just going to stack up at laundry and make you come to us.
30 seconds to go. Someone has to win a one-on-one gunfight. You have information. Onto Purge on the pinch. Kremp knocked down to half HP, but time is still ticking. Player on the pinch is going to be here, but I don't know if you're going to read the re-pinch through mid-pillars.
Yeah, this has just been keep away right now. Just don't force a gunfight. I don't know who gets credit for that last kill, but G2 just throwing shoulders and saying, come and get us. I think in particular, they look at Skies. He just offers his life to go forward with the pistol and play a little bit of a safety net in front of him in the bomb. So works out nicely. G2 holding that backside of ring, works out, and Kremp's the one who gets the final kill. So he's 5-1 to get things kicked off.
Yeah, and after a week of practice, you're already seeing adjustments from G2 setup. Like last week versus Optic, shots he was hitting them with mid-nade through Zig, just consistently taking mid-map away from them. And they said, no, we're going to spread map first off the rip to see what you're going to throw at us, and then we'll work off of that. And that's what allows Kremp, even with the bomb in hand, to pop a double with that AR through kitchen and basically secure the round there for G2. So they've been putting in the work, and it's showing. And Boston now need a response.
Yeah, 4 in a row for Kremp heading into round number 3. And how about this setup for G2? Pushing forward, a little bounce off the mid-Zig wall, though. We'll have Cammy saying, whoa, we're in some trouble here. But Kremp will still find one before being traded. Purge through water steps, goes uncovered. That'll lead to an early 3v2 here for Boston, but the bomb is not rotating over to Purge as of yet. And keep your eye on not just this battle, which Mamba wins, but look at where Skies has gotten to. He's all the way in garage and could completely baffle this Boston setup.
Yeah, but with Purge pushing out towards basketball, you're thinking the bomb is definitely going down towards B. So now the mind games are starting to be played. If you're Boston, you're like, someone was just back here. Where the hell did they go? You're going to walk right into their crossfire setup.
Can Mamba get any sort of a cue? Yep. Absolutely perfect. Cammy will drop. Snoopy looking for the trade. Pops up and oh my goodness. Quick little burst through the window will work. I'm sure team shots were a part of that because he looked like he got instant deleted. But regardless of it, G2 make the right call, get the read, and Mamba benefits with the double.
Yeah, and that's just one of those rounds right there where it's great that Purge is able to give them the advantage after popping up through water steps to put them into 3v2, but just taking all that space away at the B-ball site uncontested is great, but you have to put yourself in a position to value your life. You have the advantage. You can't force one-on-one gunfights, and just allowing Mamba to make that a 1v1, getting out of dodge, eventually playing a trusted setup right there with Scotch to just camp over towards B works out to perfection. Purge just can't take a risk like that.
Nades coming over the top over towards Skies. That driveway does tag him up, but look at the quick play from Minnesota through pillars. Astral for one, car bomb for another, and G2 are looking flawless here on Raid Search.
1v4 now for Mr. Purge. Best chance is probably going for a ninja defuse, because trying to get this bomb defused at this A side with all 4 players up, yeah, that's not easy. G2 dominating right now in the search and destroy. What'd you say, Al? This team was pretty good at S&D? Yeah, this is why.
I mean, they're looking so good on both sides of the bomb right now. And it's just the differentiation in what...
Yeah, and when you're thinking about G2 right now and their form in search and destroy, like, this is what it looks like when you're putting in the work, when you're going for those default setups off the rip, basically tone setting rounds, because now you can do whatever the hell you want. Already up 4-0, Boston have to now take a risk. You find the first blood if you're nasty, you instantly get the bomb down today. This should be Boston at least tallying 1 on the board. Okay. Good job out of Boston. Good stuff there out of Boston. Just find that early first blood. You instantly take the pressure away through mid-map. You get the bomb down. You play your numbers advantage. It's something that they needed right there, chat. So, you know, eventually stop the bleeding, because it was starting to get out of hand. So now with G2, currently up by 4-1, you still have a couple rounds that you can mess with. But Boston, they have seen everything that's been thrown at them. It's been slow attacks over towards A. It's been fast attacks over towards A. Your best adjustment right now is to probably take mid-map away, because they're just way too comfortable on their offensive approach.
Back in the mix. Kremp, nade cooked over the top. And it's going to be Boston actually showing some aggression through Pool. And Astral seems to have an idea about this. Just comes down to the timing. See Snoopy on the cross. Nice snap. Can't finish the kill. Kremp try to follow up. Will at least keep it 3v3.
Oh, but you could potentially isolate onto the second player, because he has yet to cross back, but Skies now spots him. Stun is going to connect, and Purge is just going to get out of dodge and hit the reset. 55 seconds to go. There's a lot of space at A you can work with, because Cammy's just going to be camping on the backside of Rock. They might retake this all together.
Yeah. Kremp frontside laundry. Ooh, tough battle, but he's got Skies there for support. Trying to follow. But Mamba able to keep Kremp alive. So now down to Nasty. More manageable here for the 1v2. But the problem is he's got a pistol and a scope, and he's stuck, and Red and G2 absolutely pushing tempo right in response to what Boston was trying to throw at them.
Telling you, it's just like when you find yourself with the lead that you have, you know that the opposite team has to start to try to do something that can catch you off guard. And Astral this time around is just playing the full pinch, gets info onto both. Unfortunately, doesn't win the first gunfight, but sets up Kremp for the trade. You get info onto the second, and then when you decide to make your team push over towards backside laundry, you just beat them to the punch. They are rotating towards the top side. Someone gets team shotted, and then at that point, someone has to make something out of nothing, and Cammy just gets caught. So now at game point for G2, Boston have yet to find an answer. You have a couple first bloods to go with it, but it's been G2 at the ending of these rounds with the clutch J.
Oh, and how about Kremp feeling it? Trying to push through the smoke. Stun keeps him in place for a moment. Tough gunfight still to lock things down for one. And up and over for more. Long range to Cammy. And that's just going to be a matter of time before he falls. What a map from G2. Kremp with a huge exclamation point to finish us off.
Yeah, that's just what it looks like when you're a really good search and destroy team with some really good strategies there, Al. You've obviously played the map in a professional match last week versus Optic. You lost 6-4. A lot of rounds got away from you, but it was because Optic was setting the tone early on. This time you take a page out of their book. We're going to spread the map off the rip. We're going to see what you're going to throw at us. Play slow and steady wins the race. And then when those rounds start to go our way, then we can start to take it to a whole different level and switch up the pacing. And at that point, Boston just didn't have the adjustments to make anything happen, or to at least stop the bleeding. That was dominant there from G2 in the search and destroy, quickly up 2-0 in the series.
9-3 for Kremp with 1,100 damage. Woof. Mamba just behind at 8-2. I mean, from top to bottom, start to finish, that was about as good as it gets for Minnesota. The only round they drop is the round that they essentially get countered by Boston with that trophy set up and that push in that they plan on. outside ring. So everything else, absolute perfection. Yes, the opening hard point, tight as could possibly be, but I'm telling you, this Minnesota team at Search and Destroy is looking really clean, and now we have a chance to consider the Scar overload for a moment. I mean, Jay, what's your thought process before we head over to kind of give ourselves our map 2 break?
Hey, Boston need to come alive, man. We can't have slow starts. SMGs need to be making impactful plays. And then on the opposite side for G2, this is a map that they have yet to try so far in the CDL, but they played it during the preseason, and they look pretty good at it. So G2 got to be looking for a 3-0 here.
I said this was a prove-it match. So far, G2 is providing that, but it's going to be Scar overload to see if that can set up the bounce back for the Boston boys as we head over to our break. Don't go far, and hey, while you're out, get your phones ready. Scan this QR code. League packs are up for sale. Make sure you grab yourself one. We'll be right back.
Oh my God! What a map. What?
Vickle now. Last one up.
He's got a trophy though, right? He threw a trophy out. He threw a trophy out. I think this might be too slow. Either way, he got it.
Oh, he does get it. Yeah, it was too slow.
He gets it. He just hops it right away. Nobody checks the bomb.
Oh, we got Fame here. Fame, how you feeling, man?
I'm feeling good. Happy to be here.
Fantastic interview as always from Fame. Wonderful lad.
Absolutely loving the Rio addition to the asset. And you get into the Karachi SD just so.
Breakers! Come the on! You're my son! Breakers! You're my son! You're my son! You guys suck! Get out of here! Get out of here!
Insight's not going to see it. Kleenex going to get caught off guard, or is he? He gets one. That's a decent 1-for-1 trade. Insight right back over, looking for a little bit of help from Scrap. 2v3, selling the cross, dealt with by Scrap. Sip also seen on the cross. 22 seconds. Draza trying to work this with Sip. Scrap able to turn this down to a 2v1. Just down to Sip. Not gonna happen. Shut your mouth. Toronto in the grand finals here at home.
Two in the back. Oh my God!
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Start the season strong with the 2026 Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator by scanning the QR code on screen or check it out in the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Welcome back to the Call of Duty League. If you happen to find yourself between the ages of 18 and 22, a full-time student right now in college, hey, do we have an opportunity for you? College COD returns to the Black Ops 7 year with the spring semester kicking up in the middle of January. Over $25,000 in prizing. We had over 150 schools last year, and signups are live if you want to compete over the spring semester in 13 total weeks of action. Yeah, it's lit, it's fun, it's dope. It happens on Mondays and Tuesdays. So if you're sitting there like, wait a second, second. I go to college. I play Call of Duty. Make sure you get yourself signed up. If you need some more information, I know there's not a lot on this graphic. You could talk directly to me. I am opening up my Twitter DM, so you can talk directly to me, or you can go to discord.gg/collegecod if you want to get in touch with the rest of our staff and all the players that are out there, so we can find out how we can get you signed up and participate. It's a sick opportunity. We've had players like Fane, we've had players like Ghosty, we've had players like Trakes. A lot of guys have gone through that system. You might be next. So there's that going for you. Jay, you know, you didn't need to do a play in college because you were cracked at the age of 1. I was told, with the controller coming out of the womb. Tell me more about, you know, what you're feeling just on this year so far as we have a moment to decompress.
Oh, I'm feeling fantastic this year. I think this title, without question, is going to be excited from start to finish of the season, regardless of whatever updates, regardless of whatever maps that we have. Black Ops 7 is going to be probably the best Call of Duty year in quite some time. But you know what else is going to be great? The rest of this series, though, Al, because I think even though a Boston Breach find themselves down and out, a 3-point difference in map number 1, basically getting steamrolled in that search and destroy. This is why you bring the addition of Nasty. So you can never count yourself out of series like this. So you could potentially flip the switch. You just got to do it versus a very hot G2 team right now.
I heard that, and woof. It's just a tall ask, man. I think especially coming off of an emotional game number 1, where every little thing you're going to be thinking back on and say, oh, that could have done that better. Maybe that's 3 points worth of energy there. But getting into an overload, which, let's be honest, like watching this mode over the course of the debut weekend, we clearly have some teams who figured out kind of the early identities and principles of what leads to success, whereas others are struggling and look a little lost on decision making. I wouldn't necessarily say that either of these two teams look lost as of now, but you got to keep in mind that Minnesota's coming off of a pretty bad loss to Optic on Den. First look, though, for both these two teams on Scar, and we're kicking things off with G2 getting some mid-map control.
Yeah, they have a lot of mid-map control. Can Kremp get anything done on this pinch? Already finds the opening, but all of his teammates are dropping like flies around the middle of the map. So his job is to just not allow them to grab that EMP and get lost. But on the opposite side, you have Snoopy doing the same exact thing. You just need your teammates, someone to think about that OBJ.
Well, Kremp up top is looking over at it. Purge will push him off, and well, Snoopy's double kind of goes for naught. I mean, he's still hanging out in the back of G2 spawn, but Kremp is doing the same thing on the other side while keeping an eye on the objective. So 4 in a row for Kremp. You got 5 for Snoopy, and Boston just need to get the objective and start pushing forward, but they cannot quite get the help they need. But Snoop is still undercover in the back line, looking for 7 in a row. He may be out of ammunition.
Yeah, he's got to be at this point. Only 36 left in the Dravik. He's still alive on 6-0. That's going to be the first score going in for the Breach. It was 2 players doing the same exact thing. It's just Snoopy was doing a little bit better. Dude. Now he can continue to dominate. Already earns himself the Hellstorm. Map control in favor of Boston. They flip the spawns on its head. You know it's going to be playing. We can score again.
Yeah, did Minnesota wake up here? I mean, the break, it ended a little bit ago. And oh my goodness, this is absolute murder. 4 in a row now for Nasty. It's like pick a POV, someone's on at least a 4+ spree. Whereas for Minnesota, outside of Kremp, no one else is loaded in yet.
Got Agent Mamba. Currently sitting at 0-7, needs to get one on the board, but finally a moment that they can breathe. Snoopy last man standing. You know the EMP is gonna be safe, but he is still shooting. 9-1, even with an AR in hand, he is going for every single chow. Almost takes care of Sky, but at least for now, G2 have rotated the EMP. They can get a score.
Sure could. Defense trying to line this up. Purge scrambling to get back. Might not be needed. And yeah, everyone else stands tall. So Minnesota not quite able to score. And Boston going to play for a reset. G2 coming off their respawn. Do have a couple of eliminations to get them up the middle of the map. And that'll have Boston backing up, looking to wait for this EMP to reset. And it will back over towards Motel.
Yeah, that's all that we're doing, just making sure, okay, our base is cleared out. No way in hell someone's going to sneak on by. So let's just keep on stalling out the game clock. As we find ourselves up by 2, but now Purge on almost 5 in a row. Lee sets up Snoopy there for the cleanup. Someone's just got to grab the EMP. Snoopy's already clearing out the lane.
Well, Cammy's still inching his way forward. No one's elected to grab the EMP right now. Cammy's just more prone to playing for kills. He's the only one who really hasn't been able to kill anything, but to be fair, everyone's dead before he can get into the mix, it feels like. So 2 minutes left in the clock here in the first half. Things starting to stabilize a touch for G2, but they still look a little stagnant, having a hard time to turn map control into any sort of objective focus.
Yeah, it's got to be a hard time because you still got a guy who hasn't found a kill yet.
Correct.
Almost in 5 minutes. Mamba, we need to get some on the board. There you go. A frag over the top to get the momentum start to turn around, but he gets gunned down by Cammy. Thankfully, the EMP is still dropped in a place where you can wrap back and not allow another score to happen. But a minute and 30, Boston are dominating. G2 are having fun.
I would say they're just lucky to be down 2 right now.
Yeah.
Astro able to get a double. Nasty trying to follow up for a trade, but shut down by Skies. You've got now G2 starting to once again get some high ground control, work their way back over, and all the same time, Mamba, who has yet to find a kill with a gun yet, is making his way all the way around the back. Snoopy looking for it, has help on the rooftops. Mamba finally able to get something with the more normal approach, looking for a second. This would be good to get the confidence back, but in the meantime, stepping away from that opportunity, Boston will cap, find the easy score, and they're up 3-0.
Yeah, they said, okay, Mamba, what? You need to get a couple kills, so you're going to work this late flank? Okay, we killed 3. Let's just go motel. It's an instant score. Boston right now are just ahead of the game in overload. Minnesota haven't found any standing ground. Guys is able to find one. You got people working the OE. The EMP is still going to be down. Final 30 seconds. You just need at least one score to give yourself some momentum.
4 and 15 for Mamba in a very poor half. If you can get one off of this, it'd be great. Snoopy long range, good shots, and you're gonna get Kremp trying to force it in, and somehow he scores. That's the way that G2 score? Are we joking? Like, we gotta be kidding. Still a chance, maybe if this EMP comes up to get the overtime. Does Purge get there in time? No, not quite. So it'll be a 3-1 half, and Mamba's sitting here like, thank goodness we're not down 6-0.
Yeah, get them hand warmers shaking. Something's not right now for Mamba. We usually know him to be Mr. Consistent, especially what he was able to do last year. And so far this year, it's just not having a start, not being able to bring it in the slaying department in a game mode like Overload is definitely going to not give you the opportunity to just walk away with a W. But at least at this moment, you find 3 kills through the middle of the map. You disregard Snoopy on the flank, and Estriel still creating that extra layer. Allows them to put 1 on the board. Hopefully they can start to, build off of that, because, wow, it wasn't fun the first 4 minutes of that round.
No. That is different, to put it plainly. Okay, we reset. Purge for the first blood in the second half. Snoopy gonna wait for the reach, and it is still able to gun Estriel. A little bit late to the party on that fight, but with all that told, we still kind of sit at level footing. A 50-50 battle over the top of the map as Snoopy is looking to continue on his rampage. Nade will hold him off. It'll spew some greenery from the ATM machine in the corner, but the green and the kill feed is better, and Boston can just sprint this thing forward. Nades over the top will have Nasty hit, but not enough to fall. 4-1 the count for Boston.
Yeah, it's just perfect, like the way that they're playing this. You have the players who are working the OE, the playmakers influencing the spawns a certain way. Once you clear out towards Broken Plane, you know they're going to be spawning directly on that B point. When you get all the kills in sync, that's a free capture every single time. So now Boston have the heavy advantage. You just want to play keep away. Just don't allow them to hop that. Get the EMP in their possession.
Yeah, and they have so many tools to
O terceiro dia, galera, é o dia mais longo.
Storms that are in the mix. Snoopy just pistol whipping. Can't quite get the reset before eventually running into
5:30.
Especially if this score comes through here. Nasty shut down up top. Purge by himself, able to at least win 1 with the pistol, but needs to play his life a little bit longer as he's waiting for help.
It's a better Estriel there, but you'd rather die with the EMP on this side of the map than yours. A clean 3 in the feed for G2. Now where do they decide to push it? Trying to clear out towards that A point. That's why you got all these Hellstorms to work with. Just shut them down every single time they think that they have a chance.
Well, Skies could get inside top Broken and finds himself 2. So he can at least hold this position a little while longer. And he will actually try to go for the solo score. Pistol has to be the play, and okay. Able to win 1 versus Nasty. Looking to try to find some way to finesse into the zone, but not quite able to get through as Estriel is pushed off, and Boston will have the numbers to defend.
Yep, no need for Boston to pick up the EMP. Everyone, it's a lot better if you walk around with your actual gun, either AR or an SMG. Instead of that pistol, let's just force the reset on in. But Now this is a scary moment to be in because Mamba's already trying to clear out space towards top green. Finds his second, almost his third in a row, but that all gets shut down with Boston getting those close spawns again. You're forced to reset.
Yeah, that seems like a moment where I think Minnesota will reflect on and say we could have waited an extra 2 seconds for more numbers to cut across the plane. But instead, Boston now on the counterattack, playing through mid. Mamba, whoa, okay. Well, that's a challenge. We'll just leave it at that. Astriel trying to follow, is able to take down one, looking to see if Snoopy's going to try to force the trade, but instead has Purge at range, clean shots, but can't quite finish with the Dravik at that range.
2 minutes left to go. You still have an opportunity here. We just got to get a score very, very quickly. Boston are just doing a great job of just keeping you away from the EMP. 2 kills in favor of Nasty. Snoopy flies on up, finds the third, and that's another clean 4 dead with everyone spawning all the way across the map. No need to touch it. Let's just defend it.
Yep, that looks like that's what's going to happen. Snoopy playing forward, has Mamba in his sights. Airborne battle, little anime fight midair. That Snoopy's now at 30 and 12. And he's looking for more. And why not with the way he's shooting? Finds Astriel caught in a corner. And now trying to go up to the high ground of G2's base, but can't quite find a way of reaching into the window. Minnesota with a couple of kills, but it feels like a moot point at this rate. 112 on the clock, down 3. You need to score here, and they will. Okay, hold on a second. There's an opportunity if they can score again, maybe get to an overtime.
Yeah, Snoopy's just thinking about, okay, let's just play the reset. I'm going to influence the spawns a certain way and then set up the pinch. Lines up another double with the AR. You know, there's still going to be a couple more players swanning over towards his B point. Let me just get one for free. Someone else has to be here. Snoopy is not missing. Give me the pistol. Not able to hit the wall bounce, but still, his teammates are in the play. Just keeping them away from the EMP. 40 seconds left to go.
That's exactly the case. Have to get this and score in the near future if you're G2, in very near future. And Boston are just holding a defensive line right in front of Motel. Crap shuts down 1. Cammy, a trade would pretty much guarantee the game, and it looks like that may be the case. As it's just going to take too long to grab the EMP and score at this rate, especially with Nasty behind you. Yeah, really good for Boston here in the map 3. G2 just came out so flat. I mean, again, outside of 1 member for the squad, it was like 0-8, 2-9. Like, it was just not a good start for G2. They just could not make up the deficit.
Yeah, just losing the map control as early as they did. Boston took full advantage of it. You have players roaming around through top green. Snoopy starting off 6-0, being the sole player on the backside of the train side. Like, that is unacceptable right there if you are G2, because this is a guy who's breaking us down. He allows them to score the first, then Skies puts himself in position to score the second. At that point, you're just consistently trying to play catch up with no map control at that. That's just how you want to play Overload when you have the lead early on. Boston extended series.
I mean, you've got 3 different members for the Breach that just go on massive sprees. Snoopy, I mean, untouched at the G2 spawn, just taking 1v1 after 1v1 after 1v1 for what feels like forever. Purge follows behind that. I mean, what do you say? Just 37 eliminations with 30 non-traded and over 4K damage. Stop it. Put that away. That's disgusting.
I feel like in this mode, Al, for Overload, all the SMGs who are the playmakers are going to have the best stat lines. Like the Shotsies of the world, the Hydras, the Jodasies, the Snoopies. Like those guys who just get lost in your spawn are going to be very difficult to keep track of and might have the top KDs all throughout this mode all season long because they just consistently are not afraid of making plays. They're the ones influencing the spawns a certain way. They know the Tommies because they're SMG players, and if they get into that flow state, yeah, that's what it's going to look like when you can't take away one of these guys who always makes big-time plays.
Clean. About as clean as it gets. I think the only thing you could really nitpick if you're Boston is like we could have probably scored more in that first half.
We shouldn't have gave up 1.
Exactly. But all things told, that's a huge bounce back for Boston now looking at the remainder of this series. And how about a look at this? Guy's doing a little, well, attempting to do a little Hellstorm purging in midair. Didn't get to see that one live. Didn't really work out for him, but I mean, this was just a runaway map from pretty much start to finish. So Now we look at our focus, keeping ourselves in the respawn. Again, you got to remember that map number 1 was a 3-point game. It really could have gone either way. I mean, the definition of it, especially considering that Boston started off very slow with both their SMGs. You obviously see both of them picking things up throughout this series, in particular there on map 3. So now you look forward to map 4 and think, is there a chance that Boston keep that momentum, storming through, get through the same map to possibly find us a map 5 on Den?
I think they definitely can, because like you said, the opening map was a 3-point difference, and you can already tell that they had that conversation. We just needed to win at least one or a couple rotations if we want to stand a better chance there, and that's what you can do on a map like Scar, where a lot of these hills are a lot more punishable. When you go from the P1 to P2 chain, you need to control from blue side. The same thing can be said even for the P3, because if you control blue, but basically the first 4 hills, you can dominate the map. Blue for P4 is a full 60. Even P2, when you hold it from top motel blue side, it's a full 60. And even when the P3, holding it from plain heady, my God, have you ever tried to shoot someone off of that, Al? I don't know if I'm terrible, but it's the best God heady in the goddamn world. Boston definitely have an opportunity, just got to have those rotations in the back of their mind.
I'm going to not answer that question. Just say, hey, you're the former pro player. I'm not. So, I mean, if you're struggling with it, guaranteed I'm struggling with it. Guaranteed 99% of the chat's struggling with it too. Yeah, we're calling you out live on air. Let's get into this Scar hardpoint, though, and just kind of break things down, because I think, you look at this for Boston, again, it's kind of the same story that we had in map number 1 in this series as we did last week. Slow start for the SMGs, but able to recover, put themselves into fighting condition. As you look at them on this map, they have not played it, at least not in the debut weekend. They played Exposure on top of the Colossus. Is there any particular individual you're looking at, or you just want to see Purge and Snoopy continue to just set tempo, run things down, and just create chaos in the G2 camp?
No, I don't even think I'm looking at Purge and Snoopy at all. I'm actually looking at Cammy and Nasty. Like, these are the guys who can dictate this map, set up properly for the P2s, on the AR spots towards top side, even for the P3s, just being in those power spots early. And I feel like that's the kind of AR play that you have now with this new formed duo on Boston. Cammy's always been the guy thinking about the fundamentals. Let me be early off the rotation, hold my preem a little bit longer, but the same thing could be said for Nasty. Both of these guys are going to be thinking, how can we give ourselves the advantage early on? Okay, final 20 seconds, I'm going to hit the early rotation, and if they can win those one-on-one gunfights that they weren't finding success on in map number 1, oh yeah, no doubt we're going game 5.
Well, let's take a look. We give the cinematic fly through once again here on Scar. That'll be G2 spawning on the left-hand side. Boston in the green, looking to get some early rotation pressure onto Motel. Purge going to be outnumbered and outmanned on that play, though, and that's going to lead to an opportunity for G2 to try to neutralize what's happening inside the hard point early.
Oh yeah, and Krebs just being a nuisance on the pins. This is your job if you are Cammy to not allow him to slip by, but just allowing him to break you down like that leads to a break here for G2, not from the preferred side. But with final 30 seconds to go, Boston is thinking a step ahead. Let's set up this pinch. Let's rotate a little bit over towards New to try to get an early break.
Well, Boston do find a couple eliminations, though, from Store's side. Nice shots from Estriel, but again, that drop at long range, not able to pack the final punch needed to shut down Purge. So good time here for both squads, but Boston looking good on the scrap and in a good spot to get a read on how G2 is going to try to rotate over to New. ARs in hand for both Snoopy and Cammy finding the opening kills. Mamba will be made aware of in front of the hard point, but better start for him, 3-1. Off the reset, good shots. The Purge can't quite fit it for the pinch from Kremp is better, and G2, well, should have numbers, but Purge is still finessing underneath the balconies, and it allows enough time for Nasty to come in and keep this thing still in the name of Boston.
Yeah, you just want to keep them away from it as long as you possibly can, because you're stalling out time for Snoopy to work this pinch, but he is going to get picked off. So now Cammy knocked down to 37 HP in a dream. Thankfully, you got some assistance from Nasty over the top side, and Boston are coming out the gate swinging. This is perfect from P1 to P2 chain, because if you get a full 60 here, you already know you're the driver's seat over towards next.
Now Snoopy was trying to guard in your rotation through mid. He gets shut down, so with that second follow-up kill from Skies, maybe a chance to get some scrap time play here for G2, but Purge over the top shuts down any opportunity as Estriel will fall. Kremp gets a double over the top of the plane, so it's going to be a significant Boston start, but the rotation win here to New will go the way of Minnesota.
Yeah, keep in mind, no trophy systems yet to be in play, so use your attacks to try to get him off of the God Heady, but you can also set it up with the Gunny on the pinch. You are surrounded if you are Kremp. Last man standing is going to be Skies. Spawns now flip, and Boston can blow this game wide open now.
Yeah, looking good for that. as G2 is stuck spawning top left-hand side. Cammy even putting some pressure on the spawn by making his way up towards the big rigs. Pinstripe kill feed, but Boston still comfortable in the hard point for now. G2 trying to open up the map, but that's going to be largely shut down thanks to the fact that Snoopy continues to find kills from the front. I mean, Minnesota can just not find a look at the hard point with any sort of comfort. Nade over the top will have one for Skies. That's the first neutral moment of this hill so far, but Boston come off spawn, now putting rotation pressure down to P4, and they could, again, like you mentioned, just blow the lid off this map.
Yeah, but they do have one player who is going to spawn all the way across the map, so Cammy's got to get into the play very, very quickly. At least finds one off the pinch through mid. And Mamba's trying to do it on the opposite side, but they all get shut down. Pressure now over towards half wall. Snoopy is reading it towards the backside. You're forcing all of G2 to try to break through middle, and this is not easy, but they find two.
Yeah, big two, but again, you can see the work from Nasty, just blocking spawns for now. Eventually shut down by Mamba, and it will start to ensue for Purge. Hanging out inside the hard point, trying to stay safe, pops up, but shut down. Cammy from the front door, though, finds two. Pistol! The beatdown onto Mamba gets him three. Sky's still trying to force it for Minnesota, and he does well to catch two. Minnesota quick off the proximal respawn from the front, trying to finish this break attempt. Kremp by himself gets shut down, and Boston will hold.
Now at 100-point lead as we head over towards P5. G2 don't want to be the players to die off the rotation here, but at least Skies, with the positioning that Boston are in, should be able to spawn with his teammate, but he's actually going to spawn behind them. So you have the numbers off the rotation. Someone's got to clutch up, and it's Estrio just volume his life on the backside of Motel.
Yeah, Sky is just trying to play secret agent from behind the play, does catch two. Snoopy, who has not been called on to do too much in this map, will actually move the spawn, so Boston will spawn behind the new hard point. High ground control also going the way of the breach. Trying to work on that, though, is Minnesota, playing from just largely inside the hill. Whoa, way up and over off a trampoline with Snoopy, trying to set up Cammy for a double. Not fully going to work out. Purge low on health will be finished, and it looks like G2 will have a couple of players spawn behind the hill.
Yeah, and that's not good, realistically. You don't want to be spawning on the backside of green because it's so easy to just bombard this alley with stuns and nades, but thankfully you got an Estrio. Was able to line up a double with the drive, Evan, relieve that pressure from the front side, and then instantly able to spawn Boston now behind you towards green. So if G2 were looking for their window of opportunity to get back into the mix, you need this final Texas to start it off, but they lose it, and Boston is still sitting nice and comfy going into the second set.
And Mamba understands the value of him playing inside of blue. Easy first, transitions to nasty good shots. That double keeps the hard point neutral. Boston only survive inside of shops. G2 coming off that old spawn through P5, looking on the cut, but a weird spawn for Nasty will actually have Astral turning tail and being shut down. Boston finding every single kill, and Kremp can really only do so much from here.
Wow, Boston played that to perfection. They were just like, all right, we don't know where they're going to spawn yet, so let's just hold our positions. Eventually, they have to hop the top to get back into the mix. But once a couple kills start going down, that's when we turn our corners and win a couple fights. Still almost an 100-point lead. G2 now looking for the potential comeback. You need this time, though. They're just doing a great job of keeping them away from it.
Yeah, you got to break through P1 and get some high ground control over Motel. Estriel trying to finesse, looking for kills, can't find it. Boston just staying away from all the action as Cammy will get to 5 in a row before being shut down. Hard point about to open inside Motel. Big first for Mamba. Pinch gets shut down, so Boston can play from one side as G2 sets up from the front.
Sure needs to get something done on this pinch, but he is going to get spotted without getting anything. Cammy takes care of him, and now you're looking at the same exact setup that they had previously. Top control, bottom control. You got to hit a stun or nade to find an opening because the ARs and the cover fire is too strong.
How is Snoopy still alive? He was on 2 HP, stuns, nades, all exploding overhead. Gets a little bit of an extra lease on life. Now he's off the regen, trying to work this with Purge. Nice damage coming in. Leaves Snoopy, though, by himself. Cammy, the late rotation in, trying to hold on and get Boston over 200 points. And they're going to find a way to reinforce this. G2 just looking pieces right now. It's just a 2v3, 2v4, it feels like almost every single time. The desperation out of G2 is leading to them getting picked apart one by one, and Boston looking to just cruise their way to a map 5 affair.
Yeah, they just don't really have any opportunities to develop on routes at that P2. That's basically 120 seconds to none on that HP for Boston. They breach the 200-point mark. Gonna be late off the rotation towards new. Does anyone have a Hellstorm to instantly work this break, but it's already the player in Nasty, the new guy, working the pinch. 28 and 17, finds an opening. Now you're keeping Mamba head on a swivel. Here it goes, the beat down, spawns flip. Boston can close it out here.
Yeah, looking good for it. Nade over the top does land though from Estriel. Good shots from Skies, and bounce up. That'll be 4 down. Snoopy gonna affirm where the spawns will be for Boston. Over towards P5. We have a flip though, a little staggered spawn setup. Does G2 get the read on this? Looks like they're a little late to the party, and Boston will have numbers, leaving Skies by himself, and the Breach will find their break with 15 to play.
Now, Mamba, if you need one very big moment, this is it. Unfortunately, you choose the wrong corner, and Nasty's able to sniff you all out. Boston only needs 20 seconds to close out the game. One more push from G2 right up the middle of the map. Kremp is able to find one. Estriel finds one. So at least they're in the time for now. And two players from Boston are going to spawn out. So G2 can still make a miracle.
Yeah, Mamba keeps one of the lanes safe, reads the cross and the parallel spawns on the other side of the map. So G2 can hang. They'll get out of the 100-point club. But this would be historic, to put it plainly, if they were to do this. Snoopy just trying to be a distraction. The rest of Boston trying to form with him, and here comes the hit together. That is just perfect synergy for the SMGs. But as Purge is shut down, Snoopy bails, and Minnesota can get some more numbers here to try to hold on to this hard point for a little bit longer.
Yeah, just got to keep on holding on. So far, they're doing a great job of doing so. Effective on the trade fights. Boston know all we need is 17 seconds, so we can hit as much chunk time as we possibly can, but now this could potentially be a scary moment. Dying off the rotation. Snoopy trying to get isolated over towards Motel. He's going to drop. 2 players dropping. You're going to spawn all the way at the old HP, and now G2 are starting to come to life, Al.
Yeah, but Cammy will spawn close, so he can try to help out Nasty just a touch, and with him, Purge will also spawn as a new hardpoint opens up. Snoopy would be on the pinch. Cuts off one. Estriel inside the hardpoint. There's the contest. Another follow-up, that's going to be the go call to chow it out. No worries there for Boston. And really no worries in the map, but maybe outside that last hardpoint we just had. This has been as comfortable as we've seen on Scar hardpoint.
Yeah, this is way too easy. Only need another 5 seconds to force this game. Number 5. Yeah, let's just peek a little bit to pat that stat line. But 250 to 145 on the score HP. Potentially the reverse sweep on the horizon for the Breach. Dominate there in the game number 4. And now we have a dance-off on Den for game 5.
And that's just another one of those maps that it's, again, we were treated to a map 1 that looked like this was going to be an instant banger between these two squads. But every other map outside of that has been one-sided as it gets. And in particular, I mean, Snoopy's just hanging out like, I don't know, I just work here. Like, he just didn't have much to do. Everyone else is just frying around him. And Boston just built an insurmountable lead, but I think it's just still one of those things you look at kind of in the middle of that second rotation, and I get it, you're down over 100 points. You got to try to force something if you're G2, but they just looked like they were in pieces and continually found themselves running in as 2 players into a full setup of Boston, and obviously, as you kind of would take from that scenario, not a lot of success.
Oh yeah, someone just eventually has to work around, Al. Like, the first go around at P2, we got full 60. I'm just trying to funnel our way through the front. Okay, second time, let's try to do something a little bit different. You get Estriel to work through mid-train. He finds an opening but can't find anything with it. He gets shut down, and then it's just like, all right, let's default it right through the front door again. Just didn't lead to a lot of success there for Minnesota. And unfortunately for them, they get steamrolled there in that hard point. One that they were really comfortable with, but we're going to a game 5 regardless.
Yes, sir. We'll take a look at the game flow chart, though, and the inevitable Walmart that you can build in the middle of this map. Yep, feels that way. And that leads us now to map 5, which I believe Allie had called. I think she picked Boston, right? Map 5, she called that?
I think so. Al's on point. 3-0 first series, too.
On fire, dude. Yeah, she's on fire right now. So that's what we're going to have, and we are going to switch the map up. We're going to go to Den, and again, just as we kind of framed up before we jumped into that map, we have not seen either of those 2 teams on that map as of yet. I think, you know, for me though, Jay, it's got to leave you with the question as we look over the series layout. How does the mental bounce back for Boston, knowing that you're going into a search after what just happened on Raid? They looked really far behind the identity that G2 was able to put together.
Oh, well, everybody knows Raid, and everyone should understand the strategies that get thrown out. Thankfully for them, they don't have to worry about that on a map like Den, where it's basically going to be the same thing on both sides. You don't want to get caught scamming, but the early rounds, this is the biggest thing for a map like Den. With that sniper in hand with only 2 lives, is that you got to choose when is the right moment for you to whip it out. So this should be a battle of just the mind games here in game 5.
I'm here for that. Little mental chess, little mental aerobics coming at you, but it's going to be a map 5 affair. Boston looking for our first reverse sweep on the year, if I'm not mistaken, and it's come with some convincing results in map 3, map 4. Can they get the job done, or can Minnesota close it out? We'll find out on Den when we come back right after this.
Start the season strong with the 2026 Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator by scanning the QR code on screen or check it out in the Call of Duty store in-game now. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. Scuff, official controller.
Listen, where am I looking here? It's all your moms, all right? And maybe I'll call them too.
Yeah, I'm feeling great. Those guys are frauds. It's Sunday. We're on land. Reverse sweep. It's easy.
Iron Doge does it all now. Kobe. Oh! Unicorn.
I'm gonna do my best. This game changed my life. I was an overweight 15-year-old kid who didn't feel like I had much purpose, and then this game, this community legitimately changed my life and gave me confidence and made me feel like someone. I have my family here today, so I can't think of a better way to say goodbye. On this stage, in front of my family, they've made so many sacrifices for me. I mean, my dad was driving me to tournaments anywhere and everywhere. My mom, she flew to Chicago with me for my first ever tournament. And
you both just died to it. It was awesome.
oh no, Mamma Mia! Oh my God, Mamma Mia! Oh my God! Oh no!
Wow! You are him.
Oh no!
How about you both? Yeah, perfect.
Correct, please.
Hard point if you're Boston.
Oh, Cam,
It's on Nasty.
Oh no!
Oh, no.
Nasty.
Not like that.
Nasty.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
Stupid.
Oh
my God.
What the?
Oh my God!
What a match!
Yeah, that was a good match.
Man, you guys enjoy Black Ops 7 or what? We are, what, 4 days into this season of competitive matches? We've had more reactions that I won't say have gone necessarily viral, but wow, we've had electricity. Also, shout out Scump repping the good hoodie. I see you, brother. We'll work on that backswing when we get to Dallas in a couple of weeks. Here we go. Jay, give me the breakdown. Boston, Minnesota, map number 5. It's Den. Fist bumps are already out. Give me your thoughts.
Early momentum was heavily in favor of G2, but these last two maps, it's sort of looking like what it was like for G2 in their series last week versus Optic. You're competing back and forth from the first two, but the last two, you're just getting steamrolled to shreds. But thankfully, it can all be decided here in a game number 5. You dominated the search and destroy in that game 2 by setting the tone shown early on. You can do the same exact thing on a map like Den, which is playing with your spread map setup and for the information before you decide to go for a retake. But the first bloods was a big part to why G2 dominated that game. It was only what? It was like 6 to 1.
Sure.
Yeah, it was dominant. So if they can find that same success, so yeah, G2 might be able to close this one out.
Let's see what happens. It'll be Boston on the opening attack. G2, a lot of focus through mid, including putting Estriel up close and personal. So we'll see how Boston deal with that in the future. Skies with a late rotation to try to keep A little bit more safe, but by the setup, looks like G2 is going to like to try to play retake if this ends up being A, unless Skies can hit the first blood and catches one through the window.
Oh, he might be able to line up a couple more because you're thinking, all right, the sniper's probably going to think about the repositioning, but Kids information is still going to be players on this site just trying to slide in and get the bomb carrier, but Cammy with the cover fire. 40 seconds, 3v3.
Yeah, you plunk one in Snoopy with that nade. Flak Jacket keeps him alive, plus the help like you call. So now we got the 3v3. Retake now on the way. This was an election given by G2 that they wanted to play for retake, essentially. So double shell coming through. Sibby finds the first. Extra for the trade, but bounced back. Nasty watching over the top. Cammy with a sub in hand, just finessing, wiggling, wagging, trying to keep Estriel at arm's reach, and finds the final kill to get Boston the first.
That's good plays. I thought G2 were going to come out the gate swinging. You take mid-map away, you force them to go over towards B. Skies finds the opening, and you have all the information that they're at that site, but just a little bit late to the party. Skies tries to get it done by himself to eliminate the bomb carrier, but once he falls 3v3, no one in a position to pounce because all those angles are very, very tight around that site. But even in a man disadvantage, Boston able to clutch up and secure the first.
Clean, 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 my man. And yeah, you're right. As soon as Skies hits that first, you almost wonder if Boston was going to bail off of that setup, thinking, oh, now we got to go into a 3v4. But no, trust in the game plan. It works out nicely for them. And now we get onto Skies POV from the offensive side, looking to try to find something at mid. Stun does land. Good information that someone's playing up middle. And also G2 may try to feel that out a little bit more before committing on the bomb.
Hey, keep in mind, Skies only has one more life with that sniper in hand. Gotta be crucial in your decision making. Nasty's gonna be watching over towards this B site. He's gonna have all of G2 right in front of him. Gives the comp to his teammates, and now it's gonna be a 4-man play.
This is going to be hard for G2 to clear out at the moment, though. They cannot just go for the plant with all these members. For Boston at Dojo, Estriel calls a nade out. Cramp follows for his trade and gets a second, but Nasty hits the shot. So now it has to be on to Skies. But how do you hit this flank with a scope? Cammy, I believe, has seen it, a couple of tags, and yeah, Skies is in some trouble. And it looks like Boston were considering trying to isolate him, but will allow him to leave. Mamba feeling the pressure, good backup, and now he's got help. Skies on the cross. Oh, wow. Both will find kills, and what a response from G2.
Yeah, and that was just a decision right there. If you're Boston, like, that guy has a sniper, we probably want to push him out instead of working our way back over towards Mamba, because Mamba gets the info, gets out of dodge, repositions himself, and all finds a kill. This is good plays out of the Rook right there. To set out Skies, to hit the shot to close this one out. That was teamwork makes a dream work. And I didn't think that G2 had that in their bag, but I should have remembered that. What they did in map number 2, that don't come easy.
Wow. Okay. This is looking like it very well may be one of those back and forth affairs that we love to see between two very evenly matched teams. Nasty going to take the snipe over towards the awnings, looking to urge off to his right, and Snoopy just kind of holding the bomb, making sure no one plays for any sort of an aggressive flank early from G2's defense. Everything's stabilizing, and now Boston try to set up some sort of attack through mid.
Yeah, G2 don't want to get caught off guard this time around with that bomb plan over towards A. You're getting some information. The play's going to be through the map. You're trying to back down this player through top window. You do just enough to set up Purge to take that space away for the first blood. You're trying to make up for it now. If you're Cramp, smoke grenade at the feet, he's trapped.
Oh, bots. There's help from top window.
Hello.
Somehow gets away. Tags are out, but everyone survives. Nasty does catch Kremp at low HP through mid. So numbers will return to the favor of Boston, and they have some space to try to plant here, but G2 could contest in this mid jump up.
It's 30 seconds to go, so eventually someone has to work the objective, and if you're G2, you're thinking they should already have been doing it. Unfortunately, falls in the hands of Snoopy. Now it's Skies left in a 1v3. Does he have the sniper in hand? Because if he dies, he's not going to have it anymore.
Yep. Yeah, you could tell He's just trying to save his life for the time being. Boston, very... Skies will see one, but yeah, Snoopy's going to take a long... And there will not be an opportunity for Skies to do this 1v3, you would think, unless someone really scams this. But here comes the play. Knife out, not going to connect, and Skies will drop Boston comfortably, keeping this thing in an all-offensive affair.
Yeah, just picking them apart. Slowly on their approach, on their offenses, work their way through the map, bait and switch and set up Purge for the first blood through top mid. And then just keeping the numbers on their side. And I love the commitment from Snoopy, because now the sniper is no longer in play for G2. Nasty still has his to work with, so he can single-handedly shut down one of these sites and force G2 to play a lot quicker than they probably would want to. But Boston now in the advantage.
The dynamic changes completely as well with the scope on
100%.
Too.
100%.
It changes completely. We talked about this a little bit last week, like how much time have these teams had building out a playbook with both the scope and without it? An immense question now immediately had to be considered by G2. And they're just going straight gas, no brakes towards A. Boston, we're more gambling on something through mid and B, are going to be here. Nades littering this P4 position. Mamba, maybe the last one to have a nade cooked up. Damage out, Estriel following. And he's got the Dravik up close and personal, but he also is the bomb carrier, so you got to be careful here. Lots of damage, almost able to combine for a handful. Kremp trying to get the trade, but will miss his window. So now you look to see, can he pick up the bomb and find a way to plant?
Trying to isolate onto Nasty, keeps him trapped in the backside of the Dragon area. With 40 seconds to go, just gonna hit the rotation. Not gonna waste any more time, just waiting on them for them to throw shoulders and potentially to shut us down. So now it's the reset game, the mindset game. Potentially force them to rotate and get it back over towards A.
Yeah, this is G2 just killing noise to create doubt. No doubt here though for Boston, but can he? Oh, COD timing just turns at the very wrong moment. So it's going to be a plant unless Nasty tries to chow this early. A couple of tags are in, but can't find the kill. It's going to wait. Doesn't maybe know that the second member is playing a little bit deeper. Misses a shot just barely on Disguise. Now back to the rifle. Has Kremp over the heady, but cannot lock down the shots. G2 continue to keep us in a back and forth affair.
Yeah, G2 no. Okay, wait, that guy still has a sniper in play. We're not going over towards B. Let's go over towards this A site and try to work it. And I love the commitment from them because they had all the bomb site control. But instead of rushing that bomb plant, they know that they're waiting to pounce on them for that retake because of how tight that bomb site is going to be. So you send the pressure out towards the backside of Plat. Cammy, fortunately, in this 2v2, just gets some really bad COD timing. But G2 eliminate the sniper now for the rest of the game and tie the game 2-2.
That's just an example right there of that kind of phrase that I use where it's like you kill noise to create doubt. And it looked like Boston were just going to kind of bank on playing the A defense, but both players turn and try to rotate back to B. So that doubt did set in late in round 4, but it's been all offense to this point. Boston trying to keep that trend alive to keep the narrow edge. Bit of a passive setup, not going to reveal any information by tossing any early trophies or tossing any nades for that matter. Kremp gonna cook one up to the backside of this entryway to B. Stun's also coming through, and now we've got some information on both sides to play off of.
But does Snoopy have a back pocket smoke to work with? Estriel is just gonna pounce his way through the middle of the map with Skies for that first blood. And now only 45 seconds to go. You know the play's developing at B. You just want to value your life, but you give one to Cammy 3v3.
And kind of shoes on the other foot situation, but I believe Snoopy was seen exiting. So Minnesota will not doubt their setup. And actually, how about the aggression from Kremp? Does he catch one? Oh no, he gets caught trying to follow behind what he thought was an A rotation. So now numbers for Boston. Skies over the top, may be able to neutralize this to a 2v2. What shots are those from Nasty? Estriel for the immediate trade. Nade cooked up, does it land? It does, but the flak jacket able to keep what I believe is Cammy alive and well, and we'll continue with the 1v2 reset.
35 seconds to go. They're gonna run right into the gunfires of Estriel, and thankfully the team shots hit a little bit different there for Boston. Even in the man disadvantage again, just like the opening attack, they are able to make something out of nothing. Cammy evens it up, makes it a 3v3, but then at that point, who are we playing against? Oh yeah, it's Mr. Showtime in Search and Destroy, who loves to work the late pinch. You hit him with the hizzy, you hit him with the rotation, the fake rotation, and then you come back to catch him off guard. and take care of Kremp and instantly get the objective down. Just the mind games out. A little bit better right now for Boston.
Yeah, this has been that mental chess that we were talking about in full form. Here we go. G2 back on the attack. Looking for maybe something a bit more aggressive here at B based on how they're breaking things off. You got Kremp just watching for info, but how about this? This through from Snoopy. Just throws a complete curveball. Cammy there to follow up, and the first 2 kills go to Boston.
You just don't have to be aware of a sniper. So let's just start to take some risks. You're 4v2 them on one side of the map. Now you have the numbers, and you have the information that the bomb is going to be down. And if you purge, now let's just watch the flank, because there's no way we should lose this round.
Yeah, don't isolate yourself into 2 different 2v2s. Nasty will find the first. So it will rest with Skies, and yeah. There's just no way here. Trophy system denies the nade. Stun confirms that Skies is still here at Dojo, and Nasty is on an unrippable heady with that ironed up. So Boston break our trend. It's been all attack until that little monkey wrench thrown into the system by Snoopy comes away with the opening 2 kills.
Yeah, it's just been a slow and steady approach for Boston. They catch you off guard completely by being the aggressors over through B side while you're doing that split setup of the 2-2 split. And even though Escher was throwing his shoulders, you're not able to spot him up close and personal. He gets the first blood. Mama tries to make up for it. He gets caught. And as soon as those skills go down, that's basically the round. Boston now by 2.
Must win round here. You feel almost just based on how this map has gone to this point. It's not often we say that going into round 7, but in a tight affair, the first major curveball thrown by Boston now has Boston looking very passive and comfortable, thinking that maybe J2 will try something a little bit more unorthodox, but not the case. They just got Kremp laying prone in a corner to watch the B cross. You got Skies watching his angle at the mid cut. Yeah, and everyone's just playing contact here for G2, honestly.
Yep. That's all they're doing, just playing for the early information. But so far, Boston haven't given them anything. Finally, you're going to put down a couple shots at that B site. And if you are Skies, you are going to be aware that, all right, he's playing pretty far. That means that they're potentially going to work this rotation. So Purge is trying to get lost through the middle of the map, playing over towards B.
This is the big moment. Kremp undercover by staircase, gets one, does get traded, follow up from Purge. He's trying to force it, has Skies in front of him, but it leads to a back and forth affair until Astriel turns this to a 1v2, but Nasty's got the intel that he's got the space to plant. And we're going to reset with Mamba and Astriel holding hands back through Dojo, but Nasty's going to try to take away the angle. Here comes the play forward. No, doesn't quite catch Astriel off guard, and G2 respond to keep up the win 1.
Yeah, that's good plays right there from G2 to not budge on their setup, Al. Even when Boston weren't giving them anything. You had Kremp committed on watching over towards this B site. He finds that first kill, even with Purge, putting himself in a position to potentially break them down. Just that one kill is all that was necessary, because then Purge tries to go for the second, loses that gunfight, you turn it into a 2v2, but then at the same time, Skies doesn't give up on the play on the opposite side of the map. You win the one-on-one onto the island player working the late clinch, and then just the army of 2 set up, walking around together, clears out their Dojo, and a much-needed round at that. Down 4-3 now.
Can he string them back together, though, back to back? Not a lot of talking going on for Boston right now. Seem to have an idea of what they want to do immediately. Anything else that they have brewed up to possibly keep G2 off guard? Maybe here, all 4 members through mid, couple watching over the top, but it's Purge and Snoopy that are going to be playing off the little jump at the mid pillar. Yeah, to get info on this B bomb. That stun check comes through, they get the info that they want, and now it's just down to all of them flooding into Dojo, but nades are cooked. This could be explosive as they get traded back and forth. Oh! And there it is! It's just popcorn city all over the place. Boston with the advantage, but Mamba with the vacancy to plant.
And now you just gotta stall out time. You know they're all coming from Dojo, knock down to 26 HP, and you stand no chance. Boston with the next level play there, Al, just simply taking mid-map away. And usually the angle is when you're going over towards this B site, you're able to spot them if they're sitting on the top side of statue. But both players just lay down. They lay down, are able to basically not allow them to see them, and then you throw the stun to gain the information that they're being aggressive on towards B site. Everyone wraps back. You're thinking, okay, there's no one here. They have to be playing through mid. We can take Dojo away. But all 4 players on that side of the map with so many nades being bombarded through that side. And Snoopy goes 2 for 1 in that trade. All the teammates, the teamwork, the chemistry on point for Boston. And now they're sitting at game point.
Telling you, that's just one of those moments you look back on and you say, I mean, both teams had the right reads, but the nades for Boston just a little bit better, just a touch. And now we get to the 5-3 count. G2 on the defense, going to split the map with 2 members leaning B. Mamba throwing shoulders over the middle to get some information. Same can be said for Estriel playing on top of the A site.
Boston have only lost 1 attacking round so far this map, and that's when Kremp takes face at that B site. So Slow instead has won the rhythm. No information of anyone being the aggressors up through mid or through B site. With 55 seconds to go, yeah, this is where we said Purge right at the middle. Loopy and him combined for the first blood.
Yeah, that's just not great for Mamba. 1 in 7. He may not get a chance to reconcile. And a 4v3 has Boston looking at B. G2. Oh, just a little shaky on their setup right now. Kremp would have to do something special. And he's going to get stunned. Smoke comes through, just trying to finesse the doorway. Boston not interested in challenging through it. Kremp trying to force the issue. Not going to work out. Nasty with the shutdown. Estriel, now the last man standing, has found the first and would have to be a 1v4. Purge, shots are good. Hold on a second, up and over. He may have a chance to isolate him once more, but no. The follow-up from Boston is too good, and the reverse sweep is secured. Boston with a huge statement in our opening sets of weekends, and G2 cannot believe it.
Yeah, I would be completely stunned too if I was G2, man, because a 3-point hard point followed up by a dominant search and destroy. You're thinking we should be able to close this one out with ease. We took all the momentum away from them with the quickness, but Boston, after the break, come a little bit different in overload. Snoopy starts to dominate the map. They get 3 early scores. You're consistently trying to play catch up, and then you go back to back on Scar for the hard point, and they just outclass you in the fundamental aspect. And when you get to the game number 5, it's just the play calls, man. We said G2 is a really good search and destroy team, but you got to remember, Boston are 3/4 of their core roster that they were last season. So these guys got chemistry. They showed it there in their game number 5, and they complete the reverse sweep.
3/4 of the roster plus an upgrade. At least that was the intention, and so far Nasty has provided that little pack-a-punch to Boston. Meanwhile, for G2, like you mentioned, it's a huge opening start, and let's just level ourselves just a touch. It's early season action. Oh yeah, we've got a rookie on the floor here for G2, and Mamba played great the first 2 maps. Colin has a couple of rookie moments, I would say, in those back 2 maps in particular. So, you know, I think you give a little bit of forgiveness there, just because it is still early season, and that stuff's going to happen with rookies. Yeah. I mean, unless you're setting the bar at Mercules, which would be unfair if you do that. So I don't know, Jay, just kind of give me your final thoughts between these 2 squads after what was a very even square up, honestly.
Hey, it was a battle of the top 6. This is where I basically had both of these 2 teams. G2 came out swinging. Boston were a lot better towards the later half of the game. And I think both of these teams will be in the mix to compete with some of the top teams. Just right now, Boston classed them on the
So huge statement for Boston, just trying to affirm that, yep, we're still here, we're still doing our business, and we're maybe looking better than last year. But it's regardless of it, a reverse sweep. Boston find the win in our second match of the day as we head back to the desk. Give us your thoughts.
It feels like a swift,
so smart
kick to the vasectomy. Alley takes the lead. The fans are wrong. And a reverse sweep, the first one on the season. Allie, this is not the same Alley Cat that was at halftime in the green room. We're all gluten now, but...
No, I won't lie. I was definitely making fun of Boston that map, too. I was like, are we lost? But it's okay. It's okay.
They bounce back.
It's not their map. It's just not their map.
Let's talk about the second half and what was the difference maker. I think we're starting here with the highlights from Search and Destroy. So, Ant, this is a 3-lane map, right?
Yes.
How does Purge own the middle one?
They were just G2 just like giving it up to him.
Yeah.
I mean, early on. I mean, you saw in like the final round.
Popping a window for free.
Yeah, you saw in the final round they tried to have Mamba like play it, but like the timing's just kind of awkward. He's running back, gets picked. So they're just conceding mid, and when you do that, it's like, okay, we have to retake through A or we have to retake through B. And when the smokes come in, there's players on your side or the tacks are flying. It's just difficult without having a presence towards mid. This was a really odd series. I mean, we thought these teams were kind of in the same tier, same stratosphere, but how it flipped, like early dominance, the 6-1 on the raid. Then we go into these next 3 maps, and G2 looked like they forgot how to play Call it. duty.
Yeah.
Everybody on Boston stepped up. Snoopy to start things off, popping off in the overload. Then we get to this game 5 where they just look like they completely outmatched them strategically. And then even in rounds where they didn't have numbers, like the round number 1, that should have been a G2 round all the way.
Yes.
Boston just had the ability to clutch up.
Nasty finishes 11-4 on the other side. You were 4-14 for the ARs for G2.
Yeah.
It's got to be cleaned up. How do you fix the problems amongst the team? Is there glaring mistakes only in search and destroy, or what else did you learn throughout this?
Well, there's 2 things that I'm going to take away from this series if I'm G2. On a map like Scar Hardpoint, we have to be able to win a rotation.
Yes.
They legitimately
did not win one.
They lost almost every single rotation. And in the statistical breakdown, if you look at it, it might say they won a couple. Well, it was broken at 55 then. So in my mind, in actual playing, you lost that rotation. So that's one takeaway. The second one would be
fundamentals.
The second one would be in the Search and Destroy, like early round like that. We just lost 2 maps straight. Skies gets a first pick. We're going to play together and retake that together, right?
Yeah.
So getting greedy and just not playing your numbers, a lot of mistakes if you're G2 has to get cleaned up.
On the other side, you had confidence in Boston when no one else on the planet did. Walk me through who made you most proud today. Where do you see strength in your breach squad?
Snoopy made me most proud today. I think in that map number 3, the fact that he was able to turn around, and that's what can be so frustrating about Boston is they can be very momentum based sometimes. Like we saw in their last series, Snoopy was 1-12 once, and they still almost won that map, and then he got comfortable, got back into it, and then they do the things like this to teams. It's like, it's just how do you get the start? How do you get him to spawn in and already feel comfortable instead of putting themselves through these grueling series to have to go all the way to 5?
Yeah, I mean, I think like that's why you pick up a guy like Nasty, right? It's like even if we're like, you bring in a guy like that, a little bit more consistency.
Hola, chula hermosa, moza, mala moza.
You were in it, and you weren't even supposed to be competing on a
Hola.
Well, you get to
Saludos a tu público, gata.
Controlled the entire time, had spawns the entire time. That's why you bring him in.
Hola.
So we're thinking G2 and Cloud9.
Saludos a tu público lindo, maravilloso.
Boston joins us right now as Snoopy.
Saludos a tu público maravilloso.
Joins us live. Congrats, youngster. You were smiling after you started turning things around in the overload. What was it about
Aquí en el proyecto que acabo de terminar la partida te marqué.
I mean, I feel like, you know, Colossus is like pretty mixy map. I can go either way.
Me quedé dormida.
Me di cuenta por el teléfono tirado en el piso.
We're just like locked in. Knew that we could like win the series. So yeah, just confidence to be honest.
Dude, that is such a big
Oye, yo no tiro en el piso, yo le dejo en la mesita de noche.
Vibey over in Boston.
Bueno,
What's it like right now?
vos tenés mesita de noche, yo no.
Obviously, first sweep of the
Porque después los gatos no pueden comer.
It's amazing to be able to, you know, bring it back. Like,
Un mejor aún, como te está el gato.
To me, after the map 2, you guys are down 0-2. You guys got smoked on that raid search and destroy. He said all y'all were laughing. What was it? Like, it looked like you guys felt like you had control of the series still despite being down.
Oye, ¿qué tú haces? Pelo.
I mean, you know, like I said, we just had confidence in each other. We knew that we're a good team. We can easily like bring it
Tú agarras y lo ves. El teléfono contestó.
How we can play.
Snoopy, a little bit more of a personal question. You were balling out on the Scar and the Den. Going to Colossus, it seems like you've had a couple of slow starts on that map. Are you still maybe it's just like a map thing, or are you feeling trying to get used to some of these new maps? Do you have your favorites? Do you have your least favorites? Or is it just trying to get your confidence in these series to start at the top?
Yeah, no, I mean, honestly, yeah, like last match I had a slow start in Colossus. I think I was like 415 or something.
Bueno!
But that's just like a flow.
Okay, saludos, doctora.
Sometimes the confidence are not going my way, and I just keep like, you know, not take a breath or something, and just keep going. So it's just
5 de enero me apoyame. Seguí marcar.
And just staying composed. But honestly, I love it.
Ya marqué mi dentista.
Yo, Snoopy.
I'm just happy to be able to keep grinding, get better each map.
5 de enero.
My team's grows too, so.
Snoopy, last year you guys were so close, man. Like, you guys were, you made a couple Sundays. You
Solo me falta
Thieves a couple times.
llenar la planilla.
In bringing in
Bueno,
Nancy, what are you hoping changes?
ponerme seguro médico, bla 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 bla.
The strengths. What are you hoping changes to get you guys over the hump this year?
Yeah, I mean, I think Byron brings a lot to the team, to be honest.
Después tengo que mandar la página web a mi mamá de la dentista.
100%, he's like helping us a lot too. Obviously, he has a lot of experience. He was placing really good last year. So just having him on the team.
Ya me llegó al teléfono la consulta.
Trying to like level us up, you know, staying consistent, like he said.
Yeah.
And I feel like he just brings a lot of experience, and you know, he's a good teammate as well. So.
Ella era la participante de enamorándonos.
Congratulations on the win tonight.
Thank you, Bucket.
Sí, me contaste.
¿Por qué voy con ella? Para probar si es buena dentista.
Second win of the day, but it gets even better after the break because we still have our Monster Energy matchup. Ladies and gentlemen, when we return, it's the battle up north, the Canadian Clash here on the CDL.
Ajá. Tiene Facebook, el Instagram, la página web, todo.
Sí. Tiene que tener todo. Ay, señor mío.
Dios mío también.
Dios mío. Mi mamá me pegó el grito y dice,
Grab yourself the CDL operator by scanning the QR code on screen or check it out in the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Y mamá se va al veterinario también. En la mañana. Dice que era yo que iba con ella, más ella se iba sola. A su médico del ojo.
Ajá. Oculista.
Ojolista, sí. Pensé que era el otro, el primario nuestro. Íbamos nosotros. No, ese va para los holistas.
Los holistas.
Oye, yo cambio todos los médicos de profesión.
Sí, le cambio.
Mamá trancó los dos perros en el cuarto de ella porque tengo mal estar el gato.
Sí, mi amor.
Cuando vuelve lo saca.
Ajá, ok.
Ay, mi sobrino parece que no puede tener animales en su casa. Deja de perros trancados en el baño el día entero. Güey, ¿para qué vas a tener animal? Es normal que esté encerrado por lo menos 2 o 3 horas para poder ir a no atacar al otro que esté solo con él. Más el resto el día entero. Sin agua, sin comida. El padre de Hyper.
Ay, ¿para cuándo, papá?
Vamos a querer darle al papá de Hyper a la vecina de arriba, que quiere tanto Hyper. Vamos a querer dar a la vecina de arriba al papá de Hyper.
Ajá, y la vecina de arriba, ¿qué dice?
Ah, no sé si ella lo dijo. Ahora que hacer te queda con el papá de Hyper, porque contra hay personas que no pueden tener animales en su casa. Te lo dejan sin comer y trancado.
Pobre animal.
Sí. Ojalá que quedarse un papá de Hyper y así va a estar padre e hijo cerca.
Sí.
A pelear más cerca. A pelear uno con otro. Hyper siempre les da una buena patada.
Ah, no.
Porque... Imagínate. Porque a Hype le gusta de quitarse por todo lo que papá le hizo, le robaba la comida.
Ajá.
Entonces Hype se está quitando ahora. Cada vez que lo ve.
Y el papá de Hyper también ladra mucho como Hyper.
Ah, en la fiesta de mi hermana que fue, no ladró.
Ah. Pues miau.
Cuando fui a Benjamin estaba llorando en la puerta del cuarto. No lo saqué porque creo que más lastima acá.
Toronto's were winners of the Spanish Showdown. Now it is the Canadian Clash. We find out, can they take down the Vancouver?
Por lo menos mamá deja la comida de él allá, el agua. Porque el otro...
You guys said Vancouver was at the very bottom. So let's start at the top of this matchup with Koi.
Después que limpie sus regalitos que le va a dejar seguro.
Regalote que va a dejar.
Dominant. A map one where they 100-point club them,
no.
and then an 8-0 overload, the most dominant overload that we've seen so far, and they answered a lot of questions.
No me han ganado también un colchón nuevo y está bien en la sala todavía.
Kleenex and Insight work. I think we can all say through one match, yes.
Oh, bien.
Para la cama nueva. Para la cama aquí no es nueva. So aquí la cama no es nueva, más como si fuera nueva. Es más alto, más ancho.
Ah, bien. Ay, más cómodo. Ay, qué bien.
¿Cómo? Ay, más grande. Más grande de tamaño.
Ay, sí.
Pues tú que sea grande, ¿verdad? Casa grande, plato grande, todo grande.
Todo grande.
Y si es chiquito, no te sirve. Si vos chiquito, no te sirve. Entonces todo debe ser grande. Ay, Dios mío, esta mujer me hace pensar cada cosa.
Pues miau.
Mira, plato grande, taza grande, vaso grande. ¿Tenedor de ser grande o chiquito?
Sí. Todo grande, todo grande. Cuchara grande, todo grande.
La ducha, grande.
También.
Y inodoro, grande.
Inodoro grande.
Tú no quieres una casa, tú quieres una mansión.
Todo grande.
Porque ¿cómo te va a tener inodoro grande? Tener una casa grande.
No, me conformo con que la casa solamente tenga buenas comodidades, no importa que sea tan grande.
Sí, tiene que tener un cuarto para la trompeta, un cuarto para la batería, un cuarto para el piano, un cuarto para la guitarra. Exagerando ya. Un cuarto para cada instrumento. Y tú también la sala.
Find the guy that's trying to sneak around, make the impact play, and you know if you can make it a little bit at times, and you have the advantage, then do it.
Sí, menos mal que no te escuché porque se cortó.
Mira, un cuarto para cada instrumento tuyo.
I got Koi. Yeah, 3-0.
It's Toronto Clay as well.
And the fans.
Y tú también la sala.
After 11 picks, this is match number 12. Let's send it over to our casters. We got Merk and Maven on the mic.
Linky fue tan grande los instrumentos.
Yeah, this one's got the potential of a blowout.
La trompeta y la guitarra y el piano que va a tener.
I swear, Koi was top 5 in all of them. But like, you just
El piano.
Farewell. But yeah, they were top 5 in like.
Después de cuánto vale un piano.
I mean, they came out what the first hardcore we watched, they won like 250 to 80 against Miami. 8-0 exposure.
Ese uno de primera. Entre funciones las teclas es lo que importa.
But they look nuts in spots.
No, I think they probably went back
El
and watched that
problema
map
es
too.
que
That's
los músicos como yo somos
that should have been a 3-0
exigentes.
series, but Joe's a distance,
Sí.
had a little fun, got a little test there from Miami.
Para comenzar, juntar dinero para un grande. Ay, ay. Por lo menos mejor que el profesor, sí.
I don't know, try to find any success
Sí,
in this series.
Yeah, like, is there anything? I don't know. What do you feel like you can take away from this?
Hay unos que yo vi en el internet y tú puedes bajar la música de YouTube y ponerlo en él para que se convierta en pista para que tú vayas a tocar. Algo así. Si es verdad o mentira, no lo sé.
Yeah, it's just a bad year to have a project. We were talking about this with the like Carolina team. It's a deep.
Hay eso, ¿verdad? O de eso ahora, ¿verdad? Tú bajas la música.
Just too many good teams. I mean, I think there's been years. Again, there's been years that like this search
Sí, eso se llaman teclados MIDI, algo así, una cosa así.
chance to maybe beat some squads and
Para
stuff.
músicos.
Wins are going to be difficult this year.
Teclados
Parasite's
MIDI.
gonna be very happy because Quinn's
Esos
gonna
son caros.
so
Okay.
Haggie's been
Sí.
talking about this gun
Sí, se
every single
conectan en la
day for the last
computadora.
couple of weeks. So got a little different
¿Te imaginas con uno de esos tú? Ahí te mueres.
We just saw Parasite
Ay,
take
no, yo
down
me muero.
in study with Ben J.
I think nothing makes me happier than
Monumental accomplishment.
when Study's pissed off.
Ay,
dude,
Dios mío.
like, he's like the nicest, happy, like go-lucky kid, but dude, when he's pissed, it's incredible.
Tengo ese pipí.
And he lost to Benja. I mean,
We get to watch that on the COD League TV all year.
Listen, I'm a fan of showing that
Ya
every single
vengo.
break.
Pipí, pipí,
Bueno.
I'm good with that. Just to piss off.
Ay, la embarrada galera.
I'm good with it. But a little bit early.
Mañana o pasado mañana sai
Series, and we'll see it to start off this series.
la música de ano novo.
Right now for Koi trying to push open a lead. Joe Deceives trying to push out the
Ay,
cut.
sí.
6-1.
Felicidade e amor.
Statue side push. He's got his duo and Real holding top. He tries to catch somebody maybe for a trade, but the mantle's going to cost him. Maybe
Bota pro público. Mientras yo vengo a banheiro.
should be one of the deadlier 3-sub teams in the game. We just saw like Falcons here, how deadly they could be with 3-subs. I mean, they should be good.
Yeah, I mean, if Joe, Real, and Clinics are all sort of firing at the same time, they're going to be extremely tough to beat. Yeah, so especially with 3 SMGs. Like, he is a flex that the more and more those come into play, they have a, I wouldn't say a big advantage, but they have an advantage for sure.
They should over, maybe not every single squad, but several, most of the league, I would think. Up 50, answer potentially here now for Surge as they try to lock it down and soak it up. So far, so good. Pushing it out. I mean, number 6 and Abe is going to try and take fights out Statue side and stagger this push even more. He does a solid job of that. Most of the push going to be coming from the right side now, and that's where the spawn will be for Koi. Some big gunfights and a chance to break, but Gwyn with the double, locking it down. The third he's going to have to shut down, and that he's not able to do. So that last one-on-one, well, barely a one-on-one. He's weak for the other 2 gunfights, but hell, you have another player in reality. You're able to get in if you're Koi.
Yeah, I mean, he has a chance there. If he wins that, maybe you're still on the time, and this is like a tie game. But yeah, you get in, and really you're playing for this P4. Abe's already rotated, locked in down mid-tunnel, but pressure through the left side. Pressure over towards Legend. Couple of shots a little shaky, but able to lock that down. And Joe Deceives, though, maybe finds the opening. I don't know what timing he saw, but there we go. Now, this is problematic here for Surge.
So talk to me about, like, you know, you were a competitor. You have a game plan or, like, a way you like to play certain scenarios of hardpoint. How does that change if you... We've seen a lot of, like, early 100-point leads. Does it change how you can play the game? Then you can take some extra chances. You can fight for some scrap. How does it change early on when you
Probably map dependent. Losses. Yeah, you can take a couple extra chances, right? Because it's just a little bit easier to break depending on the hill. If this was Scar or something, we're going to see many 80 to 100-point comebacks on that map. Yeah. You still have to play very rotation heavy. But I think on a map like this,
escuché un ladrido.
Okay. Well, they didn't have that big of a lead. I'm just thinking back to their 113-0 point advantage they had in the first series we commentated from, but that lead though has been
no incomoda el gato. La que mola el gato es la otra.
15 or so remaining.
Él sigue una patada ya.
They're just going to need to win a rotation and get an early hold to start to fight back into. It's not a great first set of rotations, but in the second set, maybe they can put things in their favor a bit. The slang, it's not horrible, but then Legend -7, it's starting to grow. It's getting -10 and could continue to get worse, but it needs to stop spiraling.
Então,
yeah, I just think
dia 23, felicidade e amor.
Towards that P3, I think you end up splitting that time. Kleenex is 17-9, popping off, but that's what we talked about. We saw just sort of the two-man game. They're able to find Legend in the back that led to the break, and that has led now to this almost 100-point lead.
And the talk for today on Colossus has been sort of the second AR pulling out a sub and how they perform. We saw Kismet, used to be a sub, come out and have some really big plays. We
Deixa eu ver se estamos na metade já da transmissão, ou mais da metade. Deixa eu ver aqui.
19-10 is now lead still been in that 80 to 100-point range. We'll see if Surge can chain a couple together, or if this is just really a matter of time.
Yeah, it's tough too, right? If you're Surge, you're going through vetoes.
Falta uma hora, hein, galera, pra transmissão terminar. Uma hora.
It's so fun. It's just easy not to, like, I don't know, make mistakes, let someone slip through, or you're not rotating.
Nos resta uma hora de transmissão.
Like, you just might not have the firepower on this map to keep up with these guys.
Yeah, no, true. But I mean, I guess from a positive standpoint, if I watched Koi's first series, I would try not to play them on Scar Hardpoint, based on how that went, so they don't get that. Try not to play them on Exposure Overload, which they get that out at least. So yeah, I mean, just tough. Yeah, the one thing, I mean, we still have a lot of series, but you saw some massive strengths for Koi. You try to eliminate some of those, but I think they're just going to be an overall solid hardpoint team. But at some point, you have to chip away at this a bit, but Joe Deceive's not making it easy. Going high, finding kills, locking it down. Everybody spawning out for Surge, and that'll be more time to push it out to the 100-point advantage again for Koi. Joe Deceive started.
Yeah, Insight telling you now he's at a minute 40 on the time. That would be me, just relaxing, letting these three guys just run wild. Though he's on 4 in a row. This is just a. Yeah, the problem right now for Surge is like this team is darn good. Is Toronto Koi. They are showing it again in map number 1. Just how do you get back into this? Maybe it starts here. You're going to have a 3 dead. The last guy's going to be Joe. I think you also just have some Hellstorms to deal with. That's going to be the problem. I think Kleenex has one. He does. Joe Deceives, we just saw he has one. So even when you get some momentum going, they're going to shut that down real quick.
Uma horinha.
Another advantage from getting rolling early.
No resto de live. Uma hora no resto, hein?
Just snowball, spiral.
Que maravilha.
Not going to turn into much. His hard
Minha mãe foi no supermercado em Doutor, né, como há 3 horas atrás.
We haven't talked Real too much because, well, it's kind of been Joe Deceives and Kleenex leading the way, but really it's been a nice team effort. I mean, Insight, I don't know if we've seen his POV. He's 17 and 13 with 2 minutes in the
como 3 horas atrás, minha mãe e eu, né?
A little spree there, right, where he was hanging out, but that's about it. He hasn't really needed to do too much. But as you said, just team diff right now. That's really been the conversation. Somehow Gwyn's like +1 doing his thing, but outside of that, again, you get to a P4, you're out-rotated. Just feels like this is already a loss.
Feeling that way. It was ugly to start. It's getting uglier. Real now streaking 5 in a row, going up top. It's a teammates.
Mais ou menos uma hora.
Streak, but his teammates do get the rest of the kills as well. They are locking down the point, flipping them into the back. All the heads turn, and they continue to chain these kills together.
Porque eu posso falar pouquinho mais depois sobre os outros 2 dias que nos restam.
Too far forward. They were moving up the middle of the map to slay and accidentally flip, but it's a nice reaction. Like,
mas lembrando a todos,
we didn't block the back, so.
Dia 20 tivemos às 10 da 11 da manhã. Então é amanhã, então chega aqui.
We do that after the like 2-3 more fights. Yeah. But dude, on the map, it looks so intentional. Like,
Vamos falar
but they're probably having a little bit of fun. There's hunting kills at this point. Padding the stats. Locking it in. Maybe not a 100-point club, but it is damn close. Contested on the point for now as Koi look to close it out. Legend Lunars with double L's burst through to break for a moment. See if, yeah, maybe the guns can heat up a little bit or they can delay the inevitable. Abe's double, keeping him in for a second, but Insight next up the bat, just staying up, relying on his teammates, trying to pre-fire the push, but seeing his teammate over the top of Kleenex to get through to help. 2 more ticks, 1 more gunfight, and that'll seal it. So, Koi, they have come in and been dynamite in their map 1's first series they had. What, it was 250 to 80 on score. They were able to beat Miami here. 250 to, what, just over 100, they get a victory.
Yeah, I'm excited to see these guys versus like
a top team.
Yeah, they were kind of, again, when you talk about like the Chase-On tournament, they weren't there. Early at the Monster Invitational, they didn't have a great tournament. So now that everything is starting to flow a little bit more, I want to see these guys versus the best of the best, just how they're at it. But yeah, Koi, I mean, map 1 looking good on this hardboard.
Yeah, you know, you're right. I mean, I think that's what we're all thinking watching this right now. You want to see them against some of the top competition, but for them, I mean, all you can control is what's in front of you.
100%.
And they're coming in and they're laying down the hammer.
Yeah, it's more, I'm just excited to see.
Yeah, no, 100%.
But they're like one of the one teams that just due to their early tournaments, wasn't really talking about.
True. Kind of underappreciated, even though they might be a really, really solid team. Joe Deceives, what, plus 15, 4,000 damage, leads the way for this squad. We'll check out some of the highlights from this one as we chat through it. But
a lot of purple.
From the get-go, yeah, tons of purple.
A lot of purple highlights coming in, as just from the get-go. Yeah, they control this early P2, and then the key is like, this is your chance if you're Surge to try to like keep this game, but you just see all the deaths start to come on in with around 10 seconds left. You allow a couple of players to slip on through, and just like that, there's that 80-point lead towards the end of that P4, and then they just never gave it up.
Yeah, I mean, you'll have some, I don't know, meaningless kills here, some meaningless multis due to the nature of how fast it plays, but for like Koi, you were turning it into time and also turning it into streaks early on. It's like everything clicking for them. Reality is they drops to the trophy. Unfortunately, the streak ends. A little bit of fight from Surge in the last couple of seconds as there was a skirmish here at the first hard point, our 3rd set. But the fact is, this is a speed run map 1. It is all Koi. They are going to be very difficult to beat on a map like this.
Dia 21, hoje é dia 21, galera. Hoje é 21 amanhã. É dia 22.
They're just trying to fine tune some of the smaller details, and that'll be the thing here for Koi, right? Just moving into your search and destroy, into your overload, just sort of being on the same page and continue to get better.
Então, dia 22 sai isso aqui, a parte 1 da segunda temporada. Dia 24 e 25. Dia do Natal, às 4 da tarde, sai os 2 episódios, hein?
Maria Natália Gardelotti. Maria Natália Gardelotti. Ativar vídeo.
Então entra tanto, galera, vamos lembrar que é nada uma coisa. Eu tava olhando aqui a data. Gatinha caiu. De bunda. De culo. Então é, cara, falar que eu te ensinei. Tá vendo? Tá vendo, galera? Ensino tudo que é possível pra senhora Fogolele. Então, este episódio são dia 21, chula. Então, 2 dias faltam para a canção de Ano Nuevo. E amanhã sai o segundo dia da segunda semana. E faltará um dia.
We're sharing a stocking. Wait, why? Okay, so the desk gets one and then, all right, got it.
Pois me o churrasquinho da Nath.
This is an actual Monster shirt, dude. The brand just says Monster.
Depois eu vou comentar com o público nossos planos para 2026.
Maybe we'll get some more in our stocking.
Some more Monster? Yeah, absolutely. I think I've already had 3.
Lembrando, tivemos ontem uma entrevista com a Nath ao vivo, música ao vivo. Quem não viu a live de ontem, veja, porque ficou muito boa, né, moço? Ayer foi nossa live. Ayer, então Muchas gracias por los que acompañaron, a los que nos acompañaron, a nosotros, los que nos acompañaron. No pierde por esperar que verá otra el año que viene. Y en breve sorteo de 50 doletas, 50 doletas. Si bateas 4.000 horas AT junio.
Like sometimes I remember things so
Entre
clearly.
mayo y junio, ¿ok? En mi meta.
It's like I commented that, but we'll kick off the map too.
Entonces, galera,
See if Surge can answer back. That is a nade right
compartir y dejar like y compartir los vídeos en el canal.
The problem is his Reals ended up hitting his. Yep. And his teammate, and then you got first blooded. Plus, Joe Deceives is all the way behind you.
Galera, Nath se siente bastante extraña y rara. ¿Por qué? Porque ela não é gamer como eu, que joga todo tipo de jogo, com história e cobre vários eventos. Não, ela é musical. E tá aqui no canal de games. Que miau.
They just haven't moved.
It all fell apart with that early grenade.
Nunca esperou. E quando hicimos Magic pela primeira vez, ela se puso brava. Mas depois começou a cair no gostinho.
But the longer you stall, the bigger chance for someone to make a play on the flank. It's not that long of a route to make the plays here.
Yeah, it's more like I wish when
they
acompañarme. I think if Lunar's just getting shot in the back, he's able to recover. I think they have to go back to him and try to isolate that.
Acompañarme y no pasar tanta raiva com. Pasar más raiva com ela, assim, brincando com ela, brincando.
And I think that's why. I think the help from Koi actually might have been less about isolating Lunars and more about helping Joe because they were worried that was going to happen, but it did not.
Ay, señora madre. Menos de una hora para la transmisión terminar.
Big gunfight. Lunar's just barely able to win it. Real probably needed another bullet.
Cuando completa la cuarta hora, se va a faltar 26 minutos.
Okay, and this is kind of what I was talking about. You have numbers, and now
you sure don't. You sure don't. So what do you
Este va a ser temprano, ¿por qué? Porque mañana quiero grabar la otra en el mismo horario.
I guess it's a little bit unlucky.
Para acabar con esto lo antes posible. Y dejar la última para el domingo.
2 versus 2, they just read it perfectly. Kleenex and Insight have been doing this for a long time. But probably the biggest difference when you're coming from Halo is Search and Destroy. It is a very different game mode to learn it. It takes time.
No, I mean, Enabled never figured it out.
That's a good point.
Formal kind of did. Yeah, he relatively quickly, but Enable's job was just helping he planted the bomb. But no, it's been hit or miss. Like shots, they click pretty quick. I mean, yeah, it's just different. That's just it wasn't a game mode there.
Ayer andé haciendo una investigación de acostarme.
But it's definitely a mode you gotta put work into.
Bien chistosas.
It's the one. I don't know. It's like the chaos of our esport, but also one of the beautiful things, just the change of pace.
De cada cosa que uno pierde por esperar en el internet, cada cosa babosada que uno encuentra.
Get that done beautifully. Aggressive on the defensive front. They're just going to send it. Can Legend get multiple? Not going to happen, but at least he gets one because he's in basically a 1-on-3 until the help gets there. Now the numbers advantage to Surge as they're trying to push this out. They're able to take down Kleenex. The pinch is starting to work its way up, but you lose Joe Deceive, so it's all on Insight. A little more
idea de las babosas que yo descubrí.
They're running at you. They're trying to disrespect you a little bit.
Yeah.
And there we go. Nice little team play. Great first kill from Legend, even to just buy more time and play his life.
Una peor que la otra. Y otra mejor que la otra.
Presence middle of the map. Insight was, well, he was buying a lot of time, but gaining a lot of information. So they were trying to push up towards B, but Legend was there. Allows his teammates to wrap on back.
Por ejemplo, como lo que te conté de lo de las craft, de Tomb Raider.
And he just takes like one bullet there, so he's not a free chow.
Ella en el original comienza en la primera escena en bikini.
Just hoping Abe Chow.
Es un bikini que usa las barceleras.
That was honestly great by him. I feel like a couple times maybe he's trying to fly at him. He doesn't just.
El primer juego original de 96.
None of those like.
Y ahora, cuando quieren hacer remake, los llorones están llorando porque no quieren verla en bikini, sensualizarla. Sí, es parte del original.
Just like throwing too far of a shoulder where you get caught.
Yes.
End up getting melted.
La gente es bruta, de verdad.
Against him, so nice job there by Surge. But yeah, I think just Koi, they're making some play calls, trying to run at him a bit.
Hay gente que abren la boca por hablar.
Was it Thieves last year versus Falcons?
Banda ignorantes que
4
son.
catwalk on the skyline. I was like, or 4 underground. They never did. I was like, what are these guys doing, bro?
Ay, ay.
Heavy pressure
poco.
for Surge. To deal with it, it'll be Real. What can he find? I think he sees one, maybe now knows his 2 players.
¿Qué va a hacer, Chula?
That's exactly what you want.
So that's a lot of info.
Yeah, great job just playing his life. You can see they're going to plan it for Dojo's side, but all Surge are going to back down up here. So you have this 2-2 split, so you have to be careful for your Joe and Kleenex. Or really the other two, because if Joe and Kleenex
Si te quita un poquito, tal vez lo haga. Si te quita, algo.
Yeah, no, someone was getting ripped there with the wallbang, but it's Abe that's going to open things up. Kind of like you're talking about the players on this side. It's going to be difficult. Joe almost gets 2. Lunars is still weak.
Ahí sí lo hace.
Down for a second. That's just buying more time for Koi. Play bomb inside, trying to reposition. Real's been
Por lo menos una te quieres hacerlo. Por lo menos una.
And now just not enough time.
Ajá.
Really, I mean, Real, I just kind of put the round to him, right? He
Que no lo haga hoy está bien.
might get isolated.
Por lo menos descansa un poquito.
Yeah, gets the info, stays alive.
I liked what Surge did, man. Just backed up, played the other
Hey, de ahí, si te trae
able to execute.
hoy mismo, de todo modo, tu descanso graba mañana. Mañana ya te mata 2
Nice
pasos.
little plays from him, but
Sí.
yeah, as soon as you get that first kill, you're hoping to go. And I don't know if
Te desquita. Mañana doble.
Wallbang was just like, stop it.
Exacto.
Yeah, like, what is happening?
Yeah, no, honestly, that's what it looked like. Like, like, guys, I'm getting smoked.
Write that one down. I cannot push.
Caramba, estamos en 2027 ya en los videos tuyos grabados.
Now the advantage to 3-1.
¿Por qué nosotros, tú, galera, de una vez? ¿Por qué temos que ter conteúdo sobrando para vocês? Música sobrando, porque tem que bater as metas das views, galera. Se não bater as metas das views, não dá, galera. Tem que bater as metas. De 200 views pra cima.
On the offensive side, Surge starting
to
work this towards A.
Exacto.
They'll have numbers on this side. The 2 Koi defensive players have stayed honest over towards B.
Correcto.
But now with the info, they're going to wrap back. So the wrap is happening. It all depends on the execution here from Surge. They have a timing, a little bit of a window here where they can go ahead and push this. Abe gets the first blood. The help, though, is here. One more player, and Kleenex almost here. Now some massive gunfights. Beautiful from Lunars there with the headshot. Stays down, though. Stays up.
Ilumíname.
Joe to see is last alive. Can he make the play?
¿Cómo?
Not going to happen.
Señor, ilumíname.
You dodged the snipe. That was the key. You saw the glint. Like, Kleenex is looking for it. They don't even know he has it out in this round. So if you end up getting caught there, if you're Lunars, that
La chica de los ojos lindos.
they'll retake there
Hermoso.
but that's the key. And just great shots on the both of them. Clean headies out of Lunars, but it starts with that first blood.
Pues miau.
Yeah, for a second I thought they were just taking too long to push that.
Tú no tienes idea, público, de que tan hermosa esta mujer.
There before the rotators get there, but the timing, I think
Es un ángel que cae del cielo.
it probably goes south, but collapsed at the right time. He has some beautiful shots there out of Lunars. And we just saw him get clipped by Inside a couple rounds ago. That time he's the one dealing the headshots. Right up the mid cut goes Real. So he's found an opening now.
Já ligo para ela de volta, galera. Já ligo para ela.
We saw this in that game 5, right, where he would just sort of take this, and then depending on which bomb site they went to, he would sort of cut them off. But it looks like everybody's just going with him. I mean, I don't even know if Surge is going to be ready for this. Look at this setup from Surge. If they go A, this might just be a train wreck.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
There was a massive hole in the setup, and I feel like they didn't realize that there was a massive hole in the setup.
Yeah, like, can they go mid? They can.
They sure can. Yeah, and I guess that was great. Though. I mean, these guys got to back it up and deal with it. Well, it's not necessarily all right.
Meu Deus, eu diria.
Inbob's playing B.
A little crazy gunfight there. Is Legend able to take it? He's going to try and pull off the 1v3 now, but also by the time he engages over by B, you're probably going to have 20 or so seconds left on this. This would be pretty absurd if he's somehow able to clutch it, but I think he gets the message. He just has to go.
Gotta check everything. Just so difficult with this bomb site.
Yeah, you can't even like check everything. You just gotta kind of pick your spots with the time left. He just has to go.
Nade might help.
Yep.
Still
able to
15
hit.
seconds.
Saw him go vertical. There we go. Nothing he can do, though. Just a check from Joe Deceives. Not enough time. That's just, yeah, the second you were like, well, Bomb's playing at B. It's like, well, that's pretty much done.
I don't even know when they rotated it. That was quick. I don't know who made that call. I thought they were just
honestly, I was so focused on the skirmish there today. I didn't realize
someone was like, well, let's just leave. Someone just left, just planted at B.
But that's just, I understand like getting across mid, but you shouldn't be able to just get across mid and shoot somebody back off A for free.
If you're going to take that risk, I mean, they didn't go till A till 30 seconds in the round. Someone's just got to be like, yo, someone's open.
It looked like they thought Gwen had eyes. I don't know.
But either way, yeah, it just feels like the timing, sooner or later, someone's just going to have to pick that up.
If that's how you're going to play it, yeah. They're like, nah, we're calling their bluff. They're not going mid. Sure did. Much needed blood for Surge. Their turn to send it up. They said to everybody, what does it look like for Kleenex?
I don't even know if he saw him. Under him, so I'm not even sure if he saw it.
I was just staring at the minimap.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he saw sort of them go under.
But dude, I was like, I thought he was playing impatient to like shoot the third in the back or something. That's not what happens.
No, I don't think he wanted to over peek, so we played a little bit deeper.
Okay.
It was just like maybe trying to see the hop up, but they all just sort of go under, play inside. So nice round. So yeah, just mid control has been the key for both of these squads. Starts with that first blood though.
Nice pick from Gwen, yep.
I'm sure that's a team shot because we've seen that from Insight's POV a couple of times on defense. He's just throwing shoulders, putting some shots in.
Just gets laced.
Yeah, ripped.
Antes de continuar o próximo round.
Make some plays to make this a bit more competitive here in the map too. I mean, Search is where they're going to have to catch him.
Tá difícil, galera. Começou mais outro round.
Loss was the Din hard point to Miami, but we're not going to be seeing that.
Vamos ver se consigo. 4-3, o jogo tá muito bom, hein? A Nath caiu de novo nessa
Going to be a war here towards B. You have numbers right now if you are Koi. No, you don't. Gwen evens it up. Nice little snipe. Plus the rotation comes in. Now a 3-on-2 for the Surge side. Another big pick, and it's Gwen.
Nath caiu, mas eu quero ver se eu consigo trazer ela de volta pra chamada.
His team to victory. What does Real find on the other side of the map? Well, finds an opening. That is his role. Lurk.
Lembrando a todos vocês.
Yeah, just finds the timing again. Just so unlucky for Legend.
A Nath é uma deuva.
Just tighter, just play numbers.
É uma diva.
It's okay if they plant that A bomb in a 4-on-3, right? You have numbers advantage. But yeah, you allow this rotation now to happen.
Well, at least you make sure Real doesn't get more, right?
True.
He one more bullet there. He takes a second with him, and that probably calls round.
Nos falta.
I mean, a 2v2, but still, just making sure that Lurk player doesn't.
Uns 30 minutos, mais ou menos, 38 minutos para terminar a nossa live de hoje.
Trading again from Surge, and that'll be back-to-back rounds, all square at 4-4.
Three in a row? Just three first bloods in a row, I think, and that's really been the key. It started Gwyn last round. You have Gwyn again this round.
Well, I think the round before that was the
offensive
one.
30 minutos. E parece que saiu trailer.
Like when
Yep.
Yeah. Trying to find the opening.
Ferrari.
For sure.
Yeah, Gwyn doing a great job there, and then switching it up, just pulling out the snipe for the first round. First time in a round this map.
Foco.
Gwyn looks real vocal in between rounds. I would be too if I was the first blood demon right now for the squad. They want to go up mid again. Or at least just chow inside with multiple players.
Yeah, they're just trying to catch
They're flying at him, and they're going to do it again. Right up mid. Real going to try and get position and maybe trade it out or take a fight. He's not going to fight because they're top, and he's peeking bottom. Bomb for Surge has been on the other side. But yeah, it's been just about mid-map pressure. Lunar's got one here. I thought he had it one, but doesn't have the sub. His track, he looked pretty good, but Real put him down to a 3v3. Whoa!
The first ball just missed.
I was about to say that's a psycho chow from Real, thinking he's still a little weak, like maybe regenning, and just bodies him. Joe Deceives loses Gwyn entirely. Gwyn wins a close range fight he shouldn't win.
They spotted bomb. Oh man. Oh, this is so difficult. They're looking around. Yeah, Abe, you got to get the bomb. They're here. This is where they're set up.
Here they go. Try to retake their own bomb. Time dwindling.
This is
looking to clear. Getting dropped. And that is A very good example of dropping bomb in a precarious position.
Well, and that is a good example of what Real has done and why this Toronto team is happy that he is on this squad. Just he can make these individual plays in Surge. I think that's an ace. He finds all four. He absolutely does.
Oh, I thought Kleenex got the last, honestly.
No,
okay, that happened so quick.
Finds all four, and yeah, just a couple individuals. You get awful timing, and then just Legends by it. He just thinks he has a freebie.
Bro, they both died so quick, I assumed each got one. He just melted both. I mean, that second gunfight on a Legend, literally probably threw his monitor through a wall. Just got evaporated.
It was like that little hop.
Yes, no, that looked disgusting. He's like, I got joke, boys. In Real, what was it? Lunar's probably needed one more bullet, like in his fight too. Ace for Real. Good shout from you, because sometimes that'll happen. Gwen with the opening pick. That's his third first blood. Insight nearly just broke his body on the ground.
Yeah, almost fell off the map there. Close. Hit the mantle though. This close corner is so tough. Just to get an angle, you have to jump in.
Pues,
On the other side, that's going to be Abe able to find Joe. There's a quick trade. Lunar's trying to follow this up. Steady, it's caught.
Surge trying to push this to around 11. 2 versus 2 now. Koi boys were grouped up and pushing A. I can't stop it. That's the first time I've said it too. I've been trying not to, but it just sounds too good. It flows. Yeah.
Literally sounds like a Korean pop band or something. Yeah. Gwen has a snipe, right? So so retaking with the pistol.
Tem ganado dele com as 4.000 horas, monetizado. E o meu não chega. Montão de mentira deles. O meu não.
Oh my God. Gets the pistol out, clutches up. Round 11, here we go. That timing was absurd.
Yeah, and that's another one.
Kleenex is still holding that. They win the round.
Close. Into that 2 versus 2. Yeah, honestly, timing's on both sides because it starts with time.
True.
But Surge almost.
Real goes from an ace to just insta clothesline,
which we've seen a couple times.
Nothing slows down your roll more than a snipe to the forehead.
Did Gwyn die that, or did he get the defuse? He got the last kill, right?
Yeah, Gwyn stayed up. So snipe should be in play here. Gwyn looking to hit shots. He's been so good.
He wants it.
We'll see if he's feeling the snipe. 11 and 5, 3 first bloods, clutching up.
¿Cómo haces de nuevo?
1v1 the tail into that one.
5-5.
So they start off B, and now they're just
Real just gets to this spot, and Gwyn, he's done this multiple times.
Yeah, you just have to know that. Again, the time, you were 25 seconds in the round.
I mean, Gwyn's why am I a sniper now?
You never spotted anything middle.
Yeah, that looked insane. That looked insane. Hold up now. Abe trying to bring it back. Real, though, on the other side of it with a bit of freedom. I think teammates just trying to get to him and wrap through because he got so much information. Like, the entire backside spawn is clear. Like, come to me, boys. A is wide open.
And this is what we've seen him do, man. Like, just takes mid control and they just sort of rotate to me. He did it last week, doing it here again. Such a strong Surge player.
Plant in, 3 versus 2. Can Abe and Lunars clutch for the squad? I mean, Abe's got to go.
Well, they know there's one back here, but Kleenex guns him, and then he...
Yep. That wall jump over the door, it is just...
It's a dirty one.
Yep, it is a dirty one. Good luck with that. Surge, they test him. They push him to around 11. Yeah, there were a couple rounds where it felt like Koi was just ego challenge, trying some crazy stuff.
No controllo, cara.
I mean, there were some insane plays from. I just think about like the Real has the ace into getting close.
2-0 per la cara lì.
Like 3 first bloods, then a clutch, then turns his brain off in round 11.
Well, that's not
Yes, no, yeah. Unless I have to watch back the beginning of the round, unless for some reason they had utter confidence that someone couldn't got across. I don't know how. No, I hear you.
Yeah.
And they've been doing that. Like they've been literally flying across and isolating Insight like in that window. We watched them do it multiple times, and there's like, no, they can't do it. It's honestly, it's the equivalent to their defense where they just left mid wide open. We're like, oh, they're not gonna hit it. Like,
yeah, no, it's just
that's a very, very winnable search for Surge. If there weren't like 2 rounds where it felt like something was just
off. Mistakes.
Yeah.
Mistakes. You just have to.
Or Grim was like, well, if he's there, I'll quickscope. No, but he was not ready for a gunfight at all. Like, not at all.
An odd one.
Yeah, certainly was an odd one, but it's a 6-5 win. If anything, I think we've seen as good as Koi, though, have been in the respawns. Still, the search and destroys have been a little sketchy so far, right?
Yeah, 100%. You're relying on a big Reales, some clutches. Not the cleanest gameplay out of them, but it's a win.
No, it is. It is. They're up 2-0, but it just seems right now like it's very lopsided. Like, almost, it's like the opposite of maybe what Vegas FaZe. Like FaZe, the hard points are struggling. Their search though looks great. Here, I mean, the respawns look so good for Koi, but the search not really clicking yet. But hey, like you said, they got to win. They have a chance to close this one 3-0. They were the favorite. They'll look to get it done in the map 3. We'll see if they can do it. I mean, they've been so good in the respawns. Last time we saw them on Overload, they won it 8-0 over Miami.
Spanking.
Absolute spanking. Absolute dominance. The Koi boys.
Miami está dominando. Miami.
Looking to shut it down, but we'll see if Surge can make a surge here in the map 3. We'll be back after this quick break.
Iniciar janela da Terra Crema aplica Maria Natália Garbelotti. Maria Natália Garbelotti. My Epic Game exibição Microsoft 3308.
Mas a senhora doutora Gabilotti, responde. Mientras tanto, a doutora responde. Olha aqui o tempo que nos resta de live. Eu olhei, faltava meia hora, né? Mas eu acho que é o último bloco que nós vamos ter aqui no canal. Vamos ver aqui.
We get it?
Yeah.
Nos faltam meia hora de live. Aproximadamente.
Can't win it on the point. Scrap and the boys get it done.
Back on the fucking desk, play back on the fucking desk.
Meia hora de live, mais ou menos. Por quê? Mais ou menos. Porque faltam 3 minutos para completar essa hora. E é complicado, galera.
Happy birthday to you.
Oh my god.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, weak, close.
Nice. No one there. Calf.
Yeah, Calf killed me. Top out.
Calf weak.
Falcon.
Jump down. He's still in yellow car. Weak.
I can kill him. I'll play, bro.
One's out now.
Mid-cut.
Too slow, buddy. You haven't got time to go dumpster. You haven't got time for that. I got world starred. Oh my god.
Yeah, he was shooting guff. I've just seen that in the death cam. The guys jumped off plan.
Olho para ela aqui antes.
It was bad.
It was torneio.
Pure guff coming out.
I had the wrong attachments on. Yep, he's absolute. She's weak. Yo, tell me how.
Dá tempo ainda, dá tempo.
Paz, dados de tela. Maria Natália Garbelotti, 220.
Ai, não.
I have the cross. Crossing Joe dead. 65. So you have
Amor, vou marcar até que terminar aqui, amor.
Escrever mensagem Microsoft exibição 3300.
Eu falei nas outras lives, não tem código de mulher, hein?
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Start the season strong with the 2026 Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator by scanning the QR code on screen or check it out in the Call of Duty store in-game now.
He's overdue, I think.
Well, this Vancouver team's
Não,
worse.
respondeu, meu amor, solte. Não vai lembrar.
Bodies, they shooting bodies.
Yep.
I mean, like, if they're not gonna kill me, off, bro.
Ele levantou na segunda semana, certo? Terceira semana.
Okay, well, yeah, you heard Sam LaRue. He has some thoughts about this Surge team.
He's been in that spot before.
Yeah,
That
true.
Surge team.
Oh, yeah, it's true.
Yeah, no.
God, we're going back to the start of the CDL.
Yeah, he can help.
Mais meia hora no programa
He
aí.
probably still help a whole hell of a lot of teams. That guy pulled a Calvin Johnson, retired early, but I respect it. He's vibing. I did not expect that calm as we came into that.
I'm not even sure what Joe said. I'm not even sure what he said.
They can't even kill me. I'm gonna go eat
Get
dinner.
off the game. I have no idea.
But no, he was fine. He's always a good vibe. He's been a fantastic addition to the league since he came in. Fun to watch. Absolute monster. Fist bumps are up. They're ready to go. Close this out 3-0 fashion and dominate. A little sketchy there in the search and destroy, but Respawn.
I mean, we're expecting maybe another 8-0.
Yeah,
maybe.
Yeah, we'll see. It's I don't have high hopes for this Surge team currently.
No, I mean, it's just how Koi looked last week in this game mode. But you kind of heard what Octane's talking about. Just he thinks they're the worst. I think a lot of people kind of agree right now. Just shocking. Yeah, because we're talking about a team that was so consistent last year, but you hit the rebuild button.
Where Koi have looked a little sus is like their Den hardpoint against Miami. Their Den search here was a little questionable. Maybe their Den overload. I like that. Maybe it's just like a Den thing. I'm trying to spell a potential opening for Surge, even if I don't believe in it at all.
Se tiver a segunda parte, vai ser muito difícil, porque o segundo episódio. Vai ser episódio 22.
Most of it's gonna be very competitive, but this particular match
Terceiro episódio vai ser 24. Então 25, 26, 27 e 28. É mais ou menos. Não, esse vai ter sim.
This might be a quick 4-0 first half, we'll see, but you're spawning them out. Only downside is you score B, and it's gonna be a topside EMP spawn. So it's going to be at least like kind of a gimme for Surge to get back into this a little bit and opening so they're not just getting destroyed off of spawn. Tracking back will be Koi now to deal with this. Real, a one-man army there for a moment, then
Cara, dependendo do horário dos eventos,
Koi just want to get this out and wrap it bottom side if possible. But looks like they're just worried they don't want to get caught.
eu trago vídeo no canal também do YouTube do ano que vem. Claro, se eu não tiver nada programado nesse horário.
When you're attacking on the Koi side, you don't want to spend too much time over here. Just wasted time.
Yeah, no, the more gunfights that are happening topside, probably the worse for you. But this is where if they get a score and then it goes back bottom, this is where things can really start to spiral. They just want to take this topside.
So far.
We don't see a ton of scores from this side towards A, but
Pelo menos os amistos voltarão depois de 25, hein?
but still can't put it through.
Yeah, and that's why. It's just hard. It's just hard to get that cross. You have a closer spawn.
Eu ia soltar os amistosos antes mesmo.
Can be much
easier. Nesse torneio que é mais
I
fácil.
thought Lunars was taking that bottom just due to Legend's position. I'm like, I'm still not taking it bottom. I don't care what he's cleared. Let him pinch. Take it top.
Yeah, but Koi right now dominating this series.
Mega the match so far.
Let's go to Listing with Toronto.
I'll push you B2.
One shot could be broken.
He's dropping left. Dropping.
Hey,
One B2, B2 win.
He's weak.
He's nah, win. Go to just falling.
Two on the left, two on the left.
Two left, one B2.
Two on the left. Fine, Jerry.
They're going for 10 weak.
They're running for 10.
I'm hostile, bro. He's got the ball gun dojo.
You guys get it? Back left.
Two more.
I'm already They could be
I had a bitch.
It's dead, you guys good. Keep going.
Watch flanky blue. No, red, low red.
Eu vou assim, ele gravar o porque eu quero trazer para todos os torneios que puderem também, né? Hoje o Call of Duty tá participando em todo direto. A Evo eu não gravei por uma razão óbvia. Junto com o Summer Game Fest é complicado. Os anos que vem vou estar mais organizado.
I'm rapping, okay? I'm Dojo.
One lobby, watching big guy, lobby.
What's on you, Jerry?
Hands to me, two of them.
I met him.
One's going white heady and one's up front office. Two left.
Right to mid. P1. That's you hear me.
Well, I said if Surge probably shouldn't wrap it bottom, and then right as we go to listen, they did wrap it bottom. They got smoked, and it was an instant counter score. That is the scary part of the push.
Doing that?
Yeah.
The scary part of doing it, and then it spawns bottom on the third.
Yeah.
On the third one, so you're going to have another chance here with a minute 15. We'll see if they're able to get to that number 4. Lunar's just trying to pinch through mid. He's got to get there quick.
I was just cracking up because I was like, don't do that. The second we go to listen, they do. And yeah, it did not go well at all. Real dancing on him. 3 in a row for him. Well, 5 in a row for him. 3 there through on the feed, though. And You're up 3-0, looking like it could be another blowout. We'll see if the side swap changes things, but so far so good. Working towards a streak, maybe one more, two more, and he's good to go. Just staying alive, staying alive.
Him and Joe have lived in this hut, in their base, so they've just controlled the map. You have to deal with these two SMGs. They haven't been able to do so. And, well, he's still not able to do so. 14-7 from Joe, the final capture coming in. Knife as well, the exclamation point. He's got to do it all. He needs that gunfight because the nade did connect. So nice little defense there by Legend. So maybe we'll be 1-4.
All right. Yeah, I thought for sure, just watching his POV, that was about to be a score. But Surge will stand tall, at least at the tail end of this. We'll see if they can use this wrap to the top side plus the 30-second extension to maybe lead to a score. Point man defensively, Real will hop over to him. Nice gunfight win, beautiful shot. Just straight headies onto Abe. He will get traded out, but his teammates will pick up the slack. That will lead to halftime. All Koi so far.
3:30.
Try to see just top guys that are laughing, having a good time. Bottom guys stressed. Really thinking about things.
Yeah, and I guess, I mean, you're thinking, maybe that bottom side push is going to spawn bottom. You're hoping you can chain it, but it's just, you run the risk of allowing the same thing to happen.
Porque ele me grava 5 dias.
From like a more favorite side for that. It's just, does not pay off. I mean, I'm sure we're going to see scores, obviously, from that position.
Eu cruzo os dedos que a vizinha de cima fica com
hyper. Such a quick counter.
Yeah, and that's sort of, this is the other part of the problem. Joe just lived in your base. They're 16-9. Joe's 59. Well, 17-7. Yeah, Insight's on vacation.
Sides and stuff don't matter too much, I guess, when you're getting slammed in the side department that much. We can talk strategy all we want, but at the end of the day, it's a first-person shooter. You got to find some kills.
Yeah, we're playing COD.
Yeah. Insight. Looks right.
Oh.
Should have looked left. Able to find the opener. Nice sequence of kills for Surge, but still the battles are mid-map. His double kind of silences any kind of playmaking ability for Surge. Keeps the EMP stalled out. And yeah, I mean, Koi, I imagine they're going to try to put the pressure on offensively. But
chance here. If you're able to get this objective,
sétimo, 26 já foi.
The problem is that
19 minutos, faltam mais 19 minutos para terminar ainda. 19 minutos.
Starting to get pushed up, but that's the kill you need. That's what Joe and Real were finding.
Mais 19 minutos.
With the pistol out, and you just gotta wait for your teammates off spawn.
To win that gunfight, to like get into the spawn, to get loose, to get lost.
It's always on that sort of like first blocker.
Oh, Abe's double. Abe's triple. He cooks them there. Big chance for a score. Joe Deceives is going to try and shut it down. Joe Deceives. Joe Deceives. Joe Deceives gets 3. Hell, I thought he was going to get a 4th, but you stopped the push.
And they were just a little slow on the bottom side. I think it was Legend and Lunar's just a little too slow. I mean, Abe found the triple, and nobody else really, they weren't all going. Nice nade, though, from Abe. Keeps this alive. Well, did he actually
reset?
Oh, reset. Okay, never mind. I saw his skull.
No, reset. Otherwise, yeah, maybe an opportunity to do it. But yeah, no. I mean, Joe seems like anything Abe can do, I can do better. Answers a triple with a triple. Lone man defensive stand. And that was a moment. That was a moment for Surge where maybe you can start to rally. Granted, there's still 3 minutes to go, but that's just one it just needs
to be. Detalhe mais, galera. São 3 dias. Esse é o segundo, esse é o 4º dia da segunda rodada. É o primeiro dia da segunda rodada.
And there we go. So now it's a 4 versus 2.
Still got Joe Deceives to go through.
Near the B side.
Still got Joe Deceives to go through. You are wrong. Still got Joe Deceives to go through. Still got Joe to go through.
Somebody put this guy in goal for the national team.
Dude, just locking it down on defense. You can get through everybody, but you can't get through Joe. Now trying to do it on offense. EMP in hand, teammates looking over him. One more to get through. Here goes Joe. He will get silenced. Insight with the trade, but the trade's enough for Surge. But, I mean, for Koi, yeah, you don't get a score, but still, the more time you have the rock on that part of the map, better position you're going to be in.
Yeah, just wasting about a minute there. Yeah, have a couple opportunities, but pretty much have to be flawless here for Surge. Here's their next push, and well, guess who?
I'd be like, hello.
Good.
Is Mr. Joe Deceives again able to find Legend, and now you can just see they have to try to rotate this. Abe is here though, and while he's trying to some great moves, are you going to be able to cross this? So nice rotation.
Porra, 1:43. Vai ser dura, tá do mesmo moto já quase.
Time there, just sort of finessing and hopping around.
Tem que botar comendo.
It took so long that you do get through. So, all right, score on the board for Surge. Minute and a half to go.
E ainda vou dormir um pouquinho,
For them is EMP is spawning top side, so this is one how much time can they stall out? They didn't even really do anything, just
eu tô gravando mais uma hora que eu gravei esse aqui hoje. Amanhã vai ter mais ou menos no mesmo horário. Então, o último evento vai ficar uma hora a mais. Vai terminar mais ou menos pelas 3 horas.
Oh, we don't get the last one, so maybe a chance to defend this if you're Surge.
Não tem problema, podemos terminar.
Nearly seal things. Team kill comes in, pistol hitting, EMP still there at the edge to get scooped, but I mean, they got a 3-on-1 for a moment, just gotta go. They're able to trade it, and they're able to push it through. A 4-1 lead for Koi. Some fight and Surge in this second half, but unfortunately, Joe Deceives exists.
Yeah, so do his teammates. Just inside on 6 in a row.
Triple.
Yeah, but like, I mean, those triples on defense.
Vai ser dia muito bom para nós.
He was literally the last guy alive.
Em casa, não temos nenhum.
It's a lot closer. The sequences don't go like that.
Yeah, honestly, the fact they even had the chances when you look at this scoreboard, I mean, props to Surge for fighting back.
Considering the slang.
Yeah, the slang.
Well, to be fair, it's really one-sided from the first half. I mean, not that they outslayed them the second, but it was bad.
And somebody's gonna help my guy Abe.
Abe turned up. He had some great plays, had some big multi-kills, had a nice bit of finesse to help Lunars get through their one score, but not gonna be enough. Koi, too strong in the respawns. Surge tested them in moments in the map 3, tested them in the search and destroy, but Koi is just better, and Joe Deceives defense, like prime Elijah Wan at the rim, just shutting it down.
It's like Goldberg, dude, with Mighty Ducks.
I like that.
Just all over the net.
I like that.
And he's leading the flying V on the other side of the map.
Oh.
Guys doing it all.
Joe Deceives doing it all. But yeah, no, it was a team effort, though. He had a really good individual moments, found some insane openings that I don't even know how he found, regardless of mode. But they take a 3-0, an expected result. We'll take a look at the stats. I mean, I think we feel the same way we did about Koi going into this. Respawn looks insane. Surge still needs some work. Surge still might be the worst team in the league. Nothing changed.
Surge. I thought you said Surge needs some work. I was like, yes, they do.
Well, their Surge needs work. Surge also needs work.
Got it.
Yes.
I know what you mean now. No,
yeah.
You're wrong. Yeah, I mean, obviously, you got to clean some things up. That's going to be the one thing we'll focus on until they face the better competition. But their respawn looks fantastic.
No, it does. It does. The respawn's been very, very fun to watch. But yeah, not really tested yet. I mean, some of the schedules have been insane for like some of them have really hard schedules. They haven't had the most difficult.
Amanhã vai ser muito bom.
For us, 3-0 victory there for Koi. Impressive stuff. Pretty quick day. I feel like we were speed racing through this one. Puckett, guys, break it down.
Desfrute também amanhã mais episódio do
Toronto, as expected, except for that search and destroy. That
Dodgeball Academia
in the close game of the 3.
Yeah.
Why was it close?
Yeah, I mean, there were some nice looks that you saw on the side of Surge.
They got a little creative, I feel like, in that map number 2.
Yeah, some of their offensive rounds, like Lunars up top, looking through the hole, nice little spot I learned there, and then sending Abe to take space. Like, had some decent looks there on that map, but the problem is still the teamwork isn't all the way there.
100%.
They had a first blood. They could have put it to a 5. They could have put it in a situation where they had a commanding lead in the game. Instead, they throw their life away. Lunars pushes through their bottom mid on a defensive round. Those are things that we highlighted where it's like, if you're Surge, you got to do everything you can to make the game easier for yourselves, and they did not do that.
Ali, let's take it to game number 3 as we take a look at some of these highlights. Maven hyping up this man for good reason. It's the second coming of a Beezy. Joe Deceive finding lanes and causing pain in the side. He scores, he plays defense, the man does it all.
He's one of the best SMGs for a reason, and has been for the past 2 years. I mean, the fact that he can solo army defend this is a testament only to his skill, but also a lot of work that Vancouver Surge needs to do. And you pair this now with the addition of Real, it's just just like this team, they are looking to upgrade. This is a team that's looking to make Sunday runs, and unfortunately for Vancouver Surge, like they're not even making it through Friday right now, right? They're not even making it through Thursday. So
Pero yo me equivoqué en Carmen.
Numbers here, and Gwyn went what 15 and 27 in that last game after being an all-star in the previous matchup. How do you shut down a team the way Toronto Koi did against Vancouver tonight?
Well, there's a couple things that factor here, Chris, where it's like, well, one team, like strategically, you're seeing right here, they're just funneling. This game is still winnable. I mean, there's 3 minutes left in it. You're down 3 scores, right? And it's like, okay, in order to score, we have to pinch. So one, you're giving some free kills away. And then second, like, you're going up against a really good team in the Toronto Koi. You have to be keeping track of names.
I was just going to say that they are not player counting. We saw that in the Search and Destroy too.
Yeah, you have to be keeping track of names. So yeah, they're behind, obviously, Koi star-studded. And we got to see a little bit of what we talked about with the 3 SMGs in the map 1. They were unbelievable.
It looked very clean if you're a Koi fan. For the respawns, our play of the game belongs to Joe Deceives, and it's a little compilation. Thank you to Matt Rife and Joe Day, our highlight games. They put together a little montage of multi-kills, shall we, Ali?
Uma montagem que fizeram.
And I mean, if you're going to give him these free kills, he's obviously going to take it. He's going to enjoy a little bit of the movement with it as well. And it's just one of those situations where it's like you're challenging one by one. Nobody's really playing for that trade, and you're seeing it in these timings that they're just not working in the favor of Surge.
Yeah, it's tough. They're in your spawn, right?
Yeah.
And we're talking about world-class player in Joe Deceives. He gets up in your kills like that, it's going to be tough. And, you know, we went over this play a couple of times now. This just can't be.
10 minutos mais de live, um certo.
Or somebody have a successful bench.
In between seasons, we didn't know what roster we would see from Toronto Koi, but the one thing the fans demanded was that this man would be wearing purple. Joe Deceives locked up by Adam Adamow for good reason. Joe, you put on your skills on display in front of all the fans tonight. What made you giggle the most? Because I was watching your player cam, and you're not even calling out. You're just smiling and bouncing, bro.
Yeah, I mean, we're just having fun with it. You know, we know we're like a very good team, and you know they're kind of, you know, Vancouver are kind of going through their struggles right now. Obviously, you know, Legend just moved over, so you know, they're kind of learning the game together. You know, so I think we were just having fun with it. You know, we're just playing our game. You know, just enjoying it.
So far through 2 matches, you guys have been unstoppable on Overload. I think it's 12-1 is the total score count in both of those Overloads you've played. What has given you guys an edge there?
I think we just have like a very good flow and understanding of things, of like when to do what, you know, what situations to do, you know, certain routes, certain things, you know, when to flood, when to pinch, you know, all that. Just, yeah, I just think we have a very good understanding, like you said. So,
Joe, congratulations on the win. I want to ask you, you know, you were already a talent when you first came to the league last year. You were fighting for Sundays and rings, and now I want to know where this game kind of sits for you. Where is your confidence in this movement and how it feels for you as a player, and what can we expect from Joey D?
Yeah, I think my confidence is at an all-time high, you know, especially with the addition of Real. I feel like we've kind of got what we're missing. You know, he's very good at S&D making plays. I think that was something we've lacked in our past couple teams. And I think he fills that gap for me when I don't do it sometimes. So, yeah, I think he helps with my confidence knowing, you know, he's a very good player and he's on my team. So, yeah.
Awesome.
Joe, what do I need to do to get to see you with a sniper rifle? Can we like maybe make that happen for a special round of Surge soon?
You might have to talk to my ARs about that one. I don't know if they want me on a sniper. I don't know. It's not a good look.
I think it could be fun. I'm just saying, let's give it a round.
Talk to my lawyer inside. He said, give this guy a call.
Congrats on the win tonight. We'll let you go celebrate with the squad.
Appreciate that. Have a good rest of your day.
Thanks, man. That is Toronto Koi's Joe Deceives. He walks away with the second dub, and it's all smiles after a 3-0 thrashing. That's our Monster Energy match of the day, but let's rewind it to the very start. It was a battle of the birds, and feathers were flying. I thought Carolina would put up a fight, but they looked like a dead chicken.
A última pausa deles lá.
Rotisserie.
I did have turkey the other day.
Yeah, Rahel, our makeup artist, actually just showed us the turkey she made the other day. They look really good, kind of like
So, Ant, you had an awesome house painter who I now use as a painter for my house.
What are we
he
talking
also
about?
is a birder. And he informed me that peregrine falcons, they love to live in big cities like New York City, potentially Riyadh, and their main source of food is pigeons.
Really?
Or
well,
maybe
you saying
ravens,
the ravens
in this
are
case.
pigeons?
Falcons,
We moved
crush
from ravens to
ravens.
pigeons.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, if you look at the 2 birds, it definitely makes sense.
They ain't even eating, like, rats or nothing now. They are prioritizing other birds.
Yep,
Falcons, predators of the sky. They were predators across all 3 games. There was nothing nice to say about the Royal Ravens. Sorry, Slasher. The crew fell short today.
Yeah, it was definitely a tough showing. I think this was important for the Riyadh Falcons to draw a line in the sand. Like, hey, we're an above average team, and we're going to be contending to maybe make a few Sundays and potentially here at Major 1. But moving over to this match, best
10 games strong.
Best match of the day. Ali, you predicted this one down to the science of the map count.
Dude, listen, I'm going to tell you that right now, though. The reverse sweep was definitely not what I had in mind, honestly. After that map number 1, when it was so close, I was like, all right, this S&D, we've got to lock something up. Boston Breach fall flatline there. But that's okay because it's Snoopy and Purge and the SMGs that were just balling in that map number 3 and use that momentum to close out the series. And that's what you want from a team like Boston.
Can we consider that there's a possible curse happening in Minnesota?
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
I mean, this has been since last year, for years now.
No, it doesn't stop.
Game 5 L's, bro.
Is this where players go to die?
I don't know what it is, but these guys
I really feel
have
no
ice.
Has been here for a very long time.
It's surviving up north.
It's the organization. Organizational no ice.
4 kills, 14 deaths from your ARs in the final game doesn't help your odds of winning. We take a look though at your stars who help carry their teams. Celium 65, Joe Deceives tops all performers though with 74 kills, a 1.64, and a positive 29 performance. And what's the sexiest number on that screen?
I'm gonna go with just the 74 kills in that series.
It's pretty good.
The guy was popping off. I know a lot of people that have Joe Deceives are very excited about their fantasy teams right now.
Toronto Koi, they are climbing the leaderboard. Let's see where they stand after our first day here in week number 2. 12 matches have been played, and you can see Koi are now joining a group at 2-0. Boston right there in the running thanks to Snoopy's efforts today. Ali, how long does Boston go undefeated? Do we have any undefeated teams at Major 1?
I think we have undefeated teams in Major 1 for sure. I think Optic Texas is probably looking at maybe an undefeated. I don't know LAT's schedule off the top of my head. They could go undefeated. I don't know about Boston.
Well, LA Thieves play Gentlemates tomorrow.
And here is a sample of that schedule tomorrow, Nameless, because if you weren't going to say it, I was going to spoil it. The banger opens it up at 3 p.m. Eastern. Set your alarm right now. LA Thieves versus Paris Gentlemates could be the match.
I don't know who I'm going to pick tomorrow.
We got Heretics
Vou podar a direita de cima, dá a direita. Que é o time
taking
do
on Vancouver Surge. And walk me through the schedule.
primeiro de cima.
Let's go to a game 5.
I saw an
I think
LA
we're gonna get
Boston.
2 game 5s tomorrow. I will also say, go to COD League's website, check out the schedule. You guys are talking about Boston and their potential. The fact that they started 2-0, they have a favorable schedule going forward. We start talking about them
I don't know, I
being a
just thought
lock
they
for
played
winners
LA.
bracket. That's the last match.
Oh, okay.
They got New York Cloud9 in here.
My bad,
You look at Boston, they
Cloud9.
got Vancouver coming up.
Vancouver.
Riyadh coming up. Like, they got some
Ali,
games.
as the Oracle, you have the best predictions. The fans are one behind you. Nameless is right there, and I have a whole lot of work to do to catch up. Who are you most proud of so far, and who is your guarantee lock? If I'm looking for someone reliable in the CDL, who is Ali's lock?
What are you asking me right now, team?
Give me one for tomorrow. Who's a lock?
Oh, who's a lock?
These 3.
Well, Optic Texas is obviously a lock for
Optic Texas is her lock. That's it for the show, everybody. Thank you for watching. We'll catch you tomorrow, 2:45 Eastern for the pre-show, live with the matches at 3.
Galera, vocês viram aqui no canal evento espetacular de batalhas, atrás batalhas. Foi torneio incrível. Eu acho que Miami tem que melhorar muito para poder chegar no topo. Como Texas, porque Texas está muito forte e os caras estão sendo indestrutíveis. Galera, foi grande espetáculo. Eu, antes de fechar a live, vou tentar ligar para a Nath mais uma vez para esse vídeo conosco na live. Mas eu digo a vocês o seguinte. Eu digo a vocês uma coisa. Vai ser muito legal o ano que vem os torneios aqui no canal, hein? Vai ser muito legal cobrir tudo que poder cobrir. E eventos também.
Bang out, bro. So many pivots at the end of that game, man. Holy
Então aí está nosso calendário para amanhã. Esse é o nosso calendário. Se a Nath me responde, vou fechar aqui a live com ela.
Maria Natália Garbelotti. Maria Natália chamar.
Só para ver se ela atende. E entretanto eu abro para vocês aqui o meu Instagram.
Clica ver o Instagram, grava em branco.
Aí tá. Esse é o Instagram, tanto meu como o da Nath, vai aparecer para vocês aqui depois. Vou ficando então por aqui, então, já que a Nath não responde. Todos por me acompanharem aqui no canal.
Fotos OBS Studio Telegram 2 executando o Windows 227.
Ela não responde,
Maria Natália Garbelotti. Maria Natália Garbelotti. Maria Natália Garbelotti. OBS Telegram. Uma janela. OBS 28.
Então, vamos acompanhar a live de hoje. A gente acompanha vocês amanhã.
Live 4 horas 26 minutos e 52 segundos.
E voltamos amanhã com mais um episódio de Call of Duty Liga. Valeu, galera. Beijos. Falou. E eu fui.
A transição é interromper transmissão.